And welcome into day 2 of the New Zealand Squash National Championships at the North Shore Squash Club in Auckland. And it's the quarterfinals and semi-finals day. In the women's draw, the top 8 seeds all made it through to the quarterfinals, whereas in the men's, it was 6 of the top 8 made it through to the last 8. No major worries for Evan Williams and Luamba Chalisi as number 1 and 2 seeds in the men's draw. They eased through to the last 8, while Emma Miller and local club member Abby Palmer also in form as well as the top 2 seeds in the women's draw. The semi-finals, well, that's today from 2:40 as players vie for the coveted national titles. And with me now is Shelley Kitchen, the high performance manager from Squash NZ. And Shelley, we're seeing in front of us the top seed Emma Miller, and she's up against Dewey Bide, who is really just energy personified. I think that's what Emma Miller called her yesterday, saying she's going to have a real battle against someone who just runs and runs. It is so quick around the court.
Yeah, Dewey's got a lot of experience. She played for New Zealand as a junior player and has kept playing the game for the past couple of years, which is really, really nice to see. She's also working now as a physiotherapist.
Neurological physiotherapist.
I'm not sure what it is exactly. But, yeah, so for her to sort of maintain this level of squash, you know, and a pretty demanding job as well. So,
well, what are we going to expect here? We're going to expect to see Emma Miller as the high-ranked player, 112 in the world. Yes, she's got a full-time job as a teacher in Hamilton, but are we going to see her just keep the rallies going and you know, see Dewey just zoom around the court effectively?
Yeah, no, I think Emma she doesn't really like the long rallies, I guess.
No.
You know, she reads the game very well. She's got that wonderful lob serve, which we watched her play a few weeks ago at the National Squash Centre PSA tournament, and we were admiring her lob serve there. So, yeah, she would have done her homework definitely against Dewey. She's probably played Dewey a number of times as well, coming through the ranks. So, yeah, very experienced player, and she would have been training, you know, quite hard for this event.
Well, Emma did say yesterday that she's used to playing 2 matches a day. That's what is relatively normal. Maybe if you get to the big PSA tournaments, it's just 1 match, but generally 2 matches a day is not too strenuous. And obviously, you know, she's had a couple of straight game wins, so it hasn't been too difficult for her. The conditions are very humid. It's not necessarily very, very hot outside, but it's certainly humid on court. Well, let's just have a look at this rally here.
Yeah, this is the longest rally of the match so far.
Neither player going for a big shot. They're really happy controlling it. And, that's
wow.
a nice shot. Yeah, I mean, she stepped forward, took it on the full, and that's one thing about Emma Miller. She doesn't mind taking the ball on the full, on the volley, and trying to put it away from there.
Yeah, she's got great skills around the middle of the court on the volley and taking it in short.
The other thing is it's like each player, nice shot into the corner, each player is just happy just easing into the point rather than trying to rush it so far. I mean, we're only we're still in the first game, 7-5, but they're taking their time, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Emma likes to slow the play down as well. Dewey's probably just going to find her way a little bit.
That was a very casual shot, sort of off her toes, which got the boast on that one, but I'm not sure what you'd call it, but it was very casual.
Yeah, it was. She sort of, plays with confidence.
One thing that you can always see with Emma Miller is the facial expressions are interesting to watch. She shows a lot of emotion through her face. There's the eyebrows going up. Oh, goodness. There's always a smile or a grimace every now and then.
Yeah, it's nice to see. She's pretty relaxed on the court.
Well, she's actually let Dewey back in a little bit more in this first game. Just not... Oh, there we go. And then turns it around with a winner like that.
Yeah, Emma's sort of winning a lot of points, short points.
Yep.
Just off the serve. So I think, Dewey's just
nice.
not watching, really.
well, wraps up that first game, 11-7 with a nice shot. Forehand boast there quite nicely. We're not having long rallies. We had perhaps 2 of them, which did seem to go the way of Dewey Bide. And 11-7 there, racing through it in just a few minutes for the first game. And we can give an update from the second court with 15-year-old Sophie Hodges taking a 2-game to love lead over the Masters player, Debbie Dunbar from Wellington. So Sophie Hodges from the Waikato, the 15-year-old, has won the first 2 games, 11-9, 11-5 so far. Well, Shelley Kitchen, the first game going the way of Emma Miller, the top seed, against the 8th seed, Dewey Bide. And no long rallies as we expected, because we know that Emma Miller likes to finish off a point pretty quickly. Both players wearing similar colours. How are we going to describe this, Shelley?
Well, that's a hard one because they both got the same top and skirts on. So Emma's a little bit taller, I think, than Dewey. Different racket brands, different shoes. Oh, Dewey's got white shoes on, so maybe we just say that. So.
Okay, so there we go. We've got white shoes with a little bit of red on them for Dewey, and for Emma Miller, the blue shoes. They are actually the same brand as well. They're not helping us. The slightly darker shirt is Emma Miller, and top seed, and of course she has the lead. She's front of the court at the moment, and it's not the area you want. There's a bit of an error there from Emma Miller, but she does have.
Yeah, that's a kind of style of play. If she's ready to take it in short, she will. Nice ball there onto it pretty early. So you don't really see many shots from Emma winning the ball on a length. Most of her shots are sort of she's winning on a short ball. So yeah, a couple of pretty good length to the back of the court for a few points. Dewey's trying to mix it up a little bit, maybe using the height a little bit more. But Emma just sort of has got an answer to everything at the moment that Dewey's trying to throw up.
Well, it's a good tactic to mix it up. I mean, that's always going to be one of those good tactics. Mix it up, just test your player, test your opponent. However, it's certainly not working. And when you're 1 game down and possibly 2 very shortly, she's going to have to come up with something. So far, she hasn't been able to run down as many of these shots as she would have liked. She's still doing a lot of running. A nice turn, but right into that corner.
Yeah, Emma's making it look pretty easy at the moment. She, can't do anything wrong at the moment. Dewey's a little bit loose. Emma's taking it short, then Emma's winning off a pretty good length shot to the back of the court.
Well, Dewey's still only 23 years old, so still young, and if she wants to hopefully keep playing, that's a good thing, because you need players who may not be pros, but are still good players. We've got Debbie Dunbar, who's a little bit more experienced in the Masters category there, and you don't just want a whole lot of youngsters as your whole national tournament. You've got to have the players who are in the 23, 24, 25, that sort of age group.
Yeah.
And the second game there, well, that one was a lot easier, and Emma Miller just racing through it and had an answer for everything. Shelley, looking at some of the other matches in the quarterfinals today, the next match on this court is, that's Lauren Clark. She's the 7th seed against Abby Palmer. Now, Abby Palmer, a left-hander from this club, the North Shore Club, and Lauren Clark, as we've seen, she's been playing a lot of squash against the good players, and she's been trying to improve her game. She's a coach out of the Bay of Plenty area. That'll be an interesting one, won't it?
Yeah, I think so. We saw Lauren. She came to the PSA National Squash Centre event, I think, which was about 5 or 6 weeks ago. She was also at the Technofibre Prince Pamir Open a few weeks ago, and she's also come to a doubles camp too, a national doubles camp. So yeah, we've seen a lot of Lauren recently, which has been good. Yeah, I think it is going to be a really good game. I think I watched her play yesterday, and yeah, she looks
That'll be a real test for Abby, won't
really
it?
sharp.
Abby
Yeah,
can hit so well being the left-hander, holds the ball, but she'll be tested here.
Yeah, I think so. Lauren gets a lot of balls back, but Abby is very experienced.
Right, in the other quarterfinal, Shelley Lana against Natalie Says. Now, that will feature a lot of power. I think that's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah. Lana's, really strong, likes to take the ball early.
And the same with Natalie, the 16-year-old. She likes to hit the ball.
Yeah, she does. So, and the low tin as well, which makes it, even lower, really, for those for a few of those shots.
There'll be a lot of power. And now back onto the main court, and as we've seen, Emma Miller didn't even sit down for that long. She was straight back out on the court as quickly as possible, saying, I want to get this over and done with. And then we're just about to see the other match wrapped up. And there we go. We do have a victory in straight games as well for the 15-year-old Sophie Hodges out of the Waikato, 11-9, 11-5, 11-6 over Debbie Dunbar. So a win there in straight games, and she goes through, well, to the semi-finals to be played later on today. Congratulations there to the teenager from the Waikato. And now back on this court, Shelley. Again, we're going to see Emma Miller. She sometimes appears as if she's not trying for every ball, but then when you've got a 2-game-to-love lead, I guess you can afford that.
Yeah, that's just her style as well. As we said before, she's really relaxed on the court, lots of smiling, and just not sort of taking it too serious there as well. I think she's almost like when she's playing, she's actually working on a few different things as well, which is quite unusual sometimes at that sort of competition level to be working on things, way during a tournament. So, yeah, she's always really nice to watch, and that lob serve is just...
Yeah, it's difficult.
I think it would get me every time.
Oh, it'd be so frustrating.
Yeah.
Well, we did have a bit of a lunge and a dive there from Dewey. Didn't quite come off in the end. She's certainly giving it a go and doesn't mind hitting the ball, just like now. I think she's decided, I've got to hit it. I'm not going to win this by staying in the rally so much. I've got to go for it. Yeah,
she's not really getting a ball on the racket often with Emma. And when she does, she just needs to sort of make the most of it, really. Yeah, so she's got her first lead of the match, I think.
I think it is, yes.
Yeah, definitely in the third game. So.
So far, a much better point for Dewey.
Yeah, that's good.
That was a good point.
Just a lot tighter on the ball in the corners and just keeping it off Emma's volley, I guess. Emma was pumping it long a little bit.
Yeah, that was definitely key. She did have Emma Miller moving from one side to the other, from one corner to the other. Wasn't able to go forward, Miller. So, it was found the weakness, albeit that it's 2 games down. So let's see what Miller can do under a slight bit of pressure.
Oh, shot.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good answer. I can do this.
Yeah, Emma's moving up on the court, really a lot. So Dewey's going to kind of keep it straight as much as she can.
Oh, nice. Nicely guided. That'll be the thing for, I think it's Sophie Hodges that takes on Emma in the semi-finals. What she'll have to learn as a young player is you can't let Emma go forward. You've got to move around to the corners, otherwise you really don't have much of an opportunity to win the match. Oh, nice recovery.
Yeah, she's doing well now.
Oh, well played. Yeah, little fist pump for that one. And well played. And eventually, after a number of long shots, managing to go forward, take it on the full. Is it a triple boast on that one? How many walls did it hit? It seemed to hit every wall possible. So it went the forehand wall, the front wall, and then the backhand wall. So this particular third game, we've seen Dewey grab a lead, still have the 1 point lead at the moment, but she's come back in, and perhaps Emma Miller just a little bit looser, whereas Dewey has also picked off a couple of points here and there as well. We're now back to 7-all, but certainly a much improved effort in this, the third game.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Joey's just straightened it up, you know, a lot more in this game. Kept it out of the middle of the court.
Nice play.
But yeah, Emma's finding her length again, I think, in this third game and setting her up for a winner short ball.
Well, as soon as Emma Miller gets near the tee, you know that the point will be very difficult to win. And as I say that, she drops one far too short,
Yeah.
and lets it go.
Probably one of the first errors, I think,
Yeah.
of the match for Emma.
Although it is at 8-all, and once you start making mistakes here, you can let a game slip.
Oh, wow, shot.
Yeah. All right, well, there we go. That is the match ball. Yeah, and she knew she'd let that one go. So a straight game win, 11-7, 11-1, 11-8 to Emma Miller, the top seed over Dewey Bride. She goes through to the semi-finals to be played later on today.
the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance, with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
The New Zealand Secondary School Championships is one of New Zealand's biggest squash events, with roughly 50 teams from a range of different schools around New Zealand. It really showcases the high quality squash we have. This year's event was held in 3 different squash clubs around Tauranga: Devoy Squash and Fitness Centre, Te Puke Squash and Mount Maunganui Sports Club. All 3 facilities provided a really exciting atmosphere for all of our students coming to compete. We spoke with Anna and Lucy from Westside Girls High School before their semi-final showdown.
I'm Anna Jelsey.
And I'm Lucy Ashton.
We're from Westlake Girls
in Auckland. Everyone on our team has already played squash before, and so it was just about, getting us all in a team and playing together.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah,
Definitely
really good.
nerve-wracking.
Yeah, super fun.
Scary.
Yeah. We're in the semi-finals right now.
Yeah. So hopefully we can push through to the finals.
My family played, so my dad played and then my brother started playing, so then I just got involved kind of.
Exact same thing. My dad and brother play, so I kind of just hopped on the train. Well, to be honest, I kind of admire Paul Cole.
I was just about to say the same thing.
He's such a good squash player.
He's really good at anticipating shots and diving. I'm getting obsessed with diving right now.
With COVID-19 really taking a hit on many secondary school sport competitions, we were lucky enough to get our competition underway just after the COVID outbreak. We had a quick word with Mason from Mount Albert Grammar School ahead of his next match.
Mason Smells. I'm from Mags, Mount Albert Grammar School. We're expecting a few tough games, and we're going to hopefully try our best and hopefully win. Well, we're just going to try and play with a little bit of deception and get good length first, because if I get pretty bad length, the game can just go down. So length first, and then everything else can hopefully kick in, deception, shots, and hopefully win.
The host club of Devoy Squash and Fitness Centre were lucky to see 3 teams from the neighbouring school, Tauranga Boys College. We talked with local and club member Joe Smythe before his semi-final.
Hey, my name's Joe Smythe. I'm from Tauranga Boys College. We've had games in Te Puke and Mount, which we've done very well. Teams played well. Good tracking for the semi-final today. Yeah, so my dad played inter-club one night, brought me along, and ever since I've just been holding a racket, which is really cool. One of my goals, to go overseas, UK or America, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I guess for the title, everyone is hungry to win the title. The competition's really hard. We're seeded third. The top four is just, yeah, it's really tough. It's going to be tough. If we work hard and we're disciplined, I think we've got it.
And to the girls' finals matchup between Whangarei Girls High and Havelock North. The number 1 seed Whangarei showed why they came in as favourites, taking out Havelock North 4-1. Although the scoreline may not suggest, the matchups were hotly contested and underdogs Havelock North put up a good fight. We ran into Amy Brown, captain of Whangarei Girls High School, after winning their exciting matchup against Havelock North High School.
Hi, my name's Amy Brown. I'm the team captain of Whangarei Girls High School squash team. I think they all did really well. Like, they've all been training pretty hard and working. I don't know, I guess since your first seed, it's kind of like always a possibility. Decided at like 6 this morning, as we got up, it was an early game, we were going to go and watch the sunrise. So we were all just standing on the beach in our pyjamas watching the sunrise. Junior Nationals is coming up, so I'm going down with the Northland team to Christchurch, so we'll be training for that.
Now to the boys' final. It was a repeat of the 2019 final, as Mount Albert Grammar School will look to repeat, and Tauranga boys will be hoping that their home court advantage takes them over the edge. The number 1 seed was too much to handle for Tauranga, as Mount Albert Grammar School wins 3-2. And the girls' final round results. And we have the final girls' standings. To the boys' final round results now. And the final standings for the boys. A huge congratulations to both Mount Albert Grammar School and Whangarei Girls High School for taking out this year's competition. A special thanks to all those who made this event happen: volunteers, host clubs, coaches and parents. We look forward to seeing you all next year.
So my name's Lauren Machilishi, New Zealand squash player, currently 150 ranked in the world and number 4 in New Zealand. So yeah, I started squash when I was 11 in Christchurch, so my dad got me into it. He used to be a A grader, so yeah, that's how it started. So I also have a brother as well who's a year younger than me, and so we were real competitive when we were younger, you know, playing a lot of other sports as well. Went end of last year for 2 months to the UK, and then kind of came back here for a month, and then went back in February. Played some tournaments in America, and then end of February I was based in the UK. Until about end of June. So yeah, it was different. I think the first time I went there was just kind of getting that exposure and just getting used to routines of how everything works over there, because it's a little bit different. We were still hitting when I made the decision to stay. I think about a week and a half after I decided to stay, we stopped hitting. And yeah, I talked to a few people in the UK and we didn't think that it would last as long as it did, I guess. But it was too hard to tell. So around June, I think it was the start of June, is when I made the decision to come back. Just based off the fact that there was squash here, there was kind of stuff happening here. Even though it wasn't much, it was still more than over there. And doing circuits every day and running isn't the most entertaining thing to do for a long period of time. So actually, I got an Uber to the airport and there was no one at the airport, like nothing, no cars or anything. It was just silent. Normally Manchester Airport's quite a busy airport, queues all everywhere, but there was nothing, so that was quite interesting. So I went to Qatar, then Melbourne, then Auckland. So it was quite a long journey. I think it was like 41 hours of travel total, and I had to stay overnight in Melbourne. But yeah, it was weird. Like planes were empty, kind of everyone wearing masks, you know, literally just full body suits. So it was tough. I actually quite enjoyed the food. I'm not really a fussy guy anyway, but I thought the food was quite good quality. I know there's been a lot of complaints about the food. The thing I struggled with was just not being able to get out. So we had to book walks where we go to a park and we walk around for like half an hour. But we literally had to get up at 8 AM to book it, and it was always fully booked after about half an hour, because they're only allowed to have like 10 maximum each hour, and I think they do it for 6 hours a day that they do it for. I was lucky because I was able to obviously talk to my family, talk to Joel and John and my brother as well, see what was going on. So it's quite an interesting one. So there's no PSA yet, as of yet. We don't really know much about that. So I'm kind of just focusing on my New Zealand tournament. So obviously we've got nationals coming up end of August. That's the big tournament we're going to fire up for. When I say we, yes, that's me, Joel and Timwa, as we all train together here at Excel. But so yeah, our big focus is going to be nationals. So I'm playing Waikato Open, my first tournament back. So that's going to be very interesting. But yeah, I'm really excited to just get back amongst it. I'm not sure what we're going to do after nationals. We haven't quite planned ahead of that. But yeah, so main focus now is just focus on nationals, focus on New Zealand tournaments and training, and just keeping an eye on the news, see what's happening around the world and with PSA, and I'll get back into the swing of things soon. I look forward to seeing you guys play. I look forward to playing against you guys again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second quarter-final on the main court. Lauren Clark against Abby Palmer. And it is Palmer, the left-hander, the second seed. She is from the North Shore Club here. Her name is, and her photo is all over the walls. In fact, I think she's won the club champs the last 4 years. And there's even photos of her when she was just 16 playing in New Zealand junior tournaments. So Abby Palmer, the left-hander against Lauren Clark from the Bay of Plenty, the right-hander. And Shelley Kitchen, we mentioned before that we've got Palmer, who likes to finish off the rallies, being the left-hander. She can hold the ball very well, whereas Lauren Clark is probably going to run a lot of shots down.
Yeah, definitely. With Abby, she likes to shoot from anywhere around the court at any time during the rallies. So you always got to be on your toes, always got to be moving forward. Whereas Lauren, a little bit more traditional player. However, she's fit and she's fast, and likes to be hitting those corners. So definitely different contrasts of games here today.
And we should just mention the winners so far in the quarterfinals. We had Emma Miller in straight games, so Dewey Byatt, and we also had Sophie Hodges in straight. A little bit of a battle there for a while over Debbie Dunbar. So the youngster, the 15-year-old, coming through there. And the other quarterfinal is Lana Harrison against Natalie Says. But back now to Abby Palmer against Lauren Clark. And so far, Palmer doing, I guess, what we'd expect. Nothing, these two players just feeling their way into the match, and always the case in the first game.
Yeah, Abby tries to get into things pretty quick. If anything's ready to, anything loose, Abby's going to put that ball in short. Starting from love all in the first game. So, yeah, she's got a lot of experience. Just turned 23 yesterday. And obviously been working towards this event for a long time now, especially with it being postponed a couple of times.
Well, Paul Hornsby was with Palmer on the lead-up day and working on a couple of different courts. And the coach, one of the coaches here out of this club. And for Palmer, as we said, her birthday, 23rd. Goodness, Shelley. How does that make us feel?
Yeah, that's a long time ago for me. I can't really remember. But
and for me. I think you were playing for New Zealand about then, probably close to being ranked in the top 10, weren't you, in the world? Something
possibly.
Like
that sounds like a very long time ago. But what are we at now? Set 7-3 to Abby.
Nice.
So, pretty similar to Emma, really. You got to get Abby out of that middle of the court. Lauren's just got to really knuckle down, hit it straight, hit it nice and deep, and when she's got a chance, put Abby into the front of the court before Abby takes her into the front. So pretty consistent, good length like that.
What I like about Abby's game is that she's able to change direction, and it seems easier for a left-hander. I'm not sure if you could really say it is, but it does seem easier that she can just quickly change direction, whether it's down the backhand side or just quickly flicking across either way.
Yeah, she's got really good racket head sort of preparation and speed, technique. Left hand definitely helps. You should be trying to sort of hit it to forehand, I guess. Whereas most of us don't really like playing down that forehand wall. We're used to playing it down the backhand. We know which is Abby's forehand, which, where she's really strong. So,
well, Lauren, a little bit down on that one because she didn't play a great first game. By her standards, she would expect herself to be in there, certainly past 6, 7, 8, and pushing a lot more rather than just 3 points.
Yeah, definitely. When I watched Lauren play yesterday, I thought she was playing well. She's prepared well coming into this event. She's had a couple of PSA satellite tournaments under her belt. So, yeah, I expect Lauren to be picking up her game going into the second game.
And Shelley, there's still a couple of tournaments remaining before the end of the year. There's a tournament in Henderson next week at your club?
Yeah, there is the Aqua Henderson Open PSA and doubles event. So we sort of,
so does that mean you're making a comeback?
No, I'm the club captain. So,
right.
But we've got a really good team of helpers around us there. So, yeah, our event was going to be beginning of September. So with COVID, we had to change it to now, but we're still committed to holding the PSA satellite event for our players.
So that'll give some of these types of players an opportunity again to actually earn a few more ranking points and a couple of dollars here and there.
Yeah, yep, definitely, because we've had the season cut short, yeah, dramatically because of COVID. So, yeah, more tournaments, I think the better. I think we're only one of the only countries really in the world that are still trying to keep on going with our PSA tournaments, even though it is our lowest level of PSA event that we can run. But, yeah, we're definitely one of the only countries that are sort of trying to keep going with it.
All right, well, on the second court, Lana Harrison does have a 6-3 lead over Natalie Stays at the moment. And Harrison was ranked inside the top 100, albeit that was, I think it's about 7 years ago that she did have that ranking. Doesn't have a PSA ranking now, but in theory should have. After winning, I think it was actually one of the tournaments. No, it wasn't the Henderson tournament. She was
Auckland Open.
Auckland
Yeah,
Open
here
on
at
this
North
court,
Shore.
actually.
So, yeah.
That was earlier in the year, back February, March, and that was against Emma Miller, in fact. And then just a couple of weeks ago, Shelley, at the Panmure Open, she was runner-up to Emma Miller. So all of these three players we're talking about Abby Palmer.
Yeah, they're pretty similar in style. Emma sort of got the win probably over the girls consistently this year.
But otherwise, those three players do stand out. And Sophie Hodges would like to change that. You've got to remember she is only 15 and she's going to be learning a lot. But if she really wants to stand up, well, here's your opportunity. Sophie, you're through to the semi-finals. It's going to be tough against Emma Miller, but just one of those things. As we restart this game between Abby Palmer and Lauren Clark. And
yeah, so another really good point from Abby just to start off the rally. Anything loose. Abby came to our club a few weeks ago just to play. We have a sort of Friday night sort of social league, and I was lucky enough to be matched up against Abby. I had to play her, so yeah, her length was really good and really precise and dying length. So that's what I can definitely see an improvement in Abby's game in the past sort of couple of months is that length.
Well, she doesn't give much away on court either, in the sense of like her emotions on court are pretty, I wouldn't say stony-faced, but she doesn't change her expression that much compared to, say, someone like Emma Miller, who's up and down with her facial expressions and gives a lot of emotion out, whereas Abby, no, you don't get much back, do you?
No, you don't. She's takes quite a lot to rattle Abby. I don't think I've really even seen her challenge a ref's call, I don't think. Obviously, she does get frustrated with herself, but keeps everything under wraps and and doesn't
I'm trying to think the last time I
so.
actually saw her even dispute anything, and I can't recall.
Yeah. And she's like that off the court as well. Yes. Very friendly, nice-natured.
You almost wish that she would be a bit more aggressive at times. We mean that in the nicest possible way, Abby. It's, here she is, using all the walls there. And
so that's probably one of the first sort of winning shots from Lauren off Abby's boast. So maybe Lauren's just reading that boast a little bit more. Abby might decide not to sort of play that boast as much. It's a great lob there from Lauren. And then,
I think that one did stay under the line, didn't it?
Yeah, possibly might have just touched. I was really close. Anyway, so pretty unlucky for Lauren, really. I think at this point you kind of want every point you can get, and when actually a point gets taken off you like that.
All right, and it is a 5-2 Abby Palmer, and a big rally just on the other court there. And we can see that Lana Harrison has won the first game.
Oh, wow, yeah.
11-9.
I think Lana had a big lead.
Yeah, she did have a significant lead at one stage.
In that game, so yeah, good on that to come back.
And that's what we want to see from youngsters such as Natalie Says and also Sophie Hodges. You might be playing against the more experienced and the higher ranked players, but go for it, give it a go, and you'll be surprised at what you can actually do and really see what can happen there. And now we've got Abby Palmer 7-2 up, just doing what she did in the first game as well. Nothing too dramatic.
Yeah, I think Lauren's played a lot better. I actually thought she had a few more points and then 2 points. So
yeah, it did look that way,
it is a lot better than the first game. But Abby's just
takes the pace off so nicely. Yeah, that's the thing with Abby. She's able to control the pace. It was just slow. And looking at the replay here. And there it is.
Yeah, Lauren was good to get that ball back. She did sort of go the wrong way and got herself back to that shot, but Abby was just too good there. Oh, good running here from Lauren.
Yeah, that's good control. Well, racing through this now, Abby Palmer. She'll go through to the semi-finals, assuming she does win this from here, and we'll take on the winner of Natalie against Lana. Gee, that'll be a top battle. Different styles there completely.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so anything around that front of that court, Lauren's got to get out of that front of the court. I think my advice for Lauren after the second game would be probably as straight as possible and to the back. Make sure Abby's right behind her before she goes short. You know, that's probably not going to be, a good outcome there.
The general rule for just about every time is, we saw that Dewey against Emma as well. If she could keep Emma in the corners a bit more, she had much more of an opportunity to win.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back with the third game in just one moment. And now let's see if Lauren Clark can stage a bit of a comeback. It's been a little bit of a struggle, but Shelley Kitchen, she looked better than just the 2 points in that second game. She looked as though she'd won a lot more.
Yeah, I was definitely surprised. I think the rallies were better, the quality of squash was better by Lauren, so it'd be good if she can sort of take that into this third game, which she has 2-love start, with 3-love now. So, yeah, it's good for her to have that confidence, being 2-love down, but then still sort of going into the third.
Well, we're both
trying to get it back.
But she's got to go deeper, albeit on that good choice of a drop. But she's got to actually push Abby Palmer deeper, otherwise her opportunities are just going to be so limited.
Yeah, that's good. She's just mixing it about a little bit. Here we know Lauren is going to keep running. And Abby's just sort of, Abby was lucky there. Lauren put in the trickle boast, and it probably should have been the straight or cross. So see how Abby's sort of, oh wow, that's a nice flick. But yeah, I like Lauren's tactics at coming into this third game. She's sort of trying to lift it a little bit and attack when she's got the opportunity.
Well, she can't sit back anymore because she's 2 games down, and she's tried a number of different tactics. They haven't quite come off. Certainly in the second game, she looked a lot better, but that's what we want, is a bit deeper.
Yeah.
Didn't quite
So we
work.
know Abby's going to, you know, keep shooting from wherever, all corners
It
of the
does seem
court.
to me, Shelley, that the juniors, when they get physically stronger, should be trying to go forward as much as possible, like we're seeing generally from Abby and also from Emma Miller as well. When the player is forward, they've got so much of an opportunity to actually finish off the point quicker.
Yeah, yeah. It does come from moving forward, but also making sure, you know, they're having the good length to limit those options.
I guess you can't go
from
forward on any old shot.
Yeah, exactly. So definitely looking to move forward when you know you've had a good length. And, you know, with the girls that are sort of winning at the moment, that's what it looks like, that they're getting the good length. Oh.
Uncharacteristic error there from Abby Palmer. And now the 2-point lead as we get deeper into this, the third game.
Yeah, I think Abby will just regroup a little bit now.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Lauren just, it wasn't a tight shot, was around in the middle of the court. Lauren came back into Abby's line.
And it was almost apologetic there from Abby Palmer. Can I please have the serve?
Yeah,
Can I please have that stroke?
I think lead or stroke in that instance would have been, would have been all right. But yeah, this is much better from Lauren.
Nice shot.
I think Abby's just probably a little bit looser in this game. It's giving Lauren a few more options,
So
a
let's
few
have a
more
look at
balls
that.
for Abby to cover.
Just using a bit of variety, Abby.
Oh wow, she's done that flick a couple of times now. Oh, it's a great shot.
Yeah. Well, that's what will give Lauren confidence. It's deeper into the set, deeper into the game. A couple more stray points like that, and she can actually feel that she can take it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Because when you do get to 8, you know 3 points to win, and if you've got 1 or 2 point lead, you just you don't want to rush it, but it gives you that confidence, doesn't it?
For sure. Oh.
She had to do a lot of running, didn't she?
Yeah, a
But
few
there was an
unforced
opportunity.
errors there. Yeah, probably anything straight would have been the right shot. Just tried a few trickle bows now, where Abby's just been right there. Oh, that was just a lucky just hit the top of the tin there. So we're playing on a low tin here at the Nationals on these 2 back courts.
Well, the 2-point lead that she had, the buffer is gone. Oh, gee. The angle that she managed to pull off there by going completely across her body, it also meant that Lauren Clark couldn't actually see which direction she was going as well.
Yeah. Would have been good if Lauren started like this in the first game. It would have been a little bit closer, and probably just a little bit of belief from Lauren as well.
I think so.
And it would have been a tighter match, but you know, Lauren's still going to give it everything. Abby's just got the 1-point lead at the moment in the third game. Oh, a couple of unforced errors there by Lauren.
Yeah. I think we've had 2 of those going into the tin, which has really helped Palmer come up with the match ball now. And from the other side, well, much improved performance. So she'll be probably kicking herself after this. Gee, I could have taken it to a 4th game because I had 2 points at 8-6 up.
Yeah, definitely. She's sort of, the balls just have to be up. You know, that wasn't a fantastic drop, but it was just up. And then that's what, so I think Lauren, towards the end of this game, she just has to keep the ball up, keep it nice and straight, and look to move forward, because we know Abby's going to go take it in short when she can. Oh. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great shot.
Nice way to finish, isn't it?
That's that was a really good game.
Yeah, no, nice to see an improvement from Lauren Clark in the third game. But Abby Palmer, in the meantime, is through to the semi-finals. She'll take on either Lana Harrison or Natalie Says. And that game is deep into the third right now. It is 11-9, 11-5. And let's just have a look at the replay, Shelley, of the last point. In fact, we didn't quite see. We saw the last shot, but that's all right.
It was a dying length. It was a fantastic cross-court from across Abby's body, especially on the low tin. Yeah,
Well
great shot.
described there. And well described there, Shelley Kitchen. We'll come back with the first of the men's quarterfinals, not too far away. Well, welcome back now for this, the first of the men's quarterfinals. You can see on court already the top seed, the world number 87, Evan Williams from Wellington, as he prepares to take on the 9th seed, Joel Ascott from Auckland. And just before we get into this match, should just summarise the women's quarterfinals. And we had Emma Miller going through there, the top seed, and she'll take on Sophie Hodges, the 15-year-old. At the bottom half of the draw, it'll be the 2nd seed, Abby Palmer, against the 3rd seed, Lana Harrison. But joining me now for this match, Dave Clark from the Bay of Plenty. And Dave, welcome. We've got a very interesting match in front of us, haven't we?
Yes, I think so. I think I gathered Joel played pretty well last night in his previous match, so he'll be looking to make some inroads into Evan, I'm sure, today. So looking to set his stall out early.
Well, Dave, as a coach, something I see from Joel a lot is that he holds the racket up, the grip a little bit higher than a lot of New Zealanders. I don't know whether it's an Australian thing, but he's just one of those players that seems to constantly keep the grip up a little bit higher than some of the other players who are more down the bottom. Is that an Australian thing or just a particular player?
There was a time in Australia from Rodney Martin who held the grip quite short. But and there was kind of a bit of copying of that style for some time, and you know, it has been a little bit of an Australian thing. Jahengi used to hold his grip pretty short as well. Right. So, yeah,
more personal preference.
Yes, yeah, I think we'll see how it kind of stands up. I did watch these two play last week at Panmure.
Right.
And yeah, there was a few mistakes out of that forehand back corner for Joel in that match. I think there was 12 in the first 2 games, which he rectified as the match went on. You know, that might be something that he looks at in the future technically.
Because the thing is, against someone like Evan, who is obviously very fit, and he's got the experience, he knows what he's got over these other players here. Is age, experience. Maybe that age can count against you sometimes, but he's not that old.
Yeah.
31.
Yeah.
But he's got that experience of making the final here on 2 occasions. He's also played a lot more PSA tournaments, Challenger tournaments, and other events.
Yeah.
So he wants to use that. He's been trying to use that, saying, I am the person here that they've got to try and beat.
Yeah, yeah. He's definitely got the experience in obviously been on the circuit for a number of years now, an accomplished player. You know, there is a tipping point with age, unfortunately. You know, I think it just depends on how much Evan's been getting some really good hard matches under his belt in the last, you know, probably 3 months, really. I know he's been doing a lot more coaching, so probably, you know, not quite as match fit as he'd like.
Well, the good thing for Evan is that coaching is going very well for him in Wellington. He said he's absolutely run off his feet with coaching. He could do more if he had more hours in the day. Although he said in the last couple of weeks he has tried to focus more on the nationals. He desperately wants to win this. Yes. He knows it's his opportunity. Yeah. 2 times he's been a finalist, and you don't get that opportunity that comes up when Paul Cole isn't playing, or Campbell Grayson as well.
Yeah.
And for Evan, one other thing that he's got, Dave, and for you as a coach, when you have a left-hander, he's the only left-hander in the men's draw. Mason Smales was in, but he had to withdraw injuries. But the only left-hander, well, has to help, doesn't it?
It can be. It can help. I think it just depends how Joel plays, you know, tactically. Oh, nice improvisation from Evan there.
I don't know what you'd call that. As a coach, what would you call that shot?
That's a little open-shouldered kind of
Here we go.
push off the body.
The replay here. Let's see what we can have a look.
See how he opens his shoulders there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really was almost, I'm not sure how to call that, really pushing away from his body.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great, what we call skill adaptability.
Because as the opposition player, the opposing player, you couldn't really guess where it was going. It's very difficult. It seems that left-handers in most racket sports can hold, can hold the ball very well, and a little bit more so than right-handers.
Yeah, I think we find that lefties are often very strong on that forehand, and they may develop particular nuances on the backhand where players have tried to put them under pressure down that side a lot. But yeah, it's swings and roundabouts at times in terms of any advantage that you might gain.
probably didn't need to do that shot. He had lasted so many shots that he didn't need to push.
Yeah,
push that forward.
That's the second mistake he's made from there in this game, actually. And that was kind of the area, that back forehand where we saw them last week. So he needs to be a bit more conservative there, I think.
Okay, so yes, led on that one. The right decision.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough there. I don't think it was quite past, so Joel had a chance of getting over there.
Well, so far in this, the first game, both players just working their way into the match. Nothing too exciting. A couple of little unforced errors from Joel, but a couple of improvised shots from Evan Williams.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, much better play.
Yeah.
He was a bit more patient in that rally than what he had been on a couple of other occasions.
He played that in off the back of a good length where Evan was actually drawn away. So, and then he put it in with a bit more conviction. He can be a little bit slow in the way that he puts it in, and he needs to put that in with absolute purpose when it goes in. There's good defending from Joel there from that position. And that. Oh.
Well, Evan Williams wanting the stroke.
Yeah, that wasn't Joel's best shot of the game, to be fair.
I think he got himself into a position like, oh, I've got to hit it hard and finish this off.
Yeah.
But he hit it almost down the middle.
Yeah, no angle on it at all. To be fair, I think Joel's played a little better than last week today so far. His error rate has been more limited, and yeah, he's certainly making Evan work for this at the moment.
And Dave, we should point out that on the second court, Timwa Chalisi has taken the first game over Zach Miller, 11-9. A difficult contest in many ways because Zach Miller will come out with any old shot that you just don't expect. Even when you look at him, and perhaps Tim's going to say, well, you know, you haven't maybe been doing the fitness training as much as possible. And even as his sister Emma said, he looks as though he's come straight out of the bush with his beard and the hair there. So 11-9 the first game. But in the meantime, back onto this court. And we're seeing, this is what we're going to see, because we're in the quarterfinals now of the men's matches. We're going to hear and see a lot more questioning than in the first couple of rounds. It's also, it hasn't happened so much in the women's matches. They've been a little bit more straightforward. But in the men's, it gets a bit more physical, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gets a little bit more, and every point is very precious to them. So I think that previous one, Evan tried to let the ball kind of run on to Joel, looking for a stroke, and refs weren't buying it. Oh.
Okay, well, finally we do actually move on the points. It's taken a little while to get away from 6-5, hadn't it?
It had. I think Joel just need to be careful of leaving Evan in the front of the court there, particularly on the forehand side there. He's very dangerous there.
Yeah, I don't think the stroke going the way of Evan there was fair enough. You could see that he was ready to play, and
yeah,
Joel knew it as well.
It put him under pressure with the previous ball in that forehand back corner. Return was not too flash. Again, Joel's taken Evan in early there. He's put himself under a bit of pressure.
Well, just those couple of stroke points help push him out, and now it's 9-5.
Yeah, it was very tight, obviously, for a long time, and now Joel's left Evan in the front of the court early in all of the rallies, and it's just the score's just run straight through to 10 now very quickly.
Well, isn't it interesting? It doesn't take much. Just 2 points can switch around a game, particularly when you get to the 6th area midway through, and then all it takes is...
Joe kind of lost his length and not been putting Evan in the right areas. He's been in front for the last five or 6 points the whole time. It's better.
Much better shot.
Yeah. It's the first time we got in front of him in that rally. So.
And conditions in Auckland, very humid in this particular venue, right? You and I are at the back next to the window. We've got the blinds down. It's warm on court.
Yeah.
Can't imagine.
Yeah, I have to say, I just drove up from Bay of Plenty, and the humidity here is, pretty bad, to be fair.
Nice play, Joel.
I wasn't expecting a free sauna when I came in. So.
Mind you, we don't usually play too many tournaments in late October, early November.
No, that's true. It's a good shot.
And well played there for Evan Williams, taking out the first 11-7. There was just a couple of strokes which went his way, and gave him that advantage to take a 2 to 3 point lead. And he was able to capitalise on that, even though Joel Icecott did come back with a couple of nice shots. But the first game, 11-7. And we'll come back with the second in just one moment. And And back in for the second game with Evan Williams against Joel Icecott. And this is the quarterfinal, the first quarterfinal of the men's tournament here. And Dave Clark, well, if we summarise the first game, it was a couple of strokes and losing his rhythm a little bit for Joel.
Yes, I think I thought he played pretty well to kind of 5-all there, to be fair. and then I think after a couple of the interactions, he kind of lost his structure and kind of left Evan at the front of the court a bit early, and the game then just kind of run away from him. But he'll need to start working in this game if he's going to give himself a sniff.
Well, we've spoken about the experience of Evan Williams, been 31, but also been a player who is still in the top 100. He's managed to always maintain that top 100 ranking just about all of his career, or certainly a large part of it. How do you, as a younger player, 20-year-old who's ranked 230 or thereabouts in the world, such as Joel, how do you overcome that experience? I mean, you can't just suddenly put on 5 years of extra play.
No, but well, first thing you got to do is you got to believe in yourself.
Right.
And I mean, really believe in yourself.
Yes.
You know, I don't mean just think you believe in yourself. I mean, you need to know it. So that's the first thing that you need to get from Joel. You know, and if he can get himself in the game, as you know, his confidence will then grow. You know, if he can play well early on, and I thought, you know, he played pretty well to Fife, like I said, but he then kind of, you know, lost his way in terms of what he was doing, and you know, he needs to get back to working properly, putting Evan not in those areas that he's in at the moment, because that's going to happen a lot.
Yeah.
So
had total control at that point all the way through, and then in the tee he could just go wherever he wanted.
Yeah, he needs to put a few big rallies. We know that Evan isn't really been playing as much, so he needs to put a few big rallies into him, so he starts questioning himself.
Yes.
You know, about how fit and how strong he is at the moment. You know, you'd want him to be really working hard the start of this game.
Because Joel himself is a very fit person. I mean, it's not just a squash fitness, but he also loves cycling. He'll take off for a couple of hours and just cycle for 2 hours, and it's not just a little dawdle either. You know, he loves fitness.
Yeah, but again, like leaving the ball in those kind of areas, and Evan's forehand, that doesn't matter how fit you are if you're leaving it there.
Yeah.
So, but he does need to test Evan. You know, so he's got to play a bit tighter for longer in each rally and put him in those kind of areas there, really, you know, where he's putting him now, in that backhand deep. He needs to search him out for a period of time and give himself a couple of volleys. I think that's a bit better, this rally.
Right into the corner.
But yeah, bit cheap, that one.
So, looking at the women's quarterfinals, and Lauren Clark there, she had a tough one against Emma Miller, but she was better than the
Abby.
Yes,
Yeah,
Abby, sorry.
yeah.
I've got so many games going through against Abby.
That's right.
But the score was closer. The match was closer than the score suggested.
Yeah. I think Abby's obviously playing here at North Shore, kind of where she kind of plays all the time, so she knows this court really well. She was very, very accurate, to be fair, in the first couple of games.
Yes.
Her length was really good, and Lauren was kind of reacting to things.
Okay. I mean, the ball came back pretty quick there.
Yeah.
So it was, as an official, you probably have to go with a let when you can't see a replay.
Yeah, well, there's obviously no video referee here, so that they'll do it as they see it in the moment. I think, yeah, there's been a few that are kind of touch and go type calls, so I think the boys are slightly unsettled at the moment in that space. But yeah, just going back to Lauren's game, that third game.
Yeah, she did very well there. She had the opportunities.
We tried to get her to move the ball a second or third shot, so and so that Abby was reacting to her rather than the other way around, which had kind of been the case. So, but yeah, Abby looked pretty good out there, I thought, today. She was hitting the ball well, moving well. So.
Well, that'll be a good semi-final later on today with nice recovery there from Joel, though.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of work here, though. That's good width.
Yeah, nice play there from Evan Williams. He was saying a good semi-final at the bottom half of the draw, and that will feature Abby Palmer against Lana Harrison. Those two have played a number of occasions. In fact, the three top players Lana Harrison, Abby Palmer, and also Emma Miller.
Yep.
They're all very similar in results. Emma probably slightly ahead, maybe. Auckland Open earlier this year was Lana Harrison beating Emma.
Yep.
Then we've had Abby beat Lana, but then just at the Panmure tournament, it was Emma over Lana. I think, yes.
Yeah, because she'd beaten Abby, hadn't she, in the previous one? So,
I mean, those three are very close.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the day and who comes with the clearest mind.
And also the other semi-final, Emma Miller against the 15-year-old Sophie Hodges from the Waikato. And wouldn't you say, as a coach, Dave, that an opportunity for Sophie Hodges? You're 15, what have you got to lose? Okay, the match. But go out there and...
It's all about performance.
Exactly.
All about just putting in a good performance and see what happens. I kind of said to her, actually, I saw a couple of rallies on the earlier on, and I said she hit one of the best boasts I think I've seen from a New Zealand woman for a while. So she's got everything to play for, nothing to lose, and she focused on putting in a good performance, and the rest will take care of itself. So,
but this is the opportunity, particularly in the women's game. As a 15-year-old, you actually can come through and you can put pressure on. You don't need to say, "Oh, well, I'm only 15, so what?" No, you can do things.
Yep. She's quite happy to move the ball as well. She's got really good skills. I know Joanne is really good at developing skill sets in her coach, and Joanne Williams, her coach, and that's apparent in Sophie's game and the progress she's made in the last kind of year or so.
I went to a long rally here, and Joanne Scott's had the advantage during it. He's got a good position here. Oh, well, that's a huge rally from Joel. Managed to control it and was patient enough. Was patient enough there to win it in the end. So good credit there.
Yeah, well, he's just put a couple of longer rallies in. He's asked a couple of questions. Evan's made a couple of mistakes. Evan ended up doing a bit of work in that rally as well. Evan will need to make sure he gives him nothing at this point.
Oh, there you go.
Like that, but there's a terrible ball in from Joel, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was saying hit me away. Here's the replay of it.
That was the old lob drop, that one. Yeah, and he knows it.
Why did I do that?
Yeah, he knows it wasn't good enough. Again, he's occasionally tentative in there, and he needs to be very purposeful when he goes in there. That's better. Oh, lucky.
He was saying, well, sorry about that, and Joel's like, don't feel sorry.
Yeah, it's the old Kylie Minogue shot.
Yeah.
Lucky.
And what we've got, though, Dave, you'll think about this. Every time Tim plays with Tim Marchalisi, he has, usually per game, 2 to 3 unforced errors that he gives away. And that's what quite often costs him. We haven't quite seen it from Joel as much, but when you're doing 2 to 3 unforced errors a game, that against a better opponent, that's what can put you in trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, you need to limit that at all times. And like I said, he made quite a few last week. He's definitely been better here. But, you need to work out whether that's a technical thing, whether that's a decision-making thing, whether it's a pressure thing. You've got to work out what's the cause of this, and then start putting to work, correcting it. So
I would suggest that for most players of this standard, it's probably more of a mental thing than a technical thing, wouldn't it be the case, do you think?
Not necessarily. It just depends on how much pressure is being applied, so...
Well, he was looking for something going his way there.
Yeah, no, he was going the other way.
Yeah, it was hopeful.
Yeah.
Now, I just actually feel that Joel Ascott played better in that second game than he did in the first in many ways. There was
through the middle part, through the middle part, he started to put together a few rallies, but we saw again at the back end, he's put that lob drop in, he's played a couple of boasts that are high, given Evan the front of the court too much again.
All right, and looking at the other court is Tim Wachalisi, who has a 2-game-to-love lead. That was 11-9, 11-7, and midway through the third game. And back in just a moment with the third game of this match between Evan Williams, the top seed, against Joel Ascot, the ninth seed. And now let's see if Joel Ascot can come back. He's played some good spaces. He's been at a good space at certain times, but then just faded away at the end. Dave Clark, he's had his opportunities, hasn't he?
He's had patches. He's had patches. Yes. You know, the start of the first. But you just can't leave Evan in front there like that. That's a good effort, mate. But yeah, and then he played quite well through the mid part of the second. But you know, he's then given away runs of points way too quickly. You know, at the back end of both games, and I don't know if that's because he's, you know, a little bit anaerobic, or it's a concentration thing, you know, or a belief thing. That's a good shot.
Well, you wouldn't expect to do that shot. Certainly not after he found himself struggling during that point, but well done.
Yeah.
They both had a sly grin on their face. Thinking, how did you do that?
Yeah, there's a bit of mutual respect from Evan to say, oh, cheeky.
Yeah.
Cheeky. But, yeah, that was a good shot.
Well, the winner of this contest will take on the winner of Zach Miller against Temwa Chalisi in the other quarterfinal, which is the first two games to Temwa Chalisi, and the second, well, at the moment it's Zach Miller leading 7-6, so still fairly tight there.
And there's that forehand error again. We've seen that a few times, haven't we, from Joel.
And still looking quite calm.
Yeah,
Evan Williams. Just taking his time. He's very good at regulating his time between rallies and whether it's talking to the officials. And
that's a good call from Evan as well. Evan acknowledged that that was down.
Yeah.
Just touched the top of the tin.
Looking at it, I think that must have been down from our position. And acknowledging that there is no replay for the officials.
No.
But it's no point in something like that. And straight away, it didn't matter anyway.
No. Just Evans used his experience, just holding him off there and flattening it up.
Much better play. So for Joel to come back and either win this game or he's got to win 3 more.
Yeah.
What's he got to change? Is there anything specific, or is it just work?
He needs to be very tight at the start of this game to put some work into Evan as the match kind of wears on, without his own errors occurring. So, but that's easier said than done with Evan. I think I'd be playing him a little straighter down Evan's backhand, and then looking to work that forehand volley drop in a little bit more, but that one will do.
Yeah. So no unforced errors. Keep it tight.
Yeah, he needs to really say to Evan, okay, I'm still here and I'm prepared to beat you in 5.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise Evan's confidence will get up, and you definitely don't want that. So that's pretty good length, but that ball in was poor again on that forehand side. And I think maybe a technical scenario and that short grip on that on his forehand side again, a bit loose on the way in.
All right, I'm not so happy over that one.
No.
And Dave, while we've got you here, coaching under the Devoy Club, there's some great plans going ahead with a glass court. Thank goodness a glass court.
Yeah, I think obviously that's initially being put in preparation for the World Men's Teams. So I think the intention is to put that in there in a space which can fit 2 traditional courts.
Yes.
So I think the intention will be to obviously have the glass court there for a period of time, and then move to making that 2 conventional courts in the future once the funding is there to do that. Yeah, I think the glass court, you always need to understand that everyone is different.
Yes.
Every glass court is different. So playing on one glass court here really isn't going to be helping you when you go and play on a different glass court in different conditions somewhere else.
Nice play there.
So sure, it's a nice to have, but it's not essential. Developing your own game and developing your own performance is way more important than kind of worrying whether you're getting time on a glass or not here.
And I guess it's coming from 2 different perspectives. You as the coach, for me, I want to see glass because it makes the sport look professional.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in terms of the spectacle, absolutely. You know, that's absolutely fine. But
because too often we've walked in, you can walk into a squash court and it can be dark.
Yes.
It could be, in the nicest possible way, smelly. and made of asbestos or whatever. You know, there's so many sports clubs around New Zealand built in the 70s or 80s that
absolutely
probably aren't that healthy for anybody who's in there.
No, I mean, obviously, in an ideal world, you know, we'd have sparkly new facilities and stuff, but, you know, we need to make sure we're growing the popularity of the game and get enough people involved to support funding new facilities and those types of things.
All right, that's a very good point there from John Scott. I don't think Evan can complain about anything along the way, but he's...
Okay. Yeah, no, it's nice volley drop in from Joel. Again, one of the few times he's kind of managed to get in front of him there.
And on the other court, we do have Zach Miller winning 1 game back. It is Tenwa Chalisi, 11-9, 11-7, but then 7-11. So Zach Miller taking the 3rd. We're going 4 in the other quarterfinals.
Yeah, Evan was still there. You know, the counter drop wasn't the shot there for him.
Without Joel there, he was on a right angle to actually go for that shot.
Right behind him. I mean, it wasn't a bad shot in the scheme of things, but Evan was really...
Yeah, so Evan was up close. If he had played it deep, it would have been a lot better.
Again, Joel moved the ball in unnecessarily on that forehand base there, and that was the result. You know, he resulted in losing the point because of that weaker shot. Evan managed to put pressure on him in the next 2 balls. So.
certainly a went for the ball there, Evan, but wasn't really going to help him.
No. I think Evan will probably just have in the back of his mind that he wants to get this off 3-0.
Yes.
He'll be wanting to conserve as much energy and strength as he can. So
he's had a good workout, no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Joel's performed better, I think, this week than the last time I saw him play. You know, not consistently, but certainly in patches, he's played a little better.
Not sure about that one. What are you thinking, Dave?
He gave a no let there, did he? I couldn't quite hear that.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, my mum could have got that one. And, and she's got an artificial hip, so...
I think it was a little bit late there for Evan to even try.
There's some interference. There's some interference there. It's enough to be let, you know.
So, back, where's the ball?
Joel's got it.
Oh, yeah.
He's hiding it.
Yeah, I was looking for the ball, and no, he does have it there. Well, he's got an opportunity if he can play well in this particular point. Joel Ascott, if he can just come back a bit more.
Yeah, you feel like the last couple of rallies, his tail's up a little bit.
Yes.
He looks a little bit more purposeful and focused.
That was much better play.
Yeah, well, he put that one in much more purposefully with a kind of faster hand as he took it in. So
here's the replay of that particular rally.
Didn't sit up. Yeah, he's put that in. Yeah, much better.
Oh, it puts a bit of pressure back on Evan Williams.
Yeah. Yeah, he won't want this to go in 4, that's for sure.
Oh. And that particular noisy person who's very enthusiastic is, in fact, Evan's cousin, who likes to support him anywhere around the country. Evan always has a great conversation. Come on, bro, you're going to come up and watch me play. And likes to stir up the squash people as much as he can.
He's doing a good job of it.
Yeah, and that's just great. We should have more of it. All corners of the court being used here. Well done. And Dave, one of the longer rallies of the particular match, and using all corners. And each player was patient enough to keep on probing, keep on probing.
Yeah, I think they're both, you know, Joe was conscious of staying in it. Evan's conscious of not giving it away. And, yeah, but Joe, again, was, a little faster hand when he's taken that drop in. That's an area that he needs to work Evan on from those positions. But yeah, second shot of the rally, not the shot. Yeah, a little lapse of concentration.
He'd done so well in the previous rally. He didn't need to go for that shot.
Yeah, you need another one of those rallies. You know, you just got to make it as difficult as possible. I like going for that from there as well. You know, that's high risk. Let's try it.
Yeah. That's the one. Controlled that rally very nicely. And Dave Clark in summary, Evan Williams.
Yeah.
experience coming through? Or?
Yeah, I think a bit of experience coming through. I think he'll be happy to get that off 3 love. He wouldn't have wanted extra games there. I think
that's the final point.
I think Joel played, well in parts, but he then has these lapses of concentration, and it's kind of, you just can't do it when you're playing someone at Evans level.
Well, for Evan Williams, he's through to the semi-finals. He'll take on the winner of Timwa Chalisi and Zach Miller, who are 4-all in the 4th. It is Timwa Chalisi up by 2-1. Although either player will feel quite bruised because both of them have thrown themselves around the court, and I don't know whether that's really a good thing.
You're trying not to do that because it means you're under a bit of pressure if you're doing that.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, it's fine when you're Paul Cole, who's very good at getting back up again. These two, though, I wouldn't say in the nicest possible way. Zach Miller is probably the best person to throw himself on the ground and get back up. The same with Timwa.
Yeah.
Perhaps they should be just constructing the rallies in a more solid manner. But certainly it's an entertaining contest out on the second court. Well, Dave Clark, I'll let you go and get back down to Tauranga, and thank you very much for helping me out here.
Yep, no problem at all.
Quarterfinals of the Nationals. Welcome back in for this, the second quarter-final on the TV court, and it is Luamba Chilisi, the top seed, up against Wills Donnelly. And Wills Donnelly scoring a dramatic 5-game comeback. He was down actually a 2-match balls in the fourth against Anthony Lepper last night to come back and win in 5. So great fighting effort there against the top seed, ranked 144 in the world. And that is Luamba Chilisi. The winner of this match will play the winner of the contest on the second court, that is Chris van der Sar against Lance Bedos. However, I do have with me now Temwa Chilisi, who won in 4 games over Zach Miller. And Tim, congratulations on your victory there.
Thanks, Dave.
And pretty warm on court. Pretty warm on court there for you. Just checking that the mic is working. Okay, that's all good.
We're good.
Yeah, we're all good. And Tim, just with the warmth there on court, it's humid. I mean, you're still perspiring now. You've been about half an hour off the court.
I'm still soaking right now. It's ridiculous. I actually can't believe how warm it is on there. Yeah, I went for a dive and I actually just slid across the entire court just because I was so sweaty.
Well, you shouldn't really be diving too much on these courts, but that's okay. Between you and Zach, I mean, you know that Zach is he's the sort of person that will give you some junk balls at times. You shots that you're not used to playing.
Yeah. No, he's a really unorthodox player. Great player. Been on tour for a while, so he's quite used to all these big, massive pressure games. So it's quite hard going against someone like that. But no, I'm really happy with how I played, and I think he'll be quite happy with the match. I think it was quite a good match, to be honest. So yeah, I'm glad we had a good contested quarter-final.
And now at 6:40 this afternoon, make that this evening, you're going to take on Evan Williams, who played very well to beat one of your friends there, Joel Ascott, in straight games, albeit that he had to work. It wasn't just a real straight game victory. It was something that he had to work for. Yeah,
no, Joel's been playing really well the last couple of weeks. I think he's really finding his range and getting into the rhythm really quickly when he used to sort of take him a while. He's been playing really well. I've come up against him twice in the last couple of weeks, and he's beaten me in both times. So yeah, it was always going to be a hard one for Evan.
Yeah, and then for Evan to come through in the end, I guess that's the top seed, the experience.
Yeah, it is.
He just knows how to play the bigger points.
Yeah, top 100 player, has been for years. He's an outstanding player, so it's going to be a really tough one in the semis, but no, I'm really looking forward to it.
And you and your brother, well, we're watching Luamba on court, Louis on court right now, and with a significant lead, 6-love over Wills Donnelly, who, as we said, doesn't give up that easily, but certainly this is a comprehensive lead. You guys were TV stars during the week. Was it you were saying that who has the best forehand?
I think I said I'd take it on TV, so I'm going to claim that one.
And the backhand?
And the backhand is my bro Louis.
Okay, so you're even. And then what was the other question? Who's going to win between you?
Oh, me, of course. Me, of course.
Yeah.
Haven't beat him in a while, but hopefully we get to play. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, you'd have to get through. Well, you'd have to get through Evan, and then Louis had to come through at his end. But it would certainly make it entertaining to have the brothers going through. And your dad's up here from Hamilton watching as well.
Yeah, Dad's come to support. Got my grandparents watching down south, and my cousins and aunties and uncles. Yeah, they're all watching, and Mama Bear at home. Yeah.
Oh, that's great news there. And we're just seeing Louis Luamba going up 7-1 in the first game against Wills Donnelly.
Great start.
Back onto your match. Yeah, you lost one game, but against someone like Zach, it's not so much I don't mind giving away a game, but he's the sort of person that a game can escape on you against.
Yeah, he's really mentally tricky. Like, he'll go really soft, and then he'll suddenly speed up and then go soft, so it's quite easy to play soft with him, and then he just really attacks you. He can really notice that sort of stuff, so I think he did that really well in the third game. And I think he dropped off a bit in the fourth. Maybe he was a bit tired. But, yeah, I think if he kept up that third, it would have been quite interesting. But, no, I managed to hang in there, which I'm pleased about. We've had some battles in the past. I think pretty sure all our matches have been in 5.
Really?
Yeah, so we always have huge battles.
And making it through to the semi-finals, are you pleased with your earlier matches that you had? Was it yesterday? 2 matches there, 2 matches today as well. Were you pleased?
I've actually been talking to my coach about it, and I think I've slowly been improving match to match. So it's good that I'm slowly getting a little bit better, getting a bit used to the courts a bit more, getting used to the temperature with people coming in, because, you know, it gets a bit warmer, the ball's a bit bouncier. But no, I'm happy with how I'm progressing, and I think I'll have to really step up this afternoon, but looking forward to it.
And with it being such a strange year, we've spoken many times throughout this year. We've got this tournament, and then there's an event next weekend at Henderson. I'm not sure if you're playing that. I think there's one more PSA. You've almost got to grab every tournament as you can to play, because there's really, otherwise it's just practice matches.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise it's just practice matches. So we're literally travelling around Auckland playing all the PSAs. We've got a few lined up in November. So it's good that after Nationals there's a few more tournaments coming up, especially for those who had really tough draws, like Joel meeting Evan in the quarterfinals. Like that's brutal. So he'll be happy to get a few more tournaments when he can, you know, try and get a bit better, get a better placing and things like that.
Well, there we go. That is the first game there. Luamba Chalisa just wrapping up. Fairly comprehensive in the way he had such a big lead to start with. Dropped 4 points in the end, but I don't think he's going to be too worried about that. When you see that sort of match there, or that sort of game from your brother, Timoa, he's got to be fairly happy.
Yeah, I think he'll be stoked with that. He's he hasn't normally struggled with Wills in the past, but you know, this is a quarter-final at the National Champ, so who knows what can happen, but it's a great start for Louis. I think he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, one game up there, and he will play the winner of Chris van der Sam against Lance Bedos, and it was van der Sam who has won the first game 11-4. I think at that match, Lance can give you anything and nothing.
Yeah.
Whereas Chris, though, he's just kind of ice cool.
He's quite solid, quite a solid player.
Yeah. I think people were surprised to see him third seed, because that's not his PSA ranking.
No.
However, his experience of being, I think it was 150 in the world was his highest ranking.
Yeah.
He's 26 years old from my reckoning, and he's hard to find a weakness in his game when you initially see him on court. And that's going to be the problem if Louis does play him. It's where the weaknesses are, how to find and probe for that weakness, because so far we haven't really seen much of it.
No, yeah. Chris is a great player. I wasn't surprised to see him at third seed. I think he should have been there. I definitely think he should have been there. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he's been playing, because I know he's moved down south for work.
Yes.
So it's hard to know how much he's been hitting, but it looks like he's hitting a pretty good ball. He's looking quite lean, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
tall, and he's looking good.
Yeah.
Looking really good. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting, yeah.
Well, he had a match yesterday against Chris Lloyd where he had to just stay focused, because Lloyd was trying to pull off some amazing shots and showed a little bit too much emotion at one stage. But Chris van der Sam just kept steady, kept focused, and came through in the end. All right, well, before we let you go, we'll just have a look at the first couple of points of the second game of Luamba Chalisa against Wills Donnelly. Donnelly playing out of Taupo most of the time now, and he's still actually only 19 years old. I thought he was older than that. He seems to have been around for a long time.
Yeah, still a junior last year. Went to the World Junior Champs last year. Did quite well there. So, yeah, it's good to see him playing this good squash. He must have had a great win yesterday over Anthony Lepper.
Well, when you're down 2 match balls in the fourth and come back
and
and win
that. Yeah, that's awesome. I think don't think he's beaten Lepper for a while. I think, if I'm correct, I don't think he's beaten him for a while. So he must have played really well. I didn't get to catch that one. I was in bed.
Yeah, but, we had a few late matches last night. It's always the case. The last match goes 5.
Yeah, I heard it was a great match, though. I think he'll be stoked with that win to put him in the top 8.
Let's look at this point here with, oh, goodness. That's one of those reckless shots that you can't afford to give away, say, 2 of those.
No, I think that's a bit of a pressure error from the point previously, wasn't it?
So the question here with Luamba being up by 1 and then got a couple of points here in the second. I'm sure he wants to get off the court as quick as possible, knowing that he's got a difficult semi this evening. What do you do? Do you just say, no, stay focused and play a long point and just win it that way?
Yeah, Louis really comfortable with just playing his normal game, yeah. He's actually quite happy to, I wouldn't say drop sets, but just find his range, get comfortable. He's that sort of player who likes court time, so he'd rather get that court time, get a bit nervous in some points, you know, the 10-0s and whatnot, and come through those and use those in the later rounds. He likes his court time. I was talking to him about it the other day. He was saying he was quite gutted that he didn't get a first round match. Because he wanted that court time, yeah.
Okay. But then you guys are all pretty familiar with these courts. I mean,
yeah,
you know, it's not that there's too much difference, although apparently court 6 is playing faster than court 7.
Oh.
That's apparent.
Well, I really
played on
struggled in
Wilson.
the first game. I was lucky to get that first game. Zach just got some rippers, just hitting it hard and low, and I just couldn't see it.
Okay,
so
well,
I think it might.
you were on the faster
court. Yeah, I played on this court yesterday, and it wasn't that quick, so I think it might be right.
All right, well, there's something to take into account. And
great lob.
Yeah.
I love Wills's lift. It's unreal, especially when he's under pressure.
That is something that he did very well against Anthony Lepper in the last couple of games last night. He was able to regulate the pace. We all know that Anthony Lepper likes to stay in a rally and can run and run and run forever. But what he was able to do was regulate the pace by using that lift. And I think it's something that juniors perhaps don't, I wouldn't say understand, but don't use enough because they obviously don't have the strength to do it, I think.
Yeah, I think it's more just a shot that is just underused. Like, people can do it, they just choose not to. You know, they try to hit out of pressure, but the pros sort of are really good at lifting the ball, getting it over your head and into the back corners. So.
Oh, it's so much fun to bash the heck out of it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think that's just the junior mentality, isn't it? Get there and smack it and hope for the best. Great shot, Louis.
Oh, that's
great shot.
Well done. I don't know how many shots there was in the rally, probably about 30, but to then eventually just play that one away. And maybe if you're okay, we'll just go through into the end of this game, and then we'll let you go and cool off properly.
Cool, thank you. Still dripping, eh?
Well, just imagine what it must be like in, say, Malaysia or some other places.
Yeah,
where
Egypt, Malaysia, yeah, India. Louis playing quite a fast-paced.
Yeah. But there was a better point there by Wills, just to slow it down up near the wall and take the pace off and make Louis come forward, and he couldn't quite get there in time.
Oh. Good shot choice, just
yeah,
execution.
I mean, everything was there.
Yeah.
But perhaps did he push it too much rather than just think about, I can get this back, or did he try and force it?
Shot. Yeah, I think he just tried to, I don't know, I just don't think he put enough on it. He's got great touch, Wills. Great lifts, great touch. So I think he's going to try and use that. You can see him, looks like he's kind of trying to slow the game down a bit, stay quite tight. Because Louis likes quite a fast-paced game. So I think you'll see that.
Well, that was a bit of an error there from Louis, where he was there, he was on the ball. He didn't need to quite do that.
No. I think this is going to be a really good test for Louis.
You mean a test of in the rallies, or a test of having to focus completely?
I think the focus, yeah, just the mental prep, because Wills is no pushover. You know, he's a great player, but I think for Louis' standard at the moment, his level's a bit higher. But it is hard to try and play great all the time.
Yeah.
So it's going to be good for him. I think he's quite comfortable at the moment.
And your older brother hasn't inspired you to do anything with your hair?
Not yet, not yet. I was actually considering going blonde tips, but then we'd look like exactly the same. People always struggle to tell us apart anyway. What do you think of his hair, Dave? I quite like it.
What did he have last year? The top knot when he was at the
dreads,
teams.
Not dreads, the braids.
Yeah. That was something a little different. Looked quite good there. Made him look a lot taller.
Shot. Great shot.
I'm sure that Paul Cole and Campbell Grayson and Evan would have given him absolute heaps. Particularly Paul. You know what Paul's like
Paul,
with his
funny
jokes.
character. Yeah, he's a good one. Yeah, I was actually surprised at how funny he was last year at Nationals. He's got a bit of character, doesn't he, Paulie?
Oh, yeah. He's got a personality. That's
yeah, he does. Saw some funny videos of Campbell Grayson at World Teams.
Oh, yeah. And the Commonwealth Games, how he just absolutely gives him heaps. Commonwealth Games, he became notorious around the whole village for capturing Campbell Grayson
having
eating
yogurt
all the time, and just one of those things. Well, there we go. That is 11-4 again, and 2 games to love for the one with Chilisi. Timo Chilisi, I'll let you go and cool down, or go and maybe put some food back into it or something. You're sweating everything out right at the moment.
Yeah.
And all the best for tonight's semi-final against Evan Williams.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, back in now for the third game. Luamba Chilisi leading by 2 games to love. You can see the score there, 4-4. He's having a good workout, albeit that he's able to dominate the match so far. And as we look onto the other court, possibly what you'd expect, as Chris van der Sam won the first 11-4, but is down 7-9 in the second against Lance Bedos. And it is, well, there's a few discussions with the officials, and I think that's a nice way of putting it. No one really arguing, but certainly that's what we would expect when you get into the quarterfinals of the national champs. Players questioning the officials. And it is now 3-love Luamba Chilisi. Just been a bit too efficient, playing the game fast. Got Donnelly wanting to slow things down a little bit. And then we have the error there from Luamba Chilisi. So that is 1 game all between Lance Bedos and also Chris van der Sam. There was van der Sam winning the first 11-4, and then Lance Bedos 7 in the second. But back now to Luamba Chilisi against Wills Donnelly. And down the backhand wall. Just to switch around. That's a nice touch. Well done to Donnelly. And got a couple points back. Just playing the ball a little bit slower. That's what Donnelly needs to do, is take the pace off a little bit more. Use that lift. We did have Temwa Chilisi with us just for the first 2 games. He had a 4-game victory over Zach Miller. And he's pretty happy about that. But then later on today, he does have to take on the top seed, Evan Williams, at 6:40. So don't forget, we do have the semi-finals starting a little bit later on today. And the first semi-finals from 2:40. The women's match, Emma Miller, and that's Emma Miller, the top seed, against Sophie Hodges, the 4th seed. We're on this court. And then Lana Harrison, the 3rd seed, up against Abby Palmer, the 2nd seed, before we get into the men's matches. In the meantime, a stroke against a stroke against Luamba Chilisi there, and he was trying to be convincing that it shouldn't be, and that ball just dying right in the corner. Sometimes when it hits that that join, it dies, and we have Wills Donnelly getting 4 points, as he has done in the previous 2 games. Oh, the opportunity, probably just, it was the right shot, the execution, again, just not quite what he wanted. See what he can do here. This has been a good workout for Luamba. He's had to play the points, every now and then unforced error from Wills Donnelly. There's a nice lift there, forcing Luamba right back and looking for the drop. He was aware of it though. Chilisi moving forward. Look at the power shot. That's a nice play from Donnelly right down the wall. Oh, top rally. And it's Luamba Chalisi coming through in the end on that one. Well, too much pressure there from Luamba Chalisi as he goes up 8-4, just 3 points away from making it through to the semi-finals, where he will take on either Lance Bedos or Chris van der Sam. And they're in a real battle at the moment, 1 game apiece. Very humid conditions at the North Shore Squash Club. Not necessarily hot outside, but very humid, and the players feeling it. Tenwa Chalisi, well, you wouldn't believe the perspiration is still coming off him, and that was about half an hour after his match. But in the meantime, oh, nice post off the wall, deep, and good play there from Louis, stepping forward and hitting through it down the backhand wall. Had plenty of opportunity as well, controlling the tee. And game and match ball here. He's got a couple more points in this, the third, as Wills Donnelly. But really, in the error though, possibly didn't need to do that. Maybe another little step further towards it. A little bit frustrated because he knows he doesn't need to do that. It's not that he's going to drop the match necessarily. See what he can do here. Well played from Wills Donnelly. And Louis, a little bit frustrated with himself. He's let a couple of points go. In fact, made that 3. Well, you want to be aware that Wills Donnelly did come back, a massive comeback from 2 match balls down in the 4th. Yesterday against Anthony Lepper and win. Not saying that's necessarily going to happen here, but he's certainly good with it as a fighter. Luamba Chalisi trying to finish this off and really having a struggle to finish it off. We had a number of shots high into here's the replay of this particular point. And earlier in that rally, we had a number of shots into the forehand wall, little drop shots, didn't come off. And now we're 10-all. And yes, let. And as Tenwa Chalisi was saying, that his brother Louis does like to play a lot of matches and a lot of points. I just don't think he really wants to go to 4 here. And he's not helping himself now, but certainly good effort from Donnelly. And it's on the other court, so people are aware that Chris van der Sam took the first 11-4. Lance Bedos the second 11-7, and now it is 7-3 to Lance Bedos. That's a much better point from Louis Chalisi, taking it to 11-all. See what he can do, if he can wrap it up quickly. Certainly some very intriguing matches going on both courts and throughout the day as well. And the error from Wills Donnelly gives the point to Louis Chalisi, second match ball. He's just not letting it go, Wills Donnelly. And well played. That's number 3 match ball. Oh, there's the error to give it away. So it is a straight game victory for Luana Chalisi. He goes through to the semi-finals tonight. And that'll be a great match against the winner of Lance Meadows and Chris van der Sar, which is very gritty indeed. One game apiece between those two players. And so well done there for Luana Chalisi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the playoff matches of this, the National Squash Championships at the North Shore Squash Club. And what you're watching here is Elijah Thomas against Michael Shelton Agar. These two players taken each other on many times. That was during the Squash Excel Pro League, straight out of lockdown #1. And we have Elijah Thomas taking the first, and it was 11-7. Elijah Thomas, well, he's been out of school for a year, so at Auckland Grammar. And now still 17 years old, though, about to turn 18, I believe. And he had a tough loss to Joel Ascott in the second round, which was expected to be one of the better matches. However, Joel on that particular occasion did play a very good contest. And now this is one of the playoff matches against Shelton Agar from the Remuera Club, who played a long, what was it, a first round match against Joe Smythe to win that one of the top juniors out of the Bay of Plenty, but was then beaten in the second round. And just for everybody, on the other quarter final, Chris van der Sam against Lance Bedos. It was always going to be an interesting one. Well, it is going to be very interesting because they are going into the fifth, and it is van der Sam won the first 11-4. Lance Bedos coming back for the next two, 11-7, 11-8. And then van der Sam winning the fourth 11-8. So I'm not too sure about how the body of Lance Bedos is going to be feeling, because he had a fifth game win over Sean Wigan, 14-12, I believe it was, in the fifth last night. So let's see how he rocks up in the fifth game of this one. And that is van der Sam just going back on the court now. So as we get ready for the second game of one of the playoff matches, Elijah Thomas against Michael Shelton Agar. Let's now introduce Brooke Pryor out of the Franklin Club. And Brooke, you've been enjoying it here, watching this, because you're a fitness instructor and also fairly decent, fairly handy player out of Franklin. And that's out of the Pukekohe Township there. What have you been seeing as also a fitness instructor, and your partner, he's a Mitre 10 Cup rugby player as well. So you're seeing all sorts of things here. And for you, what are you seeing out of the fitness of some of these players and how they warm up?
I've really got to congratulate them on their sort of practices that they have before a game. It's such an important aspect that tends to be ignored in a lot of players. And these guys just coming in, they're getting their focus on, they're warming up, stretching, and
have you seen some of the players like Joel Ascott? He's very flexible. He spends a lot of time preparing for his match, whether it's mentally or physically. What have you seen out of him?
He goes onto the spare courts and gets on there, and you can see that he's really getting his mental space into squash and getting the body prepped.
Because, I mean, there's physical and mental. There's physical fitness, and we can see that you obviously need a lot of that when it comes down to squash at this level. But also the mental side, it's different for everybody, isn't it?
100%, and it's a sort of aspect of sport that's really starting to get recognised, with a lot of sports psychologists and coming in and coaching these players to be able to be mentally strong on top of their physical fitness.
Well, because we saw someone like Wills Donnelly last night, 2 match balls against him in the fourth, and come back and win it in the fifth, which you've got to think, well, mentally something went well. Physically, something went well as well. So that's how do you coach that into a person as a fitness instructor and squash player yourself?
Well, you've got to.
I think I just asked a golden question. I'm going to ask you the lotto numbers as well.
You've really got to make sure that the person's able to switch themselves off from what situation just happened and change it into the next option. They've got to be able to go from that red light being angry to green and cool and collected.
That's a good point there when you said angry. There's some players that we've seen who have shown a lot of emotion on court. You see even someone like Emma Miller, who's top seed, and she's always appears to be laughing, and there's always expressions coming through in her face. And even if she's losing, it's enjoyable to watch her. Whereas you see someone like Abby Palmer, she's asked for one let the whole tournament. In fact, that's probably the only one I've ever seen her ask for. But it's kind of strange when you have so many different emotions and you try and say to someone, well, show something or not show something. I mean, how do you do that as a fitness instructor or as a squash player? Say to people, hey, give me more.
Oh, it's dependent on the person, really. Like some people, they have to laugh it off or else they wind themselves up too much. And then other people, they've got to be ice cold or else they relax too much. It's completely dependent on that perfect balance for each individual.
And for you as an instructor out of Pukekohe and playing out of the Franklin Club, what do you say to people? Say, hey, look, why don't you go along and play squash? It'll be really good for you. It's a great fitness, great way to lose weight and get fit. Is that what you say?
Yeah, I add that and then also add in the social aspect of it. It's a great sport to come down, you play your best mate, your absolute enemies on court, and then you come off and buy each other a drink.
Well, we're seeing a bit of emotion out here on court. This is Michael Shelton-Agar. He does always show something out there against Elijah Thomas. It may only be a playoff. I shouldn't really call it only a playoff, but for these guys, it does mean something. Whenever they go on court, they want to play and they want to win as well. And just on to the other court, it is now 3-3 in the fifth between Chris van der Sam and Lance Bedos. A lot of discussions going on, but that's what you expect between both of them. And it's just the way it is with those two players. Van der Sam, the third seed, and Lance Bedos, well, he's seated a little bit lower, but it's just the sort of player that he is. He's going to be competitive. He's been to at least one Commonwealth Games, and he was coaching in New York, and unfortunately COVID hit that and put a dampener on that one. And we'll just have a look now at 10-4. Elijah Thomas up against Michael Shelton-Agar in the second game. For you, Brooke, some of the squash that you've seen, you've been pretty impressed?
Oh, it's been absolutely incredible. Particularly today when we're getting into the sort of quarterfinals. The competitiveness is great to see.
And would you, let's say if you knew that people on the North Shore or somewhere in Auckland, and tomorrow, we've got the main final. And tomorrow we've got the main final. And there we go. Tomorrow the main final from 2:20, and then 3 o'clock is the men's final. Would you say to people come down and watch? Because it's something that you're going to have a lot of fun and probably be surprised about.
Oh, 100%. And the atmosphere down here is awesome. It's a perfect opportunity to watch some really good squash, learn something about the sport, and get immersed in the community that's down here.
And the atmosphere is actually quite fun. There's obviously different games. I mean, people at the moment are watching the Lance Bedos and Chris van der Sam. But even when we've had a couple of other matches that have come on, Tim Wachalisi, who is up against Zach Miller, we've had Luamba showing his athletic ability. What have you seen about Luamba's athletic ability? Are you pretty impressed?
His ability to turn on the ball and just reach for almost everything was amazing. He was so dominant.
And what about for someone like Evan Williams, as top seed, as a left-hander? His hold on the ball is quite interesting, isn't it? When you play a left-hander, they seem to be able to hold the ball, like Abby Palmer in the women's. And then Evan being the only male in the draw who's a left-hander, just when you come up against them, you can see the hold and the flick and the change of direction.
Oh, definitely. And it's such an advantage because I'm right-handed, and whenever I play a left-hander, I know that something's going to be completely different, and their sort of strengths tend to be my weaknesses.
And what about, who have you seen in the women's, you've seen all the players now, and out of the top three, which is Emma Miller, then Abby Palmer and Lana Harrison, is anybody really standing out? There's no one really standing out between those three, is there?
No, they've sort of had, they've had good matches, but you can't really tell yet. They haven't been tested to their absolute limits.
And what about in the men's? You've seen Evan and Luamba, the two top seeds, but you've also seen a lot of other players. We've got the third seed, Chris van der Sam. Is anybody saying, I'm going to win this, in your mind?
I'm sure they're all saying that I'm going to win this.
Yeah, exactly. But there's no one player that's looking so much better than the other?
Evan's been coming in and he's just been playing with so much class, and where others have had a bit of battles for their game, so I'm guessing that Evan's a little bit more fresh for the final.
Well, for a 31-year-old, he's still doing okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, just having a look at this particular match here, Elijah Thomas took the first two. And into this rally we have the, there we go, just having the 10. We have the slightly unorthodox forehand of Michael Shelton-Agar. He's admitted it. He doesn't mind admitting that his shots aren't always as orthodox as others. However, he's able to get around them and actually work on them to actually make them to good effect. Here we go with the serve. Let's see how he goes there. Just a little slap on the serve. And no, it didn't quite work. He was hoping for something. He wasn't quite going to work there. You can see Elijah just, the two of them laughing about it. Brooke, there was obviously no left there. Some of the, they've been really competitive, some of the players, but there's also been a lot of good-natured banter between them, hasn't there?
Oh, definitely. And that's what I love about this game, is that you do tend to play some people quite frequently, and you develop quite a good relationship with them.
Yeah.
So then when it is in a competitive situation, you can have a little bit of a laugh even through the tense times.
Well, someone like Emma Miller, who at times when she played Tyler, who you played a number of times, I played against her team, there was so much laughter on the court, you wondered if they were actually playing a competitive match.
Oh, exactly, but that's all the nature of the sport, really, and the people that you're playing up against.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, is competitive, but also off the court, that there is still a friendship as well. And we're just checking on Chris van der Sam against Lance Bedos, and it is coming down to very important points. And both players, well, certainly Lance Bedos, just questioning officials and seeing if he can try for something more. It's certainly a lot of delay. Van der Sam just wants to get on with it. And there we go. At the present time, it is Van der Sam 9-7 up in the fifth. And we'll just await that there's any change on that. It doesn't appear that there will be any change. In the meantime, it is Elijah Thomas 5-4 up against Michael Shelton-Agar in one of the playoffs. And Shelton-Agar getting turned, but not able to quickly get back in time for that. And Rob Pryor, what do you think about someone like Elijah Thomas? He's still only 17, ranked about 240 in the world. I mean, he did lose to Joel Ascot, and he was certainly frustrated with that in the second round, but pretty talented, isn't he? He can move so well.
It blows my mind that a kid at 17 can be at this level of squash. It's just amazing. He must be extremely dedicated to the sport.
Well, he's going to AUT and at sports management, which is where actually I believe you came through.
Yeah.
So there we go. Oh, and we do have a completion. It looks as though Chris van der Sam has made it through to the semi-finals, and he will take on Luamba Chilisi in the semi-finals. That match will be later on tonight. So it's about 7 o'clock for that one, so tune in for that. If you can't come down to the North Shore Squash Club in Auckland, then try and look online. And as we just go back to Elijah Thomas against Michael Shelton-Agar, it is 1 point back for Shelton-Agar. Keeps it within the two range. And what was that, Brooke?
That was a good shot.
It really was a good shot, but it was just a little bit unexpected. They hadn't even finished the point from the previous point. And let's see what we can get out of this, as this is I'm not sure if the actual point score has changed on that one. It should be 9-6, but we'll just wait and see. All right, let's just have a look now as we come down to possibly the conclusion of Elijah Thomas against Michael Shelton-Agar. I'll let you know that the semi-finalists in the men's have been confirmed. And there'll be Evan Williams against Temwa Chilisi, and that boast doesn't come off. And it'll be Luamba Chilisi against Chris van der Sam. And there we go, we are up to 10-6, so a little bit of a skip there in the points. But that's all good. And Elijah Thomas, not quite able to win that one. Let's see if he can just wrap it up from now on.
Yeah, that final point's always the hardest one to get.
Well, it is. It's always the hardest one, because your focus is on, I've almost got this. And the opposition, well, they don't have anything to lose aside from the match. And there we go. That is a wrap up there for Elijah Thomas. He goes through the next round of the consolation. and both players certainly feeling it. It is very humid on court. We do have another playoff match coming up in just a moment, and that will be Sean Wigan against Chris Lloyd. Sean Wigan, who played an epic against Lance Bedos, and that was last night. Thank you very much, Brooke Pryor. Do appreciate your time, and good to have you with your eye on both the fitness aspect and also the squash aspect here at the National Squash Championships. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into this playoff match. It is Sean Wiggin from the North Shore Club against Chris Lloyd from Herne Bay Club. And what you're going to see here is a competitive match in many different ways. And Wiggin used some of his tennis-style strokes. He loves going forward on the ball and taking the ball on the full. In fact, in one tournament, we had a little bit of a competition as to how often he'd let the ball go to the back of the court, or at least touch the back wall. It was twice only in one game. And Chris Lloyd, the 33-year-old, who very talented player, shows a lot of emotion on court. He'll question the officials quite a lot, but that's a good shot there by Sean Wiggin. So the two strong clubs when it comes to squash, Herne Bay and Sean Wiggin from North Shore just serving there. Oh, you got to love it when the ball hits the join and stays low. In fact, that ball just basically rolled straight away. And for Chris Lloyd, the coach is out of Herne Bay. See, he's got plenty of skills, and oh, there's the mistake. So these two players just need to feel their way into the match and understand that you don't need to do too much. Certainly when they're hitting the corners and it's staying low and not giving much back. Just that it is starting to rain around Auckland, so maybe that might cool things off a little bit. We've had a lot of humidity over the last couple of days, particularly today. Players really been feeling it on the court. And a nice little dink there on the backhand, taking the pace off and just dropping it right into the corner. Sean Wiggin, known for his running ability around the court, although he lost to Lard Speedos in fifth, 14-12 in the second round yesterday. That was a dramatic match. No, Chris, don't throw your racket. You almost kicked out of the tournament yesterday for doing that in the first game against Chris van der Sloot. So far, Sean Wiggin just been a bit steadier, but that was good to get a point back for Chris Lloyd. And a lot of drops here from both players. Haven't quite seen the corners used just yet. When it has hit the back corners, it stayed very low. Nice shot from Sean Wiggin coming off the wall very early. Had plenty of advantage, had plenty of ways to go, either down the wall or across. Knew where his opponent was and was able to play it hard down the wall. And there's the error, and that is the first game. Sean Wiggin taking it 11-4. So comprehensive in that extent on the score, and also on the actual court as well. Was able to do enough to keep the pressure on Chris Lloyd, who, when he tried, well, when it came off, those shots, but also enough unforced errors as well. Sean Wiggin, I believe, he's the A-grade champion at North Shore on at least 5 occasions. As you walk along the hallways here at the North Shore Squash Club, you can see his name is featured, well, quite a few times, certainly 4 years in a row, the last 4 years, and at least once prior to that. He's also a notable tennis player as well around the North Harbour region. Plays the top grade Chelsea Cup. And apparently, according to some of the other squash players, he's very good at table tennis as well. When it comes to all racket or bat sports, very coordinated and very good player. So let's see if he can keep the focus as we get into the second game. Quite a few supporters here from the Herne Bay Club to support Chris Lloyd. Remember, we have had the quarterfinals completed so far in both the men's and the women's. And the women's, the semi-finals, well, we'll have Emma Miller up against Sophie Hodges. It's Ella Lash, who was on court, just finished one of her playoff matches. So that'll be Sophie Hodges against Emma Miller, and Lana Harrison against Abby Palmer. So the top 4 seeds in the women's all through to the semi-finals. In the men's, well, it's not quite the top 4 seeds, but it's certainly quite close. And we have Evan Williams through against Temwa Chilisi, and Chris van der Sam against the 2nd seed, Luamba Chilisi. And nice play there. Good control from Sean Wigan, hitting a very flat forehand into the corner. Ball staying very low on that shot from Sean Wigan. And it looks as though the legs might be a bit sore from Chris Lloyd. That's a better shot, though. When he wants to reel off a winner, he certainly can. But, yeah, well, that says to me that he's got a sore leg. It didn't quite come off, though, for Sean Wigan. Into the longest rally of the match. And media patience showed. Chris Lloyd just staying in it. Oh, until then. But it was a long rally. And it proves that if he stays in it, he's in a position to potentially win. And there was a replay here. Just the error when he came forward to the ball. So Sean Wigan keeping the focus on, knowing that if he can keep running Chris Lloyd around, he'll have the advantage. Oh, yeah, just poking at the ball then and trying for too much. Didn't need to go for that shot quite as much. And now we have Chris Lloyd, who's won a couple of points back on a couple of errors from Sean Wigan. And if Wigan can keep it going, draw out the long rallies, it's likely he'll have the advantage. The legs of Chris Lloyd perhaps getting a little bit more tired, even though he does have the 6-5 lead. And a let call on that one. was the call. It was a little bit questionable. He perhaps could have gone for that. And it's probably not going to help Chris Lloyd. You can see him. And you could see him talking there, coming outside the court. Quite hard to hear on the court. And you're discussing what he thought should go his way more. And there you go. If Sean Wigan can just stay steady, he knows he's got this match. It's a matter of not being drawn into the style that Chris Lloyd wants to play. And yeah, we thought that would be the stroke. I don't think there was much that Chris Lloyd could discuss or ask for there. He had the opportunity, but played it straight back at his own body, and there was no way that Sean Wigan could have done anything with it. Yeah, that's a good shot. And jumping up, hitting that off the floor. And a smash with plenty of angle, putting himself in a good position now, Sean Wigan. And one of the things with the officials now is that around the world, and these are PSA officials, that they want the players to try and play as much as possible and to move on with the match. Obviously with not just the Egyptians, but some of the players in the higher ranks that we've seen over the last week or two in Egypt and some of the other big PSA tournaments. There's been some conjecture about certain aspects of play, and officials have been told, tell them to get on with it, and that's come through here as well. Very rare that you're going to get an official to change their decision. Certainly not going to happen here. And this time he gets the stroke. Nice little applause there, but that was Sean Wigan's fault. He ran back into it, and it created a bit of danger there for Chris Lloyd. If he had hit the shot, he would have hit Wigan in the process. And certainly a lot of calls here in this, the deeper part of the second game. But stroke, we've had a number of calls, a number of no-let calls, and a number of let calls. And now heavy rain from around Auckland, maybe coming through on the speakers, I'm not sure, but it's certainly gotten really heavy. And certainly cooling things down just a little bit for the players on court as we get into the semi-finals this evening. the first of the semi-finals. Well, that's the women's semi-final featuring Emma Miller against Sophie Hodges, and then that'll be followed, well, that's at 5:20. That'll be followed by 6 p.m. Lana Harrison against Abby Palmer. And then we have the two men's semis from 6:40. Evan Williams against Temwa Chilisi. And then the final semi-final of the night, that's Lawamba Chilisi against Chris Anderson. Well, Chris Lloyd, certainly much improved effort in this, the second game. And well, he's come back to make it 10-all. So let's see who can win this tiebreak. A nice effort from Sean Wigan, taking it on the full and just volleying it away down the forehand wall. Keep it nice and deep, taking off a bit of pace as well. Sean Wigan's like, really? Was that a let? And there we go, back again with a game ball. And there's been a lot of calls for lets and strokes. And the mistake coming from Chris Lloyd, a straight hit into the 10, gives the second game to Sean Wigan. 12-10. This one of the playoff matches before we start getting into the top 8 playoffs, and that'll be starting from 2:40. Back very shortly with the third game between Chris Lloyd from Herne Bay and Sean Wigan from North Shore. And so Sean Wigan from the North Shore Club, the host club of this, the National Champs, is up by 2 games to love against Chris Lloyd from Herne Bay. a competitive match. The first game to 4, but then Chris Lloyd managed to come through with a couple more winners and a couple more errors from Sean Wiggin. And let's see what can come up in this, the third. You never really know with Chris Lloyd. You know you'll get a few shots that are going to be questioned. You'll get a few let calls, maybe even stroke calls as well. Whereas Sean Wiggin, he'll keep moving. Very much one of those players who just feet never stop. And a little bit of a lift there, came under it. Where's he going to go? And no. It was a nice recovery by Chris Lloyd to get there, but then in the end it didn't quite work. And Lloyd, 33 years old, coaching, certainly in his time a very, very competitive player, and someone you didn't want to come up against because he had all the talent and all the skills. Let's see what... And just a reminder of some of the matches that we've already completed today. We did have Chris van der Sar coming through in 5 games over Lance Bedos, and Temwa Chalisi in 4 over Zach Miller. Evan Williams in straight, albeit quite a tight kind of straight, over Joel Ascott, and Luamba Chalisi winning his match in straight over Wills Donnelly. So that was the men's quarterfinals. In the women's quarterfinals, Emma Miller over the 8th seed Dewey Bide, and the ball just hitting and just basically rolling then. And Sean Wiggin would know every corner of every single court here at this one. Other winners today, Lana Harrison had a hard-hitting battle over Natalie Sayers. That was in her quarterfinal. And then also Abby Palmer winning her match against Lauren Clark. In straight games, and Sophie Hodges, a good win there for the 15-year-old over Debbie Dunbar. Let's now look back with Sean Wiggin up 7-3 in the third after taking the first 2, 4 and then 10. Chris Lloyd, nice fight back in the second. Really forced a couple of errors out of Sean Wiggin. Well, looks to be in a fair bit of pain, Chris Lloyd. He's had 3 tough matches, had a good victory in the first round, a hard straight game victory over Justin Sayers. It was 13-11, 13-11, 2 of them. And then yesterday against Chris van der Sar. Let's see what Sean Wiggin can concoct here to wrap up the contest. Need to do a lot of running though, Sean Wiggin. And just giving up that point there. Couldn't get out of the way quick enough. Oh, nice shot. Chris Lloyd on half a leg. He's gone from 2 legs to 1.5 down to pretty much half a leg at the moment, and still being able to create lots of different shots. And there we go, that is Sean Wiggin taking it out in straight games in the end. Chris Lloyd, when he's on, able to come up with some very good shots, but Sean Wiggin taking out that playoff match. We now await the top 8 playoff matches coming to you at 2:40 and onwards from there for the semi-finals. And just looking at one of the matches coming up, that'll be 2:40 for Dewey Bide. She is the 8th seed up against Debbie Dunbar. That'll be an interesting match. You've got the Masters player Dunbar, and Bide, she is 23 years old, being a very good junior, played for New Zealand, and she was defeated by Emma Miller in a straight game. Just didn't really have the answer there to Miller's play. Whereas Dunbar, she had, well, she was defeated in straight games against Sophie Hodges, who's really stepped up a level there, the 15-year-old from the Waikato. So in this particular match, we should see a lot of running, that is. And we'll just have to wait and see for that one. That's at 2:40, so not too far away as we get into the top 8 playoffs.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
So my name's Lauren Machleshi, New Zealand squash player, currently 150 ranked in the world and number 4 in New Zealand. So yeah, I started squash when I was 11 in Christchurch, so my dad got me into it. He used to be a grader, so yeah, that's how it started. So I also have a brother as well who's a year younger than me, and so we were real competitive when we were younger, you know. Playing a lot of other sports as well. Went end of last year for 2 months to the UK, and then kind of came back here for a month, and then went back in February, played some tournaments in America, and then end of February I was based in the UK. Until about end of June. So yeah, it was different. I think the first time I went there was just kind of getting that exposure and just getting used to routines of how everything works over there, because it's a little bit different. We were still hitting when I made the decision to stay. I think about a week and a half after I decided to stay, we stopped hitting. And yeah, I talked to a few people in the UK and we didn't think that it would last as long as it did, I guess. But it was too hard to tell. So around June, I think it was the start of June is when I made the decision to come back. Just based off the fact that there was squash here, there was kind of stuff happening here. Even though it wasn't much, it was still more than over there. And doing circuits every day and running isn't the most entertaining thing to do for a long period of time. So actually, I got an Uber to the airport and there was no one at the airport, like nothing, no cars or anything. It was just silent. Normally Manchester Airport's quite a busy airport, queues all everywhere, but there was nothing, so that was quite interesting. So I went to Qatar, then Melbourne, then Auckland. So it was quite a long journey. I think it was like 41 hours of travel total, and I had to stay overnight in Melbourne. But yeah, it was weird. Like planes were empty, kind of everyone wearing masks, you know, literally just full body suits. So it was tough. I actually quite enjoyed the food. I'm not really a fussy guy anyway, but I thought the food was quite good quality. I know there's been a lot of complaints about the food. The thing I struggled with was just not being able to get out, so we had to book walks where we go to a park and we walk around for like half an hour. But we literally had to get up at 8 AM to book it, and it was always fully booked after about half an hour, because they're only allowed to have like 10 maximum each hour, and I think they do it for 6 hours a day that they do it for. I was lucky because I was able to obviously talk to my family, talk to Joel and John and my brother as well, see what was going on. So it's quite an interesting one. So there's no PSA yet, as of yet. We don't really know much about that. So I'm kind of just focusing on my New Zealand tournaments. So obviously we've got Nationals coming up end of August. That's the big tournament we're going to fire up for. When I say we, yes, that's me, Joel and Timwa, as we all train together here at Excel. But so yeah, our big focus is going to be Nationals. So I'm playing Waikato Open, my first tournament back, so that's going to be very interesting. But yeah, I'm really excited to just get back amongst it. I'm not sure what we're going to do after Nationals. We haven't quite planned ahead of that. But yeah, so Main focus now is just focus on nationals, focus on New Zealand tournaments and training, and just keeping an eye on the news, see what's happening around the world and with PSA, and I'll get back into the swing of things soon. I look forward to seeing you guys play. I look forward to playing against you guys again.
The New Zealand Secondary School Championships is one of New Zealand's biggest squash events. With roughly 50 teams from a range of different schools around New Zealand, it really showcases the high quality squash we have. This year's event was held in 3 different squash clubs around Tauranga: Devoy Squash and Fitness Centre, Te Puke Squash and Mount Maunganui Sports Club. All 3 facilities provided a really exciting atmosphere for all of our students coming to compete. We spoke with Anna and Lucy from Westside Girls High School before their semi-final showdown.
I'm Anna Jousey.
And I'm Lucy Ashton.
We're from Westlake Girls
in Auckland. Everyone on our team has already played squash before, and so it was just about, getting us all in a team and playing together.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah,
Definitely
really good.
nerve-wracking.
Yeah, super fun.
Scary.
Yeah. We're in the semi-finals right now.
Yeah. So hopefully we can push through to the finals.
My family played, so my dad played, and then my brother started playing, so then I just got involved, kind of.
Exact same thing. My dad and brother play, so I kind of just hopped on the train. Well, to be honest, I kind of admire Paul Cole.
I was just about to say the same thing.
He's such a good squash player.
He's really good at anticipating shots and diving. I'm getting obsessed with diving right now.
With COVID-19 really taking a hit on many secondary school sport competitions, we were lucky enough to get our competition underway just after the COVID outbreak. We had a quick word with Mason from Mount Alma Grammar School ahead of his next match.
Mason Smells. I'm from Mags, Mount Alva Grammar School. Well, we're expecting a few tough games, and we're going to hopefully try our best and hopefully win. Well, we're just going to try and play with a little bit of deception and get good length first, because if I get pretty bad length, the game can just go down. So length first, and then everything else can hopefully kick in with deception, shots, and hopefully win.
The host club of Devoy Squash and Fitness Centre were lucky to see 3 teams from the neighbouring school, Tauranga Boys College. We talked with local and club member Joe Smythe before his semi-final.
Hey, my name's Joe Smythe. I'm from Tauranga Boys College. We've had games in Te Puke and Mount, which we've done very well. Teams played well. Good tracking for the semi-final today. Yeah, so my dad played inter-club one night, brought me along, and ever since I've just been holding a racket, which is really cool. One of my goals, to go overseas, UK or America, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I guess for the title, everyone is hungry to win the title. The competition's really hard. We're seeded 3rd. The top 4 is just, it's really tough. It's going to be tough. If we work hard and we're disciplined, I think we've got it.
And to the girls' finals matchup between Whangarei Girls High and Havelock North. The number 1 seed Whangarei showed why they came in as favourites, taking out Havelock North 4-1. Although the scoreline may not suggest, the matchups were hotly contested and underdogs Havelock North put up a good fight. We ran into Amy Brown, captain of Whangarei Girls High School, after winning their exciting matchup against Havelock North High School.
Hi, my name's Amy Brown. I'm the team captain of Whangarei Girls High School squash team. I think they all did really well. They've all been training pretty hard and working. I don't know, I guess since your first seed, it's kind of always a possibility. Decided at 6 this morning, as we got up, it was an early game, that we were going to go and watch the sunrise. So we were all just standing on the beach in our pyjamas watching the sunrise. Junior Nationals is coming up, so I'm going down with the Northern team to Christchurch, so we'll be training for that.
Now to the boys' final. It was a repeat of the 2019 final, as Mount Albert Grammar School will look to repeat, and Tauranga boys will be hoping that their home court advantage takes them over the edge. The number 1 seed was too much to handle for Tauranga, as Mount Albert Grammar School wins 3-2. And the girls' final round results. And we have the final girls' standings. To the boys' final round results now. And the final standings for the boys. A huge congratulations to both Mount Albert Grammar School and Whangarei Girls High School for taking out this year's competition. A special thanks to all those who made this event happen: volunteers, host clubs, coaches and parents. We look forward to seeing you all next year.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into this, the first of the top 8 playoff matches. And you can see on court, Dewey Bide against Debbie Dunbar. So we have the 23-year-old, and that's Dewey, against Dunbar, who is, I guess, a Masters player. So it's a little bit of difference in age. And certainly Dewey is very quick around the court. They both played a match earlier today. Of course, that was the quarterfinals. And then this afternoon, the semi-finals and playoffs. Semi-finals from this afternoon, this evening. And we do have Dewey is the 8th seed. And she is from Auckland, a 23-year-old. Has been internationally ranked in the past. And Debbie Dunbar, the 5th seed. So let's just see how this progresses in the top 8 playoffs. Yeah, you want to see how well you can do, and if anybody can finish 5th through to 8th. That's what these matches are for today and tomorrow. And now, just taking their time getting into the match. We'll see that there might be a little bit of a spelling error there as we look at Bide's name. I don't believe it has the H in it, and I just believe it's J-U-E-E, but we'll get that confirmed as we go through further into the matches. So as this match does get underway, and just feeling our way there, 4-3 in the first. Don't forget we do have another match coming up, Natalie Sayers against Lauren Clark, followed by the first of the men's playoffs, Joel Ascott against Zach Miller, Lance Bedos against Will Donnelly, and from then on, from 5:20 it is the playoffs, the semi-finals, Emma Miller, top seed against Sophie Hodges, the 4th seed, Lana Harrison, 3rd seed against Abby Palmer, 2nd seed, and then it's the men's semi-finals, Evan Williams against Temwa Chilisi. So let's now take a look at this match with Dewey Bide. Backhand serve. These players just going to take their time, bide their time. And 7-4. Oh, and just getting stuck in that corner, Debbie Dunbar. Bit of a tough shot. Let's just take a little look at that. Here it is here. And the ball completely coming off the back wall and dying. Oh. The exasperation there from Dewey Bide. She knew the shot she wanted to play right into that corner, but pushed it a little bit too far. So far, most of the play, except for this rally, has been down the backhand side. And one back now for Dunbar. Out of Wellington. And Dewey out of Auckland. So lit call on that one. And no disquiet from the players so far. Just a question. And good play. From Bide so far, she's, wow, then suddenly ups the tempo and the power. The backhand cross court going deep into the forehand, staying low. Gives her the first game point. Oh, ran into that one, she knows that. She was about to have a racket in her head, just about. Both players now having a couple of issues right in the back corner. And that is. Racket. I wouldn't say it was placed, but certainly put into the corner there as Dewey takes the first game 11-8 over Debbie Dunbar, the Masters player out of Wellington. And plenty of matches are still to go as we continue on with this, the quarterfinal and semi-final day. And a nice first game there for Dewey Bide. 11-8 over Debbie Dunbar. She was able to come up with a couple of backhand winners cross court, which helped her out there in the end. And the let Dunbar staying in the match. And just the tempo so far, trying to up it here in the second game already. And then just a little slow down. Both players are willing to have a go, particularly on that backhand side. We haven't seen much of the play going down the forehand. It was only perhaps 2 rallies in that first game that went down the forehand wall. Oh, I'm not sure if that was particularly timed that well. It was effective in the end. You wouldn't say that was a classic shot in the end, but it came off part of the racket. And amazing how the players need to be directed as to which side they're on, and so focused on the actual point at hand. The officials tell them which side. Good to see the change of pace so far, even in this rally. Oh, the error there. When you play against someone like Dewey Bide, she does give the ball a little bit of height at times. Isn't afraid to actually lift the ball. Oh, that's a nice solid backhand. Using the backhand very well for a few points so far in this match. All right, so 6-1. And what we've seen here from Dewey is, oh, I was about to say, plenty of good shots, and then she does that. All right. Prior to that serve, plenty of well-played points, executing them well, and every now and then bringing out the strong backhand down the wall or cross-court like that. And this is the first of the afternoon's matches. And a lot of people still coming in and watching the entertainment. And it's good to see the squash community getting behind themselves as we wait until the semi-finals starting at 5:20. point there, the stroke going to Debbie Dunbar. Oh, and out. There's been a couple of those from both players actually throughout this match. And just the speed around the court is really aiding. Here we go. Let's have a look at that particular point. And just pushing a little bit too much. Very flat on the shot, Dunbar. Yeah, that's a very effective way now to score a point, but didn't quite come off too low in the end. And chopping at the ball after leaving it too late. It was never going to get the height that was required to go over the tin. Nice little comeback from Dunbar. Here's the point as we look at the replay here. And lifted that one far too high. So certainly an opportunity to take it to a third at 1-all. And it's good play. Oh, nice play there. That's a very good boast. So a couple of those in this particular second game that have not helped Dewey, but have certainly helped Debbie Dunbar. She takes that second game 11-8. And don't forget, plenty of top matches coming up. In fact, we'll have Natalie Sayers against Lauren Clark as the next contest before we get into the men's top 8 playoffs. Back in now for the third game. You can see that we do have the correction on Dewey's name. No H. As we're one game apiece. A number of errors there from Dewey late in the second game. Lifting the ball and going up over the top line. That's a good start though. Just coming forward and dropping that backhand. Nice and flat, nice and short, and winning that one. Let's see what we can do here. It's a good comeback by Dunbar. She was persistent. She forced the errors. Even with all the energy that Dewey does have, she was able to keep herself in those rallies. So we have the Auckland 23-year-old against the Wellington Masters player, also one of the national selectors, I do believe, as well. That's a nice little dink, good recovery, and still, oh, almost got there. She was still running, almost about to run through the wall, in fact. Managed to stop at the end. Oh, that's good play. Nice control. And if anybody is watching around the Auckland region, they can come down this afternoon, 5:20 for the first of the semi-finals, through until about 8 o'clock tonight. And then tomorrow we have, well, we've got playoff matches starting from 10 a.m., but the actual finals, the women's final is at 2:20 p.m. and the men's final is at 3 o'clock. So it's all free to get into, and there'll be plenty of entertainment on the court and no doubt off the court of people watching as well. So Dunbar now taking the 4-2 lead. Hanging in there in many ways, but it's a good way to hang in when you're ahead. Well, definitely a yes lead on that one, otherwise it would have been racket in the head. It was, certainly wasn't a stroke, it's just a bit tight. So a nice little comeback so far, with being down a game and then forcing it to 1-1, and now a 6-3. A good effort by Dunbar.
And out 4-6. Yes, lead. 4-6.
So still humid in Auckland on these courts, not as bad perhaps as earlier in the day. Let's just see as more people come back into the courts after the quarterfinals. It was pretty crowded, and we'll see what occurs when we do get a couple hundred people in here. Well, shot. Had to duck under her own shot for a second there, did Dewey. But it was very effective in the end. Debbie Dunbar had to change direction, not be able to get back. And let's just see now that the lead has been cut back to 1. And so far this game has been played in a very good-natured manner. We've seen all sorts of matches so far in this tournament. A lot of competitiveness between the players, especially in the men's matches. So Dewey coming back a little bit more, still just 1 point behind, but she's worked very hard to get back in this, the third game. Oh, and then the error. Dunbar just pushing it too much. Oh, that's a beautiful shot down the wall. Most of the rallies throughout this match have been on the backhand side. That one, though, was picked up nicely, hit flat and straight down the forehand wall. In fact, I think we've had a yes lead on that one. I don't know if we've actually had a no this entire match. It's been yes let, yes let. These two players have been very competitive in their match. Neither one really been able to take the initiative just yet. That was a beautiful shot. Every now and then, Dewey just steps up and plants the ball away. Oh. And that is the error, and it means that Dewey has taken a 2-1 lead over Debbie Dunbar in this, the first of the women's top 8 playoff matches. Don't forget, a bit later on today, we do have the semi-finals starting from 5:20 is the scheduled time. That is Emma Miller against Sophie Hodges, followed by Lana Harrison, Abby Palmer, and then the men's semi-finals, Evan Williams and Temwa Chilisi, followed by Chris van der Saan and Lawamba Chilisi. Well, if you're trying to pick a winner out of this particular game, Dewey Blythe against Debbie Dunbar, it's a 50-50 call at the moment, albeit that it's 2-1 for Dewey. And perhaps she's had the advantage and not making quite as many errors. The second game was a couple of lifts that went far too high, but now into the fourth. She had a much better third game, fought back a little bit as well, and using some decisive shot making, forehand and backhand. There's one of those shots right now we're talking about, stepping up to the ball and driving through it. Certainly has been a real weapon from her backhand side, but that shot on the forehand And somehow that both of those shots stayed in. If they went any higher, they'll be hitting the ceiling. So a nice start there for Dewey in this fourth game. And that's a good drive down the forehand. One of the few shots on the forehand side of the court. Next match on this court will be Natalie Sayers against Lauren Clark. And Natalie had a very hard hit match against Lana Harrison. Harrison coming out the winner in that one. And Natalie's still 16 years old, does have a PSA world ranking. Okay, and just taking that lead out a bit further now. Dewey. There's a lot of crossing at the back there. That's where these let calls and even stroke are coming from. Well, that's, oh, good pickup. You can see Dewey just hanging there, trying to predict where the ball was going to go. She wasn't moving. Oh, that's a good play. Well done. Coming forward to the ball, taking on the fall. And by stepping forward to it, she was also able to control the pace. And taking that pace off a little bit made it quite difficult for Dewey to get to. She's certainly quick around the court, but not quick enough on that occasion. Very much a powerful, almost slap serve from Dunbar. She whips it through, drops the racket down quickly onto her forehand side. There's that nice forehand from Dewey. See if she's going to go across a little bit. Now the pace just got back. You could see from Dunbar, she held the racket back, almost faking that she was going to do a hard shot down the wall. Instead, brought the racket through and took the pace off completely for more of a drop to bring her opponent forward. Probably a lead on that one. You could dispute a little bit. In the end, it was Dunbar going back into the body of Dewey. So Dewey using the backhand swing for the serve from the forehand side. And all right, so we do get the match ball here. Oh, gee. Scooped that one up nicely, and well done to Dewey by takes that in 4 games. That is the first of the top 8 playoffs. And the next game will be coming up in just a few moments. That will be Natalie Sayers against Lauren Clark from the Bay of Plenty. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in for this, the second of the women's playoff matches, top 8 playoff matches. And we have on court Lauren Clark in the peach colour and Natalie Says in the black. That'll do for the colourblind people. And it is going to be a top 8 match, which, well, it's going to be an interesting one because of the two different styles in some ways. And Natalie Says, well, she likes to finish it off in any way she possibly can and likes to hit the ball very hard. She had a hard-hitting quarterfinal earlier today against Lana Harrison. Lauren Clark, she can stay out there for a long time and loves to run the ball down. So we'll just have to wait and see with the two clashing styles. But one of the players who's already played her top 8 playoff match so far today and also a quarterfinal, Dewey Bide. Dewey, great to have you with us and congratulations on winning your last match, albeit that was a tough one there against Emma Miller in the quarterfinals. You know, how do you feel? You have a loss and a win. It's not what you want, is it?
Most times she's really kind of thrashed me off the court. She takes it really early. She's very attacking, whereas I've been in a much more defensive position, and getting in front of her is always really difficult. So I guess my game strategy was just to try hit good length and try get onto the tee. It worked in the first game, didn't work so well in the second, and I was getting the hang of it in the third, but I guess it was too late by then. Yeah.
One of the things that Emma has as a weapon, and perhaps an unusual weapon in some ways, is her, I'll call it a lob serve or a high serve. And for someone who's not quite as tall,
yes.
and for a lot of juniors as well, it's difficult to think, do I go forward and take it on the full, on the volley, or do I let it go back off the back court, which immediately means she can go
exactly. And it's as soon as she does her lob serve, she's ready to volley and attack. Yeah. So you have to have that really good returner serve, which a few times I've managed to get off, but then a lot of the time it put me in that defensive position from the start. Yeah.
Yeah. It was an interesting match in that sense that you were able to push it a little bit more as you got into later in the stages of the match. And initially it appeared that the two of you just feeling your way in, and she was able to get on top fairly quickly. And
yeah, for sure.
What was it, in the third that you managed to come back a little bit more and push it a bit more?
Yeah, and I was getting a little bit more momentum, and I was getting a better idea of how I need to play with her. But hopefully next time I'll go in with a better strategy from the start. Yeah.
Well, the two of you both have full-time jobs as such. You're a physio, a neurophysio.
Yeah.
That's the correct title?
Yeah, neurological physiotherapist.
Yeah. All right. Most people can't even say it, but we'll go with it.
Yeah.
And Emma Miller being a teacher as well. So you've obviously got to concentrate on your careers, but then you've got to try and also focus on the squash when you can as well.
Yeah.
It makes it quite difficult.
It's just balancing the two, just trying to find the balance to get that time to train. Especially when you're an A-grade squash player, you can't just rock onto the court. So you need to make sure you get that training in, but also learn to know when to rest your body. So I'm still working that out.
Well, you're 23 and you're the 8th seed. You've had a PSA ranking before, hadn't you?
Yes. When I was training for the World Juniors, I did play a couple of PSAs, yeah.
Okay. And what would you say for the younger players? Isn't it funny saying younger players when you're 23? But for the younger players, we've got Natalie here, and you've got Ella Lash and Sophie Hodges, ranging from, say, 14 through to 16.
Yeah.
For them, they've got to focus on school a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully a lot. But also their squash. And, you've been there to a certain extent. What do you think? They've got to really focus on squash. What have they got to do?
I mean, I found... I think I was quite an academic student at school while I was playing squash as well, and I think that provided me with a good break from squash when I focused on my studies, and when I was working my squash, it was a good break from my academics. So I felt having the two was really important for both.
All right, well, as we look on the court now, and this the second of the women's top 8 playoffs, and it is a tight one, as you'd expect. In many ways that Lauren Clark, well, she's 8, and Natalie Say is just taking that point to make it 8-all in the first game, the two differing styles. And Natalie from Auckland now playing out of Ringaroa, and Lauren Clark from the Bay of Plenty. fact, we had her father, Dave, with some commentary earlier today as well. And certainly Natalie likes to put a bit of authority on the ball. Have you played both of these players, Julie?
I've played Lauren in the past. I was always close with Lauren because we've got similar games, but I haven't played Natalie lately. I only played her when she was a little junior, probably 10 years old. So she's definitely come a long way from there.
All right, we're now looking at your top 8 playoff match against Debbie Dunbar. It was an interesting one there because you looked to have it, and then the second game sort of skipped away from you a little bit. What happened there in that one that you lost?
I think it was just a bit of loss of concentration. I kind of lost my length, and I went on the defensive foot again, so she got ahead of me. So I knew in the third and fourth I really had to step up front and hit some good length, not let her have it.
Yeah, well, there we go. The first game, 11-9, but with that's to Natalie says that it is the first game. For your match, Dewey, you started to reel off quite a few backhand winners. It was quite impressive. That was like suddenly this weapon just emerged, and you were able to use that because there was very few rallies down the forehand side.
Yeah.
Really, it was like, you know, might as well just cut that half of the court away. And was that just the style of both of you? Never wanted to put it on the forehand?
I'm definitely more comfortable on my backhand, and I knew I had hit a few unforced errors on my forehand. I don't know, I just naturally tend to go into the backhand, and playing those attacking shots are working, so that's where I kept it.
They started working quite well, particularly cross court. You'd be holding the ball and then really whipping it across, and it would stay very low as well. Probably potentially high risk, just going above the 10, but it did seem to go deep as well and put Debbie into a little bit of trouble there. I think what you'd do is you'd play the winner of this match, I think. So that's an interesting one.
Interested to see the result, and I think regardless of who it is, it's going to be a hard match. So,
because effectively this is for 5th through 8th, isn't it?
Yeah, so this will, the match tomorrow will be for 5th place. Right. Yeah.
Okay, so you always want to do well and make the top 4 and win everything. Always says that, but in reality, 5th place, if you manage to do that,
would be a great result for me, and that's what I'm hoping I can get there. I was seeded 8th, so when I did see the draw, I was like, yes, 5th is a possibility. It's going to be hard work, but yeah.
Well, how much training are you doing with your full-time job as well? So how much do you get on the court?
I mean, it's been a really funny year. So when Nationals was postponed to October, that was when I decided I'll play Nationals. So I had about 3.5 months to really focus, and I think I've been playing about 5 times a week and doing some fitness as well, and I'm surprised at how fast it's all come back. So
that's good. Which club are you playing out of? Are you playing in the Interclub?
I'm not playing Interclub. I'm just training at Eden Epsom. Okay. Yeah, I'm training with a lot of men.
Okay, and has that worked really well for you to play against the men with the physicality and also the power?
Yeah, I love playing the B grade men at Eden Epsom. All of them. I guess it's always very physical playing men, and it's really good for your fitness. And I think with my game style, I do need to make sure my fitness is kept high.
And what do they think about playing you?
Oh, they love it. They enjoy it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because it must, at physical size, you're getting some guys well over 6 foot, and you're not.
Yeah.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'1". Yeah. Not very big.
No. But then you've got that speed. I mean, being tall can be good, but also can be not so great in squash. You want to get down to those low shots.
And I guess that's the great thing about squash. It's not very dependent, on height. Like a lot of sports, you have an advantage if you're a bit taller. And I think that's kind of what got me into squash as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a great advertisement for it as well.
Yeah.
And that some people can feel intimidated because they may not have the size in some sports, and even if you did have size, it'd be a great way as well.
Yeah.
And, that's good to hear that it can certainly help you out.
It does work to your advantage if you're taller or smaller. Yeah. So
yeah, well, certainly your speed around the court is one thing that you definitely have there, and I'm now happy with that backhand cross court as well. It was a weapon today.
Yeah.
Just looking at the sport internationally, do you follow Joelle or Paul Cole, and when you hear of them, or you think, oh, they've done well, or is it you just let your squash be the focus than anything else?
I mean, I love to follow how Joelle and Paul are doing. I wouldn't say I follow every match to match, but I'm always interested to hear how they're doing on the world stage, and it does make New Zealand quite proud. So yeah, I like to tell all my friends how well the squashies in New Zealand are doing overseas.
And what will your friends say if you do end up, fifth or sixth? You sort of say, what did you do over the weekend? Well, actually, I ran around a court and it was stinking hot.
Yeah.
And, got really sweaty.
I guess a lot of people don't understand. But I've got a few friends who really closely follow my matches as well. I had a few friends who were watching the live stream. So it's great. Great to have that support.
Yeah, well, that's a nice thing. And any other sports that you partake in as well, or is it squash the only thing you fit in?
Squash is the main thing that I've done, and I guess just fitness. I like running, but yeah, that's what I've kept my sporting focus on.
All right, well, I've got to ask about the neurophysio, because how does that happen? How does that work? Because we all know the physio, just press there, rub there, and that's all good.
Yeah.
But how do you do it with the head?
Yeah, so neurological physio is a very specialised area, and after someone has a brain injury, for example a stroke or a spinal cord injury, they need a lot of rehab because their brain has forgotten how to move. So essentially a neurophysio basically teaches people how to move properly again, how to walk again, and increases their quality of life. So it's not...
So it's not massaging the head.
Yeah, so it's not hands-on therapy at all.
Right.
Yeah, it's all exercise therapy. And yeah, it's a very rewarding job and I love it, yeah.
Is there some cases, some patients or people that you go, you can just feel the pride of, I've helped them. Maybe they haven't been able to get back to 100%, but I've helped them become more them again.
Yes.
It's a hard way to describe it, but I think you know what I'm saying.
And like the littlest things mean the world to them. So being able to eat, for example, if someone can do that, you feel so proud and you feel so rewarding because you've improved their quality of life. So every day is great at work.
All right, we'll just check on this one here as Natalie says against Lauren Clark, and Natalie has the advantage to take 2 games to love lead. And a nice little deft little touch, but well recovered there from Lauren Clark. She read it well, moving up the court and then able to hit it away into the corner. So saving 1 game ball. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, it's tough. Lauren's a fighter though, so just 2 games down doesn't really mean much. She can easily take it to 5.
Oh, there you go, the powerful shot. So yeah, that's the thing that you've got. You've got the power of Natalie, and here it is with the replay of the game point. There's the power. She just loves to step up and hit through it. So for someone like you, you've got to counter that.
Exactly, and it's trying not to let her stay in front of you and be able to not giving her those loose shots. Because
is it about you staying in the point longer, like with it, one more shot, one more shot, one more shot, and maybe annoying in the nicest possible way, just annoying her by saying, come on, hit another one.
Persevering through the rally.
That probably sounds a lot better, persevering than annoying, but...
Yes, that's... Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, there's that annoying player. There she is, Dewey again. No, I would rather say that she's a lot more persevering. Well, that's 2 games to love there, and Natalie says against Lauren Clark. Well, Dewey, it's been really great talking to you, just finding out about our 8th seed, and that you've done very well. It's a tough tournament with potentially 5 matches for players or thereabouts. I think how many matches we're actually going to play. It seems like a lot.
So 4 down.
Yeah, exactly.
It's only day 2.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been very humid on the court, hasn't it?
It's been incredibly humid, and I don't think I've really ever played in such humid conditions, really.
And then I bring you up here where it's just as bad.
I know.
It is quite warm, and maybe tomorrow we've had a little bit of rain around Auckland, so that's cooled things slightly. But let's just have a look. There's Dave Clark and, well, with Lauren. So Dave was with us a little bit earlier today commentating. And he's the coach of the Devoy Club in Tauranga. And daughter Lauren, I'm assuming she is actually listening there or just covering her face and just leave this. Oh, we shouldn't make jokes about that. Lauren will get me. And so that was just there. And some tactic coming out from Dave there saying this is how you can get back. Really what she's got to do is chase down everything and stay in the rally as long as possible. Joey, thank you very much for coming out. I do appreciate it. And best of luck against the winner of this particular match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, into the third game, and Natalie says she's been very strong, really putting some authority on the shots against Lauren Clark. And Clark usually been able to run a lot of shots down, but just the pace and the power that's been put on by Natalie has been too much so far. And we did see the shot of Dave Clark, coach, father, and giving some advice to Lauren. Let's see if it comes through and works. It is 2-all in this, the third. And Natalie, that's a nice shot. Being able to use her height and strength to stretch up and just take the pace off the ball. Able to drop it down. And Clark, even with her speed, wasn't able to get there. Very nice to speak to Dewey Byard. And great to actually find out more about some players as well. And what a lovely speaker and lovely person to talk to. Oh, nice play, changing direction. And no lead awarded there. Well, I think there was a lot of power, a lot of pace put on that one. It was going to be difficult for Lauren Clark to change direction. There's another good shot. And so far in this game, in fact in this match, Natalie Sayers has been able to reel off quite a number of winners. So it's going to have to be a huge effort for Clark to come back now. Coming up after this match at 4 o'clock is Joel Ascott against Zach Miller. And then after that, we will have Lance Bedos against Wills Donnelly. Not too sure if Lance is playing that well. I think he might have been withdrawn with an injury from that particular match. Certainly the fact that he's sitting there in jeans and a t-shirt might mean that he might not be playing that one. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, nice reach. No lead again. And another nice shot from Natalie. She's really showing maturity in this tournament so far. It was a tough game that she was beaten by Alana Harrison. The two of them, it was like, I can hit it hard and so can you. Let's hit it harder. And she is a national age group champion from Christchurch just a few weeks ago. Clark, as we've said, has been playing a few PSA tournaments, or what she could play around New Zealand. Oh, good recovery. That's fantastic running. Oh, great play by Natalie to dominate the point and for Lauren Clark to stay in it. Let's have a look at this. Here's the replay of it. Look at that speed around the court. Just couldn't quite get to that final one with the lunge. So she's managed to bring the gap back to 6-8. Let's see what can happen here. Can Natalie reel off those shots? No let, and just the look on Natalie's face. If looks could kill, perhaps that one would. Oh, well, fortunate there. Very fortunate with that. The error, unforced error, has gone the way of Natalie. Gives her that advantage, the 2-point buffer again. Make that a 3-point buffer and also the match ball. And this will be a big boost for Natalie. Goes into the 5th and 6th playoff against Dewey Bide, and that is it. So congratulations there to the 16-year-old, Natalie Sayers, as she has defeated Lauren Clark in straight games, and that means she'll play in the 5th and 6th playoff tomorrow against Dewey Bide. And now this men's playoff match between Joel Ascott in the red against the 4th seed. That is Zach Miller from the Waikato with the beard and the purple shirt. And Joel Ascott, the 9th seed from Auckland, earlier had a loss in straight games, although it was quite a close straight games to Evan Williams. Joining me now is Sean Wiggin, the 5-time champion here at the North Shore Squash Club. And Sean, what are you expecting out of this particular match?
Yeah, nice to be here. It's very much going to be a very interesting contest between these two. Yeah, and for Zach, he had a pretty tough match this morning against Temwa, so it'll be very interesting to see how he battles through here. And of course, Joel would have got a lot of experience playing against Evan earlier today, sorry.
Yeah, it seems like a long couple of days, doesn't it? You know, you're
Yeah.
playing morning and afternoon or evening.
Yeah, well, this is their 4th game already, so it's in just 2 days, and there's one more match tomorrow. So it's been a very long weekend for all of us already.
And a nice shot there by Joel stepping up. With someone like Zach, you know, his match against Temwa and his match previous day, he's the sort of player who will come up and hit an unorthodox winner from nowhere and look as though he's not going to run, but he knows the court very well and he can do all sorts of interesting things.
He's got the experience on the court, so, and I've seen times where he's been completely outplayed and nearly every aspect.
And it looks as though a little bit of a pulled something there. He came up and I've won the point, but just limping about. And let's just see if that affects him anything at all. But yeah, certainly felt a bit of a twinge there, it appears. And we'll just
he's struggling to move around.
Yeah, this could be a bit of an issue. Might mean that your match is shifted onto this court as well there, Sean.
I'm still a while away till I play, so.
Oh.
I think I'm on the same time as the semi-final, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, well, no, you won't get that one, sorry. So with someone like Zach, and you know, he's got so much power when he wants. You know, he can just reel off something, albeit that particular shot didn't work.
Well, he's got that mental aspect that he just knows how to slow the game down when he needs to, and just bring out all these unorthodox shots.
Yeah.
When he can, any time. So like you may think here, you know, he's limping around a little bit, but then he'll just find a way through.
Well, it's quite interesting. His sister Emma said, well, he looks like a bushman. Comes straight out of the bush. I said, you know, what happened? She said, I don't know. It's quite good that she can talk about him like that.
Yeah, well, when I've seen Zach play a few times, I've seen him get, you know, destroyed in the first 2 games, and you think he's completely out of it, barely can move, and then suddenly you hear him later, about an hour later, he's still on the court.
Yeah.
He's in 10-all in the 5th set, and he finds a way through it. You wonder, how did that happen?
Well, that's the interesting thing when you look at someone like him and also Lance as well. You know, 2 Commonwealth Games players that are a little bit older, and they just sort of can use that experience of playing overseas and playing in a team environment to good effect when it comes to actually.
Especially as there's a lot of very young upcoming players, so they don't, especially mentally, they probably don't have the experience at this point of time, so they're able to, especially in the crucial points, know how to just find their way through those situations.
One thing I find interesting with Zach's forehand, there's not always that much backswing. It's a flick from the body almost, rather than taking the racket back all the time. And he can hold and then bang.
Well, it's a very deceptive shot because you just sometimes don't know where that shot's going. Because he doesn't have much of a swing with it, he's able to just trick his opponent a few times to go the wrong way, which is why, you know, he's very dangerous with his shot making.
I guess it comes down to also the attitude on court. You think this guy isn't trying sometimes, and that must, you know, if you can get distracted by that. Opposition, particularly as we've been saying, younger players can get distracted by their opponents looking a little bit laconic and a little bit almost lethargic on court, and sometimes he has that impression.
Well, it's like that in any sport. You get sort of you get players with different styles, so then you just got to find a way to handle it. So Zach, of course, probably goes for shots a lot more than other players, compared to others like Joel, who just likes to keep that ball going, likes to hit the ball low and hard. So it's all about how you use your strengths to your advantage in a situation like this.
That's nice play from Joel. Oh, good recovery as well.
And he's starting to move a bit better now, Zach, after that earlier.
Yeah, limping thing. But that was great. Moved up nicely, almost skid into the wall, but managed to control himself. Oh.
A few mistakes here from Joel.
Yeah.
Again, Zach just showing the experience. Try to go quickly here.
Gee, that's going to go. Just punch that forehand.
Oh, a few reverse boasts there.
So the question there from Zach was that not a let? And then we had Joel saying, well, don't just play a let.
I think it's from Zach thought that there was a double bounce in the, and then so he queried it, and the refs in the end gave a let on it, which Joel then said why he should be playing a let. And I'm for one that would rather just know straight away if you think it's in or out. You know, you don't want to.
Well, sometimes as the official, you can't actually, with the bodies in the way, you can't always see it clearly, can you? So there we go with the first game to Zach Miller, and it was an interesting one. I mean, I know that Joel's very good at comebacks. He almost doesn't seem to care if he loses the first game. We've seen him do that a number of times. But he's going to have to be a little bit wary of letting Zach get out to a two-love lead or anything like that.
Again, with Zach's experience, you know, he's able to maybe take things a little bit easier if he gets a good lead. So if he does feel like he just needs a little bit of a rest, he'll be able to do a little bit easier if he's got a good lead like this. So this could be a very important game coming up here, especially for Joel trying to stay close to Zach, not go down to love.
And for you, Sean, in one of your playoff matches just after 6 o'clock, you've got to play Mania Murphy-Fell, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Had a pretty tough match with him a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Had to come from 2-love down against him to win 3-2, so that'll be a...
Was that an interclub or whereabouts?
So that was in a competition down in Ohakuni a few weeks ago, and yeah, he played a really good game there, so I know it's going to be a very tough game today.
That was like a champion of champion type tournaments, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I played him there, and he had a very good match there, so very wary of what will come out today.
You wouldn't have had the humidity of today. You probably going outside would have been a little bit chillier in Ohakuni.
Yeah, the courts, it was very skiddy on the court as well, so the ball really flew as well, so it won't be as different. The conditions probably won't be as different compared to when we played a few weeks ago. So, and especially the way he plays, it will still suit him as much as those courts there.
All right, we're underway with the second game. Of course, there's that little, well, not little, but there's that powerful slap out of shot, limited swing. Gee, that was nicely controlled volley in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, nice shot there at the end. Just no doubt trying to come out of the blocks pretty quickly here, try and get a good lead here.
One thing we've noticed is that some players will give away 2, sometimes 3 unforced errors in a game, which when you play against, say, Evan or Wamba to a certain extent, or players of high rankings, you just can't do that.
Yeah, well, again, you know, Zach, Lance, those guys as well, you know, they've got good experience when they see their player under pressure. You know, you saw at the end of the first game, he tried to play quick because he knew that Joel wasn't relaxed, and then he knew he could maybe get some cheap points out of it. And for him, that's sort of what helps him stay in the game. So, like I said, he's got a very good head on the court, Zach. So you've got to be wary of it sometimes, trying to slow it down, even though you're probably slightly fitter than him.
Well, the thing is with Joel, he's so methodical in the way he does things, isn't it? There's a method to it, there's a plan to it, and that's how he sets up his squash, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's a pretty consistent player. He just keeps barreling to the back of the court, so, and then just setting himself up these sort of shots here. So, and that was a pretty nice boast there. Set it up, and knows how dangerous Zach will be at the front today as well. So he's trying his best to stay away from the front court as much as he can. A pretty loose shot there from Zach.
Yeah, I mean, he played it back almost at his own body. It was he had to get out of the way, otherwise he would have hit himself.
Yeah, no arguments from him either.
Yeah. Well played, Joel. Controlled that point well. This morning we were watching Abby Palmer play, and obviously you've seen her play a long time, probably hit with her quite a number of times. I've now seen her question one ball. Probably in all the times I've seen her, she just questioned one ball about a let, and very politely as well.
Yeah, she's not much of a talker on the court. She she almost has no, you almost think she's got no expressions on the court.
Yeah.
It's just that got that really good poker face on the court. So you just honestly don't know what her expressions is.
Exactly.
Her losing is potentially the same as her winning a big game, so.
Yeah. It was quite funny. She just politely let. Whereas, all these years that I've seen her play, I'm thinking, no, I've never really seen her question a let, or question a call, or even ask, or request a let.
Well, I guess like everyone's personalities. You get some that query every single call on, even though they're probably absolutely wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas you see someone, there's the replay of this particular point, whereas you see someone like Emma Miller on the court, and she's just full of every single expression. You're wondering if she's winning or losing sometimes, and you know,
yeah, I've seen her smiling when she's losing.
Yeah.
Wonder how that happened.
How would you say your own emotions on the court there, Sean?
Oh, I'm not too bad. Like most of the time, like even last night, having a big game, there was a few smiles here and there, but I was sort of concentrating a lot more. But when you get a bad call go your way, it's my expressions in particular change. That was nice shots there from Zach. There, yeah, I just sometimes lose a little bit when something doesn't quite go my way. But I guess that's sort of like everyone as well.
That's a better shot, just flicking off his toes. We've seen in this particular game a few looser points, and perhaps Joel focus a little bit more to get that lead, 3 points at the present time.
Yeah, well, there were a lot of Joel sort of set Zach up a little bit, maybe expecting that after the early signs from Zach, you might have thought, oh, it might be an easier game for him, but then he's found his game, got his game going, Zach, and then that probably surprised Joel a bit, so he's certainly come out a little bit more focused in this game.
What about that particular shot? Plenty of authority on that. It was hit with power.
Well, it just shows how important a serve is as well. You know, you need to concentrate the whole time. So a few loose serves from both players. Got to serve is just as important as any other shot. Especially guys like Zach, they can hit these mean returns if you set it up too easy. Big rally this.
Oh,
that's a nice shot.
the way he was able to move to it, had the options to go down the forehand
Again, it's
wall.
that good skill he has on that forehand. Doesn't have that much of a swing, so he's able to use a bit of the wrist to manipulate his opponent. It's a good comeback here. Seen Zach do some big comebacks. Last night he was down 10-1 in one of his games, and he came back to win 12-10. So it's
and that's the replay there of the error from Joel Ascot, and gee, this is a big turnaround as well. I mean, he was down by 3 points in a row. I think it was 8-5 at one stage.
And again, it just sort of shows how mentally strong Zach is, trying to make his opponent try and win it rather than just give the point away, even if it's a little bit unorthodox like this rally here.
Wow, it was a smash off the ground, which most of the times would have worked, but it went too close to Joel Ascot, and he kind of had the point and recovered, and I think he just put so much into the first couple of shots.
Bit of a easy miss here for Zach. He'll be disappointed with that one. Did well to get back in this game.
Well, had a game point, lost it. And that is, in fact, the score's just taking its time catching up. It was 12-10 to Joel Ascot. We're just waiting for that score to catch up. But that was the... Oh, yes. Yes. We're just watching the score moving there. And 12-10. So we're at one game apiece. We'll be back with the third in just a moment. So an exciting encounter so far. We're at one game apiece. Zach Miller against Joel Ascot. Miller is the 4th seed from the Waikato, and Joel Ascot from Auckland, the 9th seed. And Sean Wigan, has this match lived up to what you would expect from a player with all the skills, a little bit unorthodox, against a player, plenty of skills, but more of a regulation type opponent in Joel Ascot? Is he, is he a regular player, would you say? How would you describe him?
Yeah, well, it's nice to see Zach trying to keep going in this game. Like, he was down 9-4 in the second game. I think most people would have thought that, okay, he might just give up a few points and just refocus for the third game. but he did well to come back. Actually had game ball in the second game, but just couldn't quite pull it off, and Joel did well to handle it in the end and snuck the second 12-10.
Well, if you were making predictions, you probably have to lean towards... Actually, you don't want to make predictions when you've got a player like Zach, do you?
No, like you think he's out of it. Like we saw that second game, you know, he looks out of it. You would think it's going to be a easy game in the end for Joel, but then suddenly just a few quick points, and suddenly it's tight again. So I think if Zach's on the court, you don't really want to bet anything on it, because you never know what's going to happen. So you see Joel getting a good start here.
Sean, for you, looking at the players that have made it through to the semi-finals, is there any one player that sort of says, this is my tournament, you know, I'm going to win this? I mean, you've obviously got Evan there with the experience, and Lawamba is probably the two that stand out, but what about Tim or Chris van der Sar? Could they upset predictions or upset seedings?
Yeah, well, I haven't seen Evan play too much this year, especially recently, so, you know, if Temwa can go out on to, like, from the match against Joel, you know, Joel had a few opportunities in that game. So, you know, Temwa would have looked at that match, no doubt, and he would find a little bit of confidence knowing how close he is to Joel as well. So he'll no doubt give it all he can on that court tonight. And then with Joel and with Louis and Chris has actually got a lot more experience as well. Like he's...
You have to look at Louis and the athletic ability. Watching him on court, you think, gee, I could put him in any sport possible, and he wouldn't look out of place, would he?
Well, he used to be a cross-country runner, so it's probably no surprise he's got that amazing fitness of his, which he's then transformed onto the squash court.
At times he seems quite relaxed in his style of play, whereas Tim's perhaps a little bit more intense in the way he plays. I'm not sure if that's, would you think that's correct? Or is it no, when you play them?
Yeah, well, I haven't played Louis this year. I haven't played him since last year, but certainly I've played Timo a few times this year. And you can just tell he's maybe a bit more aggressive, goes for shots a lot more compared to Louis, that's maybe a little more laid back, just able to just rally a bit longer, which again sort of comes with the physical side of things.
Oh, that's good play by Joel there. Really taking charge of this, the third game. I'm not sure if we're seeing a little lapse from Zach, or whether he's going to... What was that shot? The return of serve, that was a flick off the ankle?
Yeah, he's certainly not struggling a little bit in this game, Zach.
Oh, this is a good reply from Joel Arscott, winning the second 12-10 and then the third 10-12. Looked to be Zach Miller just off the boil a little bit, and Joel Arscott refocusing, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, well, it just shows how important that second game turned out to be. Yeah. Like if Zach went up 2-0, you know, he would have felt a bit more relaxed, would have gone for shots a lot more, and maybe they would have come off, but because it was 1-0, it was under a little bit more pressure in this game. And Joel was able to take advantage, no doubt, getting a little bit of confidence after sneaking that second.
All right, well, let's have a look at the fourth game, not too far away, between Zach Miller and Joel Arscott. And don't forget, we also have the semi-finals for both the women and the men. Not too far away, Emma Miller against, the 15-year-old, and that is Sophie Hodges out of the Waikato, both of those players. Then Lana Harrison against Abby Palmer. The men's semi-finals, Evan Williams against Temwa Chalisi. And then the final match of the night will be the second men's semi-final, Lawamba Chalisi against Chris van der Sar. Coming back in just one moment for this, the fourth game. So back in now for the fourth game of this, the top 8 playoffs. It is Zach Miller in the purple and Joel Ascott in the orange. And certainly Miller's been able to mix it up with plenty of winners, but then perhaps Sean Wigan in that third was a bit of a struggle. There we go with the replay there. And, oh, where did those two errors come from?
Yeah, well, one thing everyone will know in New Zealand is never to write Zach off. Like, that was a very interesting game from him in that last game, but that certainly doesn't mean that he's...
Well, we've got 3 love now.
You know, he's just got those ridiculous shots of his that he can pull up like that forehand there. He just can just quickly get on a good roll, and you can see here he's already up 3 love and it's barely been a minute.
How do you come up with a game plan against that? Because it must be difficult. You know, you come up with a game plan against a guy that you can't really plan against.
Well, one thing when you do play a player like Zach is when you've just got to sort of refocus and stick to basics. So if you try and play a game that doesn't suit you, then it's not going to work too well against. If you just focus on what works best for you, that's what Joel's trying to do in this game. He's trying to just... And if Zach has a good run, hits some mean shots, then you can't do too much about it. But if you just... But you know the mistakes will also come from Zach, as we've seen here, so... You just have to keep focused and play your game. So,
Goodness.
You know, you can see it's very orthodox here, but Joel just trying to stay focused here.
Gee, it was a great twirl that he did to stay on that one as well.
Yeah.
Oh, for someone who was struggling to move with almost an injury or a tightness in the first game, Zach Miller moved extremely well on that point and forced the error out of Joel Ascott, didn't he?
Well, one thing that people underestimate with Zach as well is his speed around the court. Like, he's certainly not the fittest around the court, but he's certainly got this. But he does have the speed where he can bring it out from time to time, like we saw in that last point.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big lad, but he can still get around the court really quickly.
Because he's able to also slow it down, he's able to get that energy back when he needs to then fire up in the important points.
And certainly warming up again with a good amount of people watching these playoff matches. Oh, back up, nice recovery. Gee, it was quick up, back up off the ground there.
Mm.
Oh, great reactions.
Very quick point here from both players.
A huge point. Being up by 3 or being up by 1. I think they've been up by 2.
Nice shot there to finish it off from Zach. Now it looks like Joel's picked up something there.
Well, certainly he's thrown himself around the court, got up off the ground. Certainly all the stretching that he does is it's got to help him.
Yeah, he doesn't pick up too many injuries, Joel.
No, it does. I'm not sure if he does Pilates or anything like that, but he does a lot of stretching and a lot of work on that. And I think just like Paul Cole, always stretching so much and trying to get his core strength right.
So this point now is just as important as the one before. You've just had a big rally, bit of a long break in between. So now it's going to be interesting to see how they both handle this point. Nice post here, oh, but that's a great pickup. Maybe a bit fortunate.
There's the replay.
A small smile there from Joel as well when he got the win.
Well, both players sliding a little bit as well. Not sure if that's the particular style on this match or if it is getting really wet almost on the court.
Smart shot there from Zach. Not putting too much length in it, but just enough to keep it low.
Oh. Well, that unforced error there. Didn't need to hit it on that shot. It was only about the third or fourth shot of the actual rally.
That's what Zach can do to you. Just forces uncharacteristic mistakes. Because he can just bring out these unorthodox shots, and now that he's got a bit of a lead, he'll be able to just take his time a little bit more.
Well, for Zach, it's almost as if his lob serve is a characteristic of the family, because Emma does it all the time, particularly against the juniors.
Well, they would have been taught that when they were young. So I know Zach being a year older than me, I've certainly seen him play a lot as a junior as well. That's certainly been one of his big streams when he was a junior.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's a nice shot there.
Let's have a look at it here.
Yeah, nice roller here. The Egyptians would like that shot. Well, very unorthodox shot that time from Zach. Paid off.
Well, I just don't know what to think of this match. I keep on thinking he's gone, and then he comes out with 4 winners and leads about 4-1 in the fourth.
No, he loves close matches. I've certainly not seen him. Seen a lot of his results in the past. He loves to battle it out, especially in these sort of matches. Tried maybe a little bit too fancy there from Zach.
Yeah.
Trying to put it away.
Almost behind his back. You'd maybe expect Federer to try it. Might come off.
Yeah, it doesn't quite go as well on the squash court.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit more tricky.
Yes.
Oh, tries to go for the roller again. I don't want this to drag on too long. Joel pinning him back on the backhand side, not giving him too many opportunities in this point.
A lot of coverage from Joel. He's really moving around the court. Point just slowing down a bit.
Another big rally this. Oh, nice shot there. Good pickup.
Oh, great recovery.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
There was just one short step too far, it seemed. He was almost there. Another little half step might have been a better position.
I feel like watching that point there, I feel like watching my game from last night. I was throwing around like a hitless chicken. gave me nightmares.
Yeah, how long does it actually take to come down from a match, whether it's a win or a loss like that, for someone like you? Does it take a while?
It's all about the recovery, I guess. Just like anyone, you know, you've just had a massive game, and you know it's gonna be sore if you don't do much on it. So then you just have to stick to a good recovery plan. That's what makes someone like Joel really good in that department. Barely gets injured because he does do the recovery very well, especially after matches, big matches.
Well, there's some busy traffic down the middle of the court at the moment. Perhaps a little bit of tiredness coming in, but both players, it's getting a little physical and a little bit busy down the middle of the court. Let's see. This one going down the backhand wall. Oh, swings it across.
Oh, nice shot there from Zach. Bit of a fist pump to finish it off as well. I definitely like that.
Yeah, that was great. And it was a great shot. Let's, not sure if we've got the replay of that one. And we'll just have a look at the replay of the final point of that fourth game. Here we go. And
oh, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, he just...
And what a fist pump. Love it as well.
Oh, yeah. Great stuff. All right, we'll come back with the fifth in just a moment of this first of the men's playoff matches. Well, it's about the third or fourth change of shirt for Joel Ascott in this playoff match against Zach Miller. Miller is the 4th seed for the tournament, and Joel is 9th seed. The humid conditions on court, but both players really been scampering around the court. I don't know if we'll call scampering the best word for Zach Miller. Sean Wigan, he covers the court a lot quicker than people would expect who may be watching on screen or here, even in the crowd.
Yeah, well, both players here have certainly got some good speed in their game. And as you say, the humidity is showing for both players. It's gone pretty hot on these courts the last few days. Auckland's been pretty warm.
Well, it's unusual, really, to play very late October, early November, isn't it? To have a tournament of this
standard. It's very
standard.
rare to have this sort of big tournament, because usually Nationals is played in August, but of course, due to the second lockdown in Auckland, we weren't able to actually play. So
Well, it's nice that we're able to play full stop, isn't it? That
yeah,
we're actually able to play.
definitely. Like everyone here that's come up to play, you know, you could tell they really want to play this. So it's very nice to finally get this tournament played, and certainly happy myself to be playing on my home courts.
Yeah. Well, we're still no further on from finding who we think is going to be our champion, are we? We're in the 5th, and it's 2-1, and no one is saying, well, I'm going to win this game, neither player.
you know, you just don't know what to expect when Zach's involved. Like you can think he's out of it, but then he can just bring out these orthodox shots like he did in the 4th game. Joel doesn't do anything too special, just sticks to the basics. So if he keeps that going, it pretty much comes down to how Zach can keep going till the end.
Well, that was a much better point from Joel, able to control it from the tee. And it made Zach do all the running. The score is 3-1.
Oh, that's a nice shot there from Zach. Just really striking the ball hard. Again, just that deceptive forehand of his just gives him the opportunity to hit those sort of shots.
Well, it also came back so low, didn't it? It
Yeah.
hit just above the 10 and then came back and, well, hardly bounced at all.
Joel firing up. No, few very important points coming up now. If he can really get a good lead here, could be the last straw for Zach in this game.
4-3.
There's a bit of confusion with the score at the moment.
I think it is 4-2. I think the score that we've got on screen is right. Yeah, the official did call it 4-3. It is 4-2. And Zach's okay with that.
Well, Zach doesn't mind the rest. I think he really needed after. That's probably just what he needed. A few points going to Joel, just give himself that get that little bit of energy back. So he would have not mind the confusion. Oh, bit of collision there.
I'm not
Yeah.
What are you thinking on that, Sean?
Well, Joel initially gone the way, so you can see.
Let's have a look.
So you can see Joel was in the way. So Zach, to his credit, tried to play on.
Yeah.
So I think that's the right call there.
Right.
No let. Zach's trying to get around.
Yeah.
Joel was in the way.
I don't think it was like a shove over or anything.
It wasn't
like
like it's not like a rugby tackle. So he was trying to play the ball, and credit to Zach, and he tried to play the ball, which is what the refs want to see. So you can't really have a go.
Nice shot.
Go there. So another good low shot there from Zach. And all of a sudden, that small break certainly paid dividend for Zach there. A few very good points there.
Down 2-4, now up 5-4.
That's how smart he is on the court as well. Just knows when to slow it down in between rallies when he's very tired. So bit maybe too casual in that instance from Zach there. He actually got to the ball much closer than he was expecting.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Like, it wasn't actually a great drop there. He probably was surprised how high he landed.
Exactly. Well, back to 5-all. Certainly entertaining, this match in the 5th. It is the first of the men's playoffs in the top 8. The winner of this goes through for 5th and 6th playoff. And Joel's just got that. It's been entertaining. And a little bit of a question there from Zach Miller.
I think they're having a let here. few big points here now for both players. We start to get closer to the end of the fifth.
Oh, he was in position almost to do it, but couldn't lift it enough.
So a little bit of frustration there. Knew how important that point was. Stay close. That's a nice forehand there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he was going to get to it.
Yeah, you can't really say anything about that. Here's a replay of this. So it was a bit of a loose one from Joel originally, and Zach punished it. So
yeah, the ball was well past him before.
Yeah, you can't really blame the refs on that one. Zach won't mind this. Just Joe trying to slow down. But I think Zach will prefer this.
Zach's almost going on a whole run around each corner of there, or a whole walk around each corner of the court. He's actually doing a bit of distance there, but he's doing it at a slow pace.
And again, that's why you've got to be careful when you play Zach. You know, don't fall into what he does. You know, fall into that trap. So you've got to sort of stay focused, but don't let him slow down too much.
Nice play by Joel. Good recovery again.
So now he's bringing out these.
Drop. Oh, gee, if he had connected with that on the full properly, it would have been disaster for Joel. But
yeah, surprised Zach didn't try and do a dive there to get that volley back.
Well, he did a few against Tim earlier today, where he ended up on the ground a few times. Maybe that would have hurt.
A little bit slow at this point, but that was a nice both there, trying to move Zach around now.
Yeah, got quite a way behind him in that shot. Joe was able to bring him forward and then play one right at the back and have it behind. Zach Miller wasn't able to turn in time.
Oh, dive.
Oh.
Dive. Oh, 2 dives. What about that?
No.
Oh, no way! Oh, no way! How in the world did he get that?
Oh, let's have a look at that
back?
replay here.
Hopefully Superman's watching.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Oh.
Got this one.
And another one coming up.
Oh, no way.
Eat your heart out, Paul Cole. Someone else is doing it too. And well played. You can see Zach's face at the end. It's like, seriously?
Yeah, he's certainly not impressed with that. He's like, it's hard enough that I'm super tired.
Yeah.
You don't need to show off your fitness in front of me.
You wipe up your own sweat. And, well, what a remarkable shot that really was. Oh, that's really got to appreciate him. Well, he's walked about 400 meters now, just around the court.
Well, he'll be loving this, doing absolutely nothing, just standing there on the court. If you're wondering why there's a long break, watch this. Again. That's 1. That's 2. And what's the third one?
The thing was that Zach Miller was just casually knew that he was still behind him. I'll just play this as casual as I can.
Just think what would have happened if he hit that last one in the tin.
Oh, I think they probably would have a broken racket. Well, let's carry on.
And then it's just a quick two shots. That's disappointing. All the hype in the one before.
Exactly.
That's one matchable
nice shot.
One matchable save there.
Yeah. Wasn't going to dive for that one this time.
And I still got two points.
So 2 points up his sleeve for Joel Larscott, the 9th seed against the 4th seed Zach Miller. Oh, nice change of direction.
And,
and well
that's
done.
it.
Yeah. That was a beautiful change of direction. Both players feeling it in their legs. And
yeah, great game
entertainment from both players.
Great game from both players, and Joel will take huge confidence. He had a good tournament so far.
And
he'll take.
Zach Miller coming off was grinning, even though he might have lost. He knew that he'd been beaten in a very entertaining contest. And
well, that's what you get, these sort of players just enjoying the sport rather than just going out there to. While it will be hard for him to take the loss, he enjoyed that, playing that, especially that.
I'm not sure if he'll be able to move after that. He's sitting down now, whether or not he can move afterwards.
Well, I think the good news for him is I don't think he's got any more games, so I think he can relax as long as he wants now.
Yeah, exactly. So, Sean, we're going to let you go and get ready for one of your playoff matches, and do appreciate your time. That was entertaining to watch and also to commentate. Thank you very much for your time, Sean.
Thank you.
And next game, just letting everybody know that the next game is at 5:20 p.m. That will be the semi-finals coming up, the first of the women's semi-finals. So we'll come back to that one on the TV court.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
So my name's Lauren Mashleshi, New Zealand squash player, currently 150 ranked in the world and number 4 in New Zealand. So yeah, I started squash when I was 11 in Christchurch, so my dad got me into it. He used to be a grader, so yeah, that's how it started. So I also have a brother as well who's a year younger than me, and so we were real competitive when we were younger, you know. Playing a lot of other sports as well. Went end of last year for 2 months to the UK, and then kind of came back here for a month, and then went back in February, played some tournaments in America, and then end of February I was based in the UK. Until about end of June. So yeah, it was different. I think the first time I went there was just kind of getting that exposure and just getting used to routines of how everything works over there, because it's a little bit different. We were still hitting when I made the decision to stay. I think about a week and a half after I decided to stay, we stopped hitting. And yeah, I talked to a few people in the UK and we didn't think that it would last as long as it did, I guess. But it was too hard to tell. So around June, I think it was the start of June is when I made the decision to come back. Just based off the fact that there was squash here, there was kind of stuff happening here. Even though it wasn't much, it was still more than over there. And doing circuits every day and running isn't the most entertaining thing to do for a long period of time. So I got an Uber to the airport and there was no one at the airport, like nothing, no cars or anything. It was just silent. Normally Manchester Airport's quite a busy airport, queues all everywhere, but there was nothing, so that was quite interesting. So I went to Qatar, then Melbourne, then Auckland. So it was quite a long journey. I think it was like 41 hours of travel total, and I had to stay overnight in Melbourne. But yeah, it was weird. Like planes were empty, kind of everyone wearing masks, you know, literally just full body suits. So it was tough. I actually quite enjoyed the food. I'm not really a fussy guy anyway, but I thought the food was quite good quality. I know there's been a lot of complaints about the food. The thing I struggled with was just not being able to get out, so we had to book walks where we go to a park and we walk around for like half an hour. But we literally had to get up at 8 AM to book it, and it was always fully booked after about half an hour, because they're only allowed to have like 10 maximum each hour, and I think they do it for I guess 6 hours a day that they do it for. I was lucky because I was able to obviously talk to my family, talk to Joel and John and my brother as well, see what was going on. So it's quite an interesting one. So there's no PSA yet, as of yet, we don't really know much about that. So I'm kind of just focusing on my New Zealand tournament. So obviously we've got Nationals coming up end of August. That's the big tournament we're going to fire up for. When I say we, yes, that's me, Joel and Timwa, as we all train together here at Excel. But so yeah, our big focus is going to be Nationals. So I'm playing Waikato Open, my first tournament back, so that's going to be very interesting. But yeah, I'm really excited to just get back amongst it. I'm not sure what we're going to do after Nationals. We haven't quite planned ahead of that. But yeah, so main focus now is just focus on Nationals, focus on New Zealand tournaments and training, and just keeping an eye on the news, see what's happening around the world and with PSA, and I'll get back into the swing of things soon. I look forward to seeing you guys play. I look forward to playing against you guys again.
The New Zealand Secondary School Championships is one of New Zealand's biggest squash events. With roughly 50 teams from a range of different schools around New Zealand, it really showcases the high quality squash we have. This year's event was held in 3 different squash clubs around Tauranga: Devoy Squash and Fitness Centre, Te Puke Squash and Mount Maunganui Sports Club. All 3 facilities provided a really exciting atmosphere for all of our students coming to compete. We spoke with Anna and Lucy from Weso Girls High School before their semi-final showdown.
The
I'm Anna Jousey.
And I'm Lucy Ashton.
We're from Westlake Girls in Auckland.
Everyone on our team has already played squash before, and so it was just about, I don't know, getting us all in a team and playing together.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah, really
Definitely
good.
nerve-wracking.
Yeah, super fun.
Scary.
We're in the semi-finals right now.
Yeah. So hopefully we can push through to the finals.
My family played, so my dad played, and then my brother started playing, so then I just got involved.
Exact same thing. My dad and brother play, so I kind of just hopped on the train. Well, to be honest, I kind of admire Paul Cole.
I was just about to say the same thing.
He's such a good squash player.
He's really good at anticipating shots and diving. I'm getting obsessed with diving right now.
With COVID-19 really taking a hit on many secondary school sport competitions, we were lucky enough to get our competition underway just after the COVID outbreak. We had a quick word with Mason from Mount Albert Grammar School ahead of his next match.
Mason Smells. I'm from Madge, Mount Albert Grammar School. We're expecting a few tough games, and we're going to hopefully try our best and hopefully win. Well, we're just going to try and play with a little bit of deception and get good length first, because if I get pretty bad length, the game can just go down. So length first, and then everything else can hopefully kick in with deception, shots, and hopefully win.
The host club of Devoy Squash and Fitness Centre were lucky to see 3 teams from the neighbouring school, Tauranga Boys College. We talked with local and club member Joe Smythe before his semi-final.
Hey, my name's Joe Smythe. I'm from Tauranga Boys College. We've had games in Te Puke and Mount, which we've done very well. Teams played well. Good tracking for the semi-final today. Yeah, so my dad played inter-club one night, brought me along, and ever since I've just been holding a racket, which is really cool. One of my goals to go overseas, UK or America, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I guess for the title, everyone is hungry to win the title. The competition's really hard. We're seated 3rd. The top 4 is just, yeah, it's really tough. It's going to be tough. If we work hard and we're disciplined, I think we've got it.
And to the girls' finals matchup between Whangarei Girls High and Havelock North. The number 1 seed Whangarei showed why they came in as favourites, taking out Havelock North 4-1. Although the scoreline may not suggest, the matchups were hotly contested and underdogs Havelock North put up a good fight. We ran into Amy Brown, captain of Whangarei Girls High School, after winning their exciting matchup against Havelock North High School.
Hi, my name's Amy Brown. I'm the team captain of Whangarei Girls High School squash team. I think they all did really well. They've all been training pretty hard and working. I don't know, I guess since your first seed, it's kind of always a possibility. Decided at 6 this morning, as we got up, it's getting an early game, we were going to go and watch the sunrise. So we're all just standing on the beach in our pyjamas watching the sunrise. Junior Nationals is coming up, so I'm going down with the Northern team to Christchurch, so we'll be training for that.
Now to the boys' final. It was a repeat of the 2019 final, as Mount Albert Grammar School will look to repeat, and Tauranga Boys will be hoping that their home court advantage takes them over the edge. The number 1 seed was too much to handle for Tauranga, as Mount Albert Grammar School wins 3-2. And the girls' final round results. And we have the final girls' standings. To the boys' final round results now. And the final standings for the boys. A huge congratulations to both Mount Albert Grammar School and Whangarei Girls High School for taking out this year's competition. A special thanks to all those who made this event happen: volunteers, host clubs, coaches and parents. We look forward to seeing you all next year.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into this, the first of the women's semi-finals here at the National Squash Champs at the North Shore Squash Club, and a very fortuitous start, John Duggan, because Sophie Hodges let that lob serve just die. In fact, the ball's just dying all over the place at the moment.
Dave, it's skill, not luck, and I need to make that clear from the start. But look, it's very, very hot here in Auckland. It's super, super muggy. There's a lot of people in the North Shore Squash Club really anticipating some great squash, and yeah, we've had a funny start, haven't we?
Yeah, it seems to be about 3 or 4 shots right into the backhand, hitting the back wall and just,
yeah,
bleh, that's it. I think that's the best way of describing the bounce, with bleh. So let's just see whether something can develop. I think they're both keyed onto it, that if you put it back into that corner, it may die completely.
Yeah, I mean, normal service has resumed now, Dave. We've got a decent rally. Sophie likes to pound that ball around and generally play pretty straight, good lines, and that was a good rally to really settle the nerves of both players.
Now, they know each other well, both coming from the Waikato. Of course, Sophie Hodges at just 15 years old, in her second year at high school at Hamilton Girls. And we have Emma Miller, top seed for the tournament, 112 in the world. And she is a full-time teacher. And with the youngsters, she's got her school production coming up this week, which she's I'm not sure if she's totally looking forward to. She's finding a lot of work, she said to me, and I think she's going to be happy when it's actually over and done with. But enjoying playing this tournament, and she said, you know, she really wants to win this. Now that Joelle's not here, and no Landis Murphy either.
It's a great opportunity for everyone playing in this tournament, with 2 new champions being crowned tomorrow afternoon, and obviously to get there and give themselves a shot. They've got to win tonight.
So let's just,
oh, that's a nice winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, Emma's pretty multi-talented, does a lot of coaching for Squash New Zealand in her area, and a bit of fitness work as well as her school duties, which is really cool. Really putting back into the game and back into the community.
Yeah, she's had her appendix out about, I think it's 2 or 3 months ago, something like that as well,
yeah,
appendix.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, all these things do add up, and we've found a couple of players like that. Dewey Byatt as well as a physio, a neurological physio, and she's trying to play as well and keep going as much as she can, and that's a good shot. So this is the thing that the youngster, Sophie Hodges, needs to do, is play at the level or the speed that she wants to, and try not to let Emma dictate.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a nice contrast of styles here. The classic sort of younger runner, hard hitter versus the more experienced player with a bit more variation. Both are just trying to find their way. Emma will be happy she's got a nice cushion here, because she can sort of maintain, probably put a bit of a squeeze on over the next few points.
Nice disguise on the shot going across there. Nice for Sophie Hodges to get that error and get it in her favour. So she grabs 1 point back.
Yeah, that one's a bit too tight, but the previous rally, it was nice defence on that backhand side, just lifting really, really tight. Got herself back in the rally.
Well, one of the things she's going to have to do is cut out unforced errors. Don't give away 2 to 3 points per game, because that's 2 to 3 that Emma will take advantage of. And now it's got her up to 10-5. Oh, and then we're seeing the error there. So it's a little bit scrappy to start with, John, and particularly those first 4 points or so, hitting the back wall and just fading completely.
Yeah, well, we saw yesterday that match with that we commentated on yesterday, how it can take a little while for players to settle, and Lauren Clark settled better earlier. It's good to see Sophie getting in the game and building some momentum for the next game if she doesn't prevail here.
Yeah, well, that one just dropped away. She did play 3 or 4 great forehand drives that were really strong and positive, but then as it went into the backhand corner there, it just dropped away completely. So 11-7, and I think, you know, the 7 points, you'll be pleased getting 7 to start with. I mean, obviously you want to get the game, but if you can just go point by point and work her way from there. So 11-7, Emma Miller, the top seed, taking the first game. Well, Emma Miller taking the first game 11-7, but impressed with Sophie Hodges. 7 points, a couple of errors in there, John Duggan, that she would want to get rid of. Certainly her forehand is very strong. Let's see if she can hit down the line there like that.
Yeah, you know, she got into Emma on a few points and won the points rather than just hanging around while Emma made mistakes, and that's always encouraging. In that first game against the higher ranked player, as a coach, I'm just looking for my player to get in the game, to sort of establish a few patterns and start playing the way that we've talked about in the game plan before the match. And you know, squash is an interesting game. You've never lost until you've lost. So if you can build some patterns and momentum, then you're always in it.
Well, this is where we need to see the maturity, or some maturity, come through from the youngster. She's down love 3. And there's that beautiful forehand. She loves that shot. But not quite enough on it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here, she's 4-love down, but she's not playing badly. So I always say to my guys, look, just start well and have your level at a good level. You know, because sometimes you can get a bit of scoreboard pressure and you've not really done anything wrong. She's jumped on that quickly and played a nice trickle to win that point. And it's good to see that mentally she's a pretty tough customer.
Well, only 15 years old, and you think, well, this is your opportunity. We're not saying you should beat or have to beat Emma Miller, but at least go out there and give it a good go, knowing that, hey, next to my player, I'm not going to stand back, and I'm not going to fall for a loss. I want to win this now.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, to sort of go heavy into cliche mode, you know, you eat the elephant one bite at a time, and she can take a couple of bites here tonight, and you know, build from whatever the result is here as she sort of progresses through her junior and possibly pro career. Nice finish there.
Yeah, it was really mixing it up. She just held the ball by her ankle almost and then lifted it. Well,
got a bit carried away there.
Yeah, you never die trying, or maybe you do in this case. It was all sorts of different shots from Emma Miller. Now, what I'd say to both players is perhaps slow down a little bit. It's like we're on turbo.
Yeah, it's not going to be a long, slow match, is it?
No.
And it's actually quite nice when players are quick between points.
Yeah.
Some of my guys are a bit guilty of mucking around, but...
well, people come up with their own particular methods and stick with that method, whereas I think the method from Emma Miller is, go on, let's get going.
Yeah, it's good. It's good, actually. Good for the game.
Well, what we've seen, like with Zach Miller against Joel Arscott, was quite remarkable at times.
Oh, good finish.
I think that whole rally was a little bit unorthodox. But
yeah, we had that crazy dive rally. You know, someone's got to post that on social media because it'll go viral somewhere in the world. Yeah, it was a little bit crazy. It was like Joel was ice skating right at the end there, slipped over, like something out of a comedy show.
And just looking at the replay of this particular point, yeah, the mistake, the error into the tin from Emma Miller. But yes, we're talking about Joel Arscott against Zach Miller, where Joel managed to dive 3 times. And Zach was just, the look on his face was like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. Much better point there.
Oh, good hustle.
Yeah.
Nice finish. squaring the pickup there.
11-5. Again, she dropped the game, and the score wasn't quite the same. But what she did do there, Sophie Hodges, she wasn't playing bad, even though it was 2 points less.
Yeah, I mean, she's won a few points. She's had some real good rallies. She's played smart, made good choices in those rallies. So there's a lot to take out of this from her and her team. She's talking there now with Joe, her coach, and it's good to see that conversation, player-coach working together.
And also good to see a number of the other junior girls there watching from age pretty much 13 through to whatever age, and that's great that they're supporting and watching the their friend, sometimes their rival as well, and that's a really important thing. That you're all here in Auckland this weekend. You know it's a squash weekend. Enjoy it. Come out, learn something. Play.
Yeah, I mean, junior squash is very social. Obviously, senior squash is as well. And these national events are an opportunity for the kids and some of the bigger kids to see people they haven't seen for a while. So it's a lot of fun. A lot of people come to nationals for the social as much as the squash. And that's one of the cool things about squash in New Zealand.
Well, that was one of the things, John, at the National Juniors in Christchurch, maybe it was about a month ago. And all the players hadn't seen each other for so long. They were very competitive, but it was so many of them were saying, "Yeah, this is great for us. We're loving it. We're getting to see all of our friends and rivals.
Yeah,
we're getting to see all of our friends again." And there we are. Just Joanne Williams. Just a few last words as we have Sophie Hodges going back on the court. She is up against the top seed. There's a difference there. Whether it's also age as well. But I really want to see her go. Okay, this is it. I'm going to go for this. It doesn't have to go for every single shot, but I'm going to go for this. I'm going to put pressure on this top seed and see how I go. Oh, there's that lob serve.
Yeah, it's a goodie. It's a nice shot there. Yeah, I agree, Dave. Sophie's hitting a good line there. Can she, and again. Cheeky smile there from Emma.
She doesn't stop smiling even when she's losing.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that was a good effort from Sophie Hodges, but it was just one shot too many that she had to hit. She was in the rally.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's good that these rallies are going longer because, not because they're defensive, but just simply because they're both playing well.
Well, no matter what the result here, there will be a third and fourth playoff tomorrow. And just see... Oh, no, you're not going to be able to flick that one up. Okay. So let's see a bit more determination on that. I don't want to see you smiling after that one, Sophie. I want to see you angry, thinking I'm going to get the next one.
Yeah, I mean, she's a nice lady, young lady, so she's going to smile and be polite. Good on her. But, yeah, a little bit of mongrel never hurts from time to time. Good finish there from Emma. So she's got a nice cushion here, good bit of scoreboard pressure. And as a top seed, this is what you want to do to take the pressure off in the top of the semis.
All right, let's see what we can do here. And that's a great drive down forehand, but recovered well.
That's a good get.
All right, and we're just getting the microphone a little bit closer there, John. Okay, still into this long rally, and that's a great shot from Emma Miller moving in close. Oh, great drive down. Some great recovery here. And there we are with that point. And it is now 6-2. Emma Miller really progressing quite well now in the third game. And
yeah, good finish, nice kill.
So Sophie Hodges just not able to quite gain the foothold that she wants in the third. Oh, John, we've seen a few of those there. And in fact, we saw about 4 of them in a row in the
Well,
in the
what's
first game.
interesting, is, even though it's really, really hot and the ball is zinging around, the court is still rewarding a good shot. And we see that there. Nice volley drop from Emma. But it rewards a good length. It's a little slower than court 6, I think. Don't know why.
Well, Timma was trying to figure that out when I mentioned it to him. He's like, oh, yeah, okay, I'll have to watch out for that. So no doubt he'll be taking your advice.
He hasn't played on this court, but, he'll adapt, for sure. Now, we've got a match ball here, and once again, a pretty professional performance from Emma, which is good to watch.
Well, they raced through it there. In fact, that game was about 20 minutes. I hope Sophie Hodges can take something from it. She's going to think I lost in straight sets. That's disappointing, particularly in the last game, 11-2. But she should be able to take something positive from this, John, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as an absolute minimum, she's got a top 4 finish in the New Zealand Senior Nationals. And for a 15-year-old junior athlete, that's a nice thing to have on your CV. The experience is kind of useful if you learn from it. So it's like anything, experience is good if you learn. And I think she will with her team behind her and her attitude as a young athlete. The next time she'll know what those nerves feel like. She'll know what it feels to be pressured by a top player. And she'll have a few strategies and a few ideas about what to do. And that's going to help her next time and the time after that.
All right, John Duggan, thank you very much for your time there. We'll come back very shortly. In fact, we'll come back at 6 o'clock for the second women's semi-final. That is Alana Harrison, the 3rd seed, up against Abby Palmer, the 2nd seed. And now with the start of the first of the women's semi-finals, like that, the second of the women's semi-finals. Of course, Emma Miller already working her way through into the final, defeating Sophie Hodges in straight games. This one, though, the left-hander, Abby Palmer from the North Shore Club against Lana Harrison. And Shelley Kitchen expecting, well, we're expecting a lot of winners of this because that's just Lana's style, and also Abby Palmer, well, she's the left-hander who likes to use the ankles.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, it's going to be a really great match. Against these two, they obviously play each other quite a lot. They played each other in the Technofiber Pamir Open 2 weeks ago, and Lana got the win, and Abby won before that at the Nationals Cross Centre PSA tournament, so a few weeks before. So yeah, this is going to be, exciting match.
And a good group, a good crowd of enthusiastic fans and squash players themselves watching this particular match.
Yeah, there's it's nice to see a few older players as well here that I recognise from when I was playing.
And you can see the crowd there. So there's the Martin Dawson there, the new chief executive. We've got a few coaches in the way as well. Paul Hornsby there. He's coaching Abby Palmer. And there's also quite a number of people saying hello to them in the lounge, enjoying the hospitality there as well. So as we get into this, the first game, a handy lead. That was 3-1 to Abby Palmer, but now 1 point come back to Lana Harrison. And
yeah, there's sort of nowhere to go there for Lana. That's a really good drop from Abby. Pretty competitive with some good rallies to start off with. Oh, great shot from Lana. So Abby's sort of moving Lana to the front of the court on a boast, but however, Lana's been up there pretty quickly and getting Abby's boast. So.
Well, there's only one speed that Lana Harrison plays, and that's turbo. We're already at 4 points apiece.
Yeah, Abby will be used to this pace from Lana.
Although there was an unforced error, probably uncharacteristic as well, of Abby there. She just didn't quite lift the ball enough.
Yeah, especially this early in the match. Oh, it's a great, nice, straight drive from Abby.
Well, one thing we did have in the previous match where Emma Miller came through over Sophie Hodges was about 4 points in a row where the ball completely died into the backhand corner there. And it's quite staggering that they just all happened one after the other. Both players a little bit bemused by it.
This is a pretty fast and furious pace to start with, which we kind of know from Lana. That's what you're going to get in the first game or third, fourth or fifth game. So that doesn't help with Abby making those errors. I think Abby's just got to regroup a little bit, slow Lana down.
It's quite a brutal type of play sometimes from Lana, that she really just attacks the ball.
Yeah, she does. She gets really good length. And that's another error from Abby. So they are just clipping the top of the tin. So probably needs to try and regroup before the end of this game, just so she has a little bit of confidence going into the second game. Oh, wow.
That's much better.
It's a great shot from Abby.
It was much better.
It's much better because it didn't hit the tin. So, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, there was the replay there, and we can see that Abby Palmer, lots of control on that one.
Yeah. Lana's, playing with confidence. She's quite happy to step up the tee, take it on the volley. It's really hot here as well, so the ball's flying around. It's a great shot.
Good play, right into the corner.
I think the marker called the ball down.
Yes.
Even though the ref wasn't sure, and Abby stopped, even though Abby was quite far back of the court.
Yeah.
But yeah, rules are rules. So yeah, if you've won the game and then all of a sudden you haven't, that's pretty just.
Well, she finished it off just the same though.
Yeah,
so
yeah, she did.
Nice play from Abby Palmer. Let's just have a look at the point, the game point there, and put away very nicely. And Lana Harrison taking the first 11-6. This is the second women's semi-final. Well, Shelley Kitchen, we're back in for the second game, and Lana Harrison winning the first 11-6 with a very attacking play, as would expect from her. Abby Palmer, well, the club champion here. It's about 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
And, oh, there's the splits again. It happens to be a habit of Lana Harrison. I don't know if it's very good for her body.
Probably not, but she's pretty determined.
Exactly.
No ball is really an outright winner for Lana. So
no, that's true.
Got to give her that. She definitely effort levels, you know,
Give it a go.
are really good. Yeah. So Lana probably not quite sure if that ball was out. I think it was fine.
Well, we have all the official referees here from around New Zealand, and some of them have certainly been around the world. So 2-1. Harrison really getting pushed into the corners at the moment.
Yeah, good start by Abby. She's kind of regrouped a little bit. Lana really hasn't done anything wrong here. If anything, Abby's just playing a little bit more length, not going near the tin at the moment, but that might change as sort of the game goes on.
Well, that's a better shot. She got herself into the tee and really was able to dominate that one.
Oh, hard luck. I think it's the right shot. Lana was definitely pinned behind her. So Lana's just not giving Abby any really time to regroup in between rallies.
So, Shelley, if you're Abby, how do you slow Lana down? How do you slow yourself down? I mean, it's all very easy to say bounce the ball a lot of times and take your time, but how do you slow it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hard, really. I think just make sure, you know, in between the points, if you're not really ready, just sort of stop and just sort of ask for a lead. So Abby will definitely be used to playing Lana. She knows Lana's game. She knows the way she likes to play. So she would be expecting this going into the match.
Yeah, there's nothing new between these two players. They know how it's going to go.
Yeah.
And when Lana's on with her shots, she's very difficult to actually stop. It's when the shots aren't on completely. Okay.
Yeah, she's playing really well. I think she's probably done quite a bit of work leading into this event. I think she has been getting better and better from lockdown. Oh, it's a great shot from Abby.
Well, Shelley, in that point, we had Abby just working her way up, then able to move Lana up and then back, and then waiting for that shot that she could put away there.
You have to win the rally about sort of 6 to 8 times with Lana. She makes you really work for to win the point. Oh, it's a great shot by Abby. That's definitely one of Abby's trademark drops. Oh, yeah, pretty competitive in this game. A few more people are arriving now to come and watch, which is pretty good.
Evans Jalisi come in to see his boys in the semi-finals. He loves getting out there and supporting his boys.
Yeah, brothers in the semi-finals of the New Zealand Nationals. It's a great effort, and
I can't recall the last time that occurred with two brothers. I'm sure someone will know, but I certainly can't recall it was the last time that happened.
Think of that. We might have to
really go through the archives.
Find that out. Lana getting it back now in the second game. Abby's got to really try and keep ahead 1 or 2 points into this game. Otherwise, she's going to be...
And just led on that. Probably a fair call.
Yeah, minimal interference there. Oh.
She had that go.
Yeah, the ball's flying around. It's really hard to... That's a great length. Oh, wow. That's a great shot.
Nice play. Key there for Abby. Here we go on the replay.
Yeah, that was a great... Oh, it was just above the chin shot.
It's tight.
Woo.
It's
really, yeah, they're really getting into it. It's a fantastic game. Oh, it's going to be too big.
Certainly there's a error percentage. It's either going to come off, or it's either that error or it's or the winner.
Yeah.
There's not much of a percentage to escape from.
Yeah, big point here. Oh, that's a great shot. Sort of a little bit of a loose serve there from Lana, and Abby just sort of really a nice straight drive after that sort of error in the ball before.
Well, it's much improved performance in the second game. She now has a game ball, Abby Palmer. The first one just escaped her more than anything else.
Yeah, I think so. And there's a few errors, so even going forward like that. That's good length. It's a great rally. Girls moving each other around the court really well. Probably one of the longest rallies of the match, I think, so far.
Oh. After all that work, both players going from each corner, it ended on an error up close when maybe she could have pushed it another shot. You didn't need to finish it on that shot. I mean, but when you're that close.
That pressure, yeah. And 10-9.
And when you're that close to the wall, you think you've got it no matter what. All right, coming back with the third game in just a moment. Well, Shelley Kitchen, it's been an interesting contest so far. First game going to Lana Harrison and then the second to Abby Palmer. Palmer really came back into it and I think she established her focus a little bit. Whereas Lana, I wouldn't say she pulled off the ball. And an error, Lana Harrison. You can't give Abby Palmer even one game. She'll come back at you, won't she?
Yeah, definitely. I think Lana will be pretty disappointed she's not, you know, she was quite close to being 2-love up and then going into 1-all. So, yeah, I think Lana needs to maybe just settle down a little bit, regroup. She seems to be hitting it harder than she was, you know, to start with. So, just a little bit placement of the ball, a little bit more. But yeah, it's really hot. I think we've already said it's really hot in here. So I know if these girls run around and
it's hot in here for the players and for us at the back.
I can imagine when they're sort of, it's just getting all a bit much for you when you're trying to. Oh wow.
That's a great run of points so far for Abby Palmer.
Yeah, that's definitely Abby's sort of trademark shots. Anything short around that middle of the court, and she's pretty comfortable and taking it in. On a winner, so we've got a bit of noise on the other court, I think.
And that is Elijah Thomas against Finn Trimble. It's Trimble took the first 11-9 and is currently up 5-3 in the second. So another good young player, still a teenager, I believe.
Finn.
Yeah, I think Finn maybe 19.
So maybe 9, maybe 20.
Yeah, round about that sort of age.
He's at Waikato Uni. Went to.
Was he from Northland originally?
Yeah, he's from Northland and then went overseas to play squash for a US college. And then came back last year. But yeah, it's nice to see him getting back into it again.
Well, adds a bit of extra depth as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Another player to add to the mix. In the meantime, Abby Palmer.
Oh, she's got a really good lead here. And, you know, Lana hasn't really done too much wrong a few eras, but if anything, Abby's just sort of finding her form a little bit.
It was
quite confident taking the ball in short now, whereas before, I think the first game she made quite a few unforced errors.
Yeah, it was as if the pace of the first game was just a little bit too much for Abby Palmer. And then she was able to settle a little bit more in the second, third. Oh.
Yeah. And I think she was boasting too much in the first game now, where she probably stopped the boasting a little bit in the second. But, you know, even so 3-8 down, especially with Lana's determination. Yeah, probably about 4 or 5 errors so far for Lana in this game, so. So Abby with about 7 game balls now in this game. So it's happened pretty quick and another error from Lana. So Abby's leading 2 games
Well, it's going to have to be a real refocus from Lana to actually come back into this match. And Paul Hornsby, you just see him at the bottom of the screen wandering along. He's sitting down now next to Abby and giving some words of advice. But certainly Lana's going to have to refocus and think, what was I doing in the first game that was so right? What was my opponent doing that was so wrong to help me take that first game? And we'll just take a little look at the score on the other court. And we'd mentioned that Finn Trimble 11-9 in the first and currently at 6 apiece against Elijah Thomas. Trimble, quite a tall, lanky player. And able to use his height. He had a good game. Was it yesterday? He's against Tenwa. It was a good game to watch. Very entertaining, and the opportunity to take a 2-game-to-love lead against Elijah Thomas. Now up 7-6. So getting ready for the 4th game between Lana Harrison and Abby Palmer in this, the women's semi-final, the second semi-final, the first won by Emma Miller over Sophie Hodges. Don't forget we have 2 more men's semi-finals coming up. and those men's semi-finals. Of course, Evan Williams, the top seed, up against the 5th seed, Temwa Chalisi. Then the final match of the semi-finals, that is Chris van der Sam, the 3rd seed, and he's up against Lawamba Chalisi, the 2nd seed. You can see Abby Palmer there, and a bit of a wipe down. It's pretty warm. And also Lawamba Chalisi and his father, Evans. Jack Condor was in the front. Just about name everybody in that picture there. All right, let's now get ready for the 4th game. Lana Harrison never spends too much time sitting down between games. She's out on court straight away. And so what we've got now, into game number 4. And with Palmer, the left-hander, to start the 4th game. That's good depth, keeping it right close to the wall as well.
Yeah,
And,
I think
good job by
Abby's
Palmer.
really adjusted to Lana's pace in this game. In the first, it was probably, even though they have played each other a lot, I think just adjusting to the conditions, you know, the heat.
More good play.
And everything. Yeah, heat conditions, low tin, you know, the occasion as well. So I think Abby just took her that first game to sort of overcome those nerves, I guess. But then in the 3rd game, Lana just had a lot of errors in that game, which has just given Abby her confidence, really.
You can see here Lana Harrison needed to do a huge amount of running in this rally.
But she'll just keep going. Lana will really just keep going.
In the end, it was just one shot too many, and Abby Palmer had the angle to use and was able to use it very well. I seem to recall from last year's national champs, that was at the Squash Centre at Unitec, and Lana Harrison was in the 3rd and 4th playoff there as well. Obviously, we had Joelle King and Amanda Landers-Murphy in the final.
That's a tight ball that's clinging there to that wall.
Oh, that's a better point. Last year was Lana against Megan Craig in the 3rd and 4th playoff.
And Lana had a really close match with Amanda Landers-Murphy's in the semi-finals the day before. So, I think there's going to be a point. Yeah, there's
yes, you're correct on your call. Good call.
Nowhere to go there for Abby to get out and then Lana to go into the ball. So, stroke there. Oh, shot.
That's nice.
It's a great shot. So even though the ball it's really hot and the ball's flying around, the courts are still taking a really good short ball.
Well,
so you still have to be
this
really
court
quite confident taking
is
it
a
in.
little slower, court 7, to court 6 next door. I'm not totally sure why.
Well, possibly because it's got an outside wall, so but that would probably apply more so with the cold weather in the winter.
That could be it. A couple of the players certainly mentioned it, not in a bad way, but they said it was noticeable, but it's something that they can contend with.
Yeah.
As we look into this rally here, and a nice sliding
that's a great
forward.
shot from Lana there.
That's much better.
Yeah, she's going to keep.
She's going to keep on going.
Yeah, for sure. She's going to keep on fighting.
And looking for a let there.
Oh, wow.
Not sure what for. Not
That's a
following
great
up.
shot.
And just trying too much on that particular forehand and not.
Oh, Abby serves a few serves like that now. She's sort of. come around. So Lana doesn't want to hit that ball, obviously. If she hits it cross, she will definitely hit Abby. So the refs has just sort of said to her, you know.
Nice shot. Good touch there by Abby Palmer.
Yeah.
It's taking the pace off the ball and dropping it very short.
Yeah.
Difficult for Harrison to get to.
That's a great shot by Abby. But Lana's just going to keep fighting. Oh, pretty tough call, I think, there from the ref. But Lana did pick the ball up on the racket, on the one bounce. So the ref probably thought, well, if she can do that, she can probably play through the ball.
Well, it's comprehensively.
Abby's serve again still came around a little bit, and Lana actually choosing to hit the ball that time. So even though it was sort of clipped, oh, that's a great shot.
And the serve was good, yes. We should just mention on the other court, it is 11-9, 11-9, the first two games going to Finn Trimble over Elijah Thomas. It's one of the playoff matches. Back onto this, the women's semi-final, the second semi-final. And you can see the desperation in Lana Harrison. She's really powering through it right now. And putting it right in the corner.
Oh.
The ball not really coming back or giving Palmer a chance to get underneath that.
Yeah, a couple of big points coming up. Lana just needs to really keep that ball out of the tin. And Abby will just keep, yeah, definitely. Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah.
You know, so that's just a few rallies really focusing.
Well, it wasn't really what I was expecting from Lana. You expect there that she's going to step up and power it. Instead, she just dropped it. Oh, a bit of a fight back by Lana Harrison.
This is a big point here. Oh, it's a great shot. Oh, that's a great shot.
Oh, well played when you're under pressure in an intense rally, and to play a flat shot like that. Well done by Abby Palmer. And that gives her the match ball as well. Gee, it's been a really interesting contest, this, Shelley. We thought Lana Harrison was running away with it there for a while. And then it turned around to Abby Palmer, particularly in that third, and now in the fourth. She had a big lead. Let's see if she can finish it off.
Yeah, two match balls here. What are the girls going to do? Already nerve-wracking, that's for sure.
Oh,
that's a
great
great length. Good match by Abby and Lana.
Abby Palmer coming through to go into the final. She'll take on Emma Miller. So there is 1 versus 2 seeds there. And congratulations there. We'll be coming back with the men's semi-finals not too far away. welcome into the men's semi-final, the first men's semi-final, and it is Evan Williams against Temwa Chalisi. Williams, the top seed out of Wellington, and Temwa Chalisi, he's out of Waikato, been based in Auckland for a while, and he is, of course, the 5th seed. And joining me now, Hassan, for you, you've seen, you've seen these guys play over the years, and you know, Temwa in particular. What are you expecting? Because you've got the left-hander there, he's able to hold the ball so well, he's got the experience, 87 in the world. Temwa, you know, younger and not quite with the same rank.
Yeah, definitely Temwa's the younger player coming into this. Evan's a lot more experienced, like you said. I think with Temwa, it's going to be a bit of a attitude kind of thing, like he might come in a bit too excited and a bit, because he's a junior player, like you said, whereas Evan's going to be a bit more relaxed, kind of after his performance with Joel early on.
All right, so we'll just need to move your microphone in a little bit more there, Hassan, and as we get underway. And the photo that we're taking now for the semi-finals, and a good crowd in, and lots of quite a bit of an atmosphere here with the crowd coming in, and certainly a lot of warmth, a lot of humidity on the court, and also where we're standing as well, Hassan.
Yeah. I think earlier between Joel Arscott and Zach Miller, the ball was skidding a little bit because of how wet the ball was from the sweat. The walls were actually all right, but earlier on, you see a little bit of skid on the walls.
A nice pick-up off his foot there.
Here we go, as expected, fast pace to start off. Temwa and Evan kind of, I think Temwa will feed off the pace Evan sets early on. Oh, yeah, should be a stroke. Interesting, he has the confidence to go for that early on. I mean, if it's there, right?
All right, let's have a look now. Ooh. And as we see the left-hander, Evan Williams has been a beaten finalist twice, but that's great disguise there as a left-hander who was able to change the direction quite well.
Yeah, the hold and flick. It's a very underrated technique, but I think Evan does it really well because he gets onto that ball nice and early, and then there's all the time in the world to do what he wants. He can hold it and punch it straight, or he can hold it and flick. Gives him lots of options to get on that ball early. Oh, and that loud shouting is his cousin, his famous cousin.
Yes. We know Evan's cousin very well here, and you'll be hearing a lot from him throughout this commentary. Which is great, though. And in the sense, though, Hassan, it's just great to actually have people getting enthusiastic. We don't need to sit here on our hands. That's very old.
We need more people like him.
Yeah, exactly, we do.
Yeah, like between Evan and Joel's match early on, it was my shouting versus his shouting in a way early on, which is what I like to do quite a bit. But I'd say Evan's cousin probably outranks me in that one a little bit.
I think so.
That's good length from Evan there.
The thing is with Evan during this match, he'll just take his time. He knows he doesn't need to rush.
Yeah.
And
oh, that's a uncharacteristic error.
Just as we say, he didn't need to rush, he probably did on that occasion. Seems to be the curse.
Yeah, just need to show a little bit of patience in setting up the rally. I'm really keen to see what Temwa can do here. He just, with the high pace, they're still kind of testing each other out. You won't see anything too aggressive in this play, unless they get given an opportunity, obviously. But you can just see Evan's trying to control from the tee, and Temwa's just trying to get in front. And well, that's some good hunting by Temwa there. Oh, and that's another.
So what we had there was using all four corners, pushing each other to the back, and a nice movement around the court. That'd be one of the key things that Temwa needs to do is move Evan from corner to corner.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't give him the opportunity to dominate the tee.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, that is a good shot.
Oh my God, this looks, from this angle, looks like a slam dunk. Straight down.
Slam dunk squash shot.
Yeah, so with Temwa, he definitely has the ability to play those. He's used to playing those almost. He's given the opportunity. It'll be interesting to see if he can push Evan to give him those opportunities to play those shots. Right now, just setting his line in net. Good. Some good hustle by Timor right here. Evan still controlling the rally, and just like that.
And so far, a very energetic start to the match. Just changing the pace.
Oh,
It's,
what a shot.
Let's have a look here on the replay.
He gets his racket up early and just puts it on.
And of course, the winner of this match will take on the winner of our second men's semi-final, which is the second seed, Lawamba Chibisi, against Chris Vandersam.
Yeah.
The third seed. That's going to be a good contest
That'll be
as well.
definitely a very good contest. Both Chris Vandersam and Louis did quite a bit. Oh, what a shot! Did quite a bit of training together earlier on last year and before COVID hit.
The replay. How this went over the 10, I don't know.
Oh, mate.
That was a magic shot.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to look at it from the angle because with both brothers contesting in the opposite side of the draw, if either of them wins, like it's almost like one brother's playing for both, so trying to get the most out of the opponent. Like if I was Timor, like I'd be trying to move Evan around as much and just dig into him physically, because then even if Evan pulls away with this first game and the match, sets him up well in case Louis wins that matchup with Chris Vandersam. What's a strike?
Ooh. Well, as the tournament has progressed into these quarterfinals and now semi-finals, we have seen a number of strokes, whereas you wouldn't necessarily see them in the first round or the second round. Just the tightness of matches.
Also, I think players' fatigue is kind of playing a factor. Like they've been playing since Friday. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
Friday,
right.
Friday, two matches Friday, 2 matches today. So with the players' fatigue filling in, you're bound to see a bit more calls because they won't have that extra effort or extra ounce of energy to go through.
Yeah, it's a condensed tournament when you think about it. If you want to win the national champs, you've got to win 5 matches in 2.5 days.
Yeah. You can see Timor's trying to attack the front corners here. Oh, that's a bit...
Just lifting it too much. Well, the first game point here for Evan Williams from Wellington. The only left-hander to actually start the tournament in the men's draw. There was Mason Smales, but he had to withdraw with injury, so Evan was the only left-hander. Oh.
Yeah.
There's that one too close to the wall. And the first game there to Evan Williams, 11-5.
Be quite interesting to see how Timor comes back with this after that first game.
Well, he did have a good start there for a while. He was really competitive, and we were 5-4 or thereabouts, and after that it was Evan Williams moving away.
I think, you see that pattern kind of emerge with Evan, especially when he was playing with Joel earlier. You'd see Joel, in terms of the score, was pretty competitive early on, like 11, was like 11-4, 11-5, and then eventually in the latter part of the game, Evan just started pulling away.
All right, coming back with the second game in just a moment. Well, coming back in for the second game, and we should just look at the match on the second court as well. Finn Trimble against Elijah Thomas. Trimble taking the first two, 11-9, 11-9, and it does say Elijah Thomas took the third 17-10, which I believe might be a little bit of a typo.
12.
Yeah, we're going to go with 12-10 on that one. And in the meantime, they're into the fourth game between those two players. But back on the main court, it is Evan Williams against Temwa Chalisi. First point of the second game going to Williams. He took the first game on the scoreboard quite comprehensively, but it was probably tighter than that, wasn't it?
Yeah, the scoreline doesn't dictate it that much. But I guess later on in the game, Evan was really clean. He was really hunting the volley. He was really looking for his line in there. Temwa just needed to stick with him and then look for those opportunities that Evan so rarely gives.
And the stroke.
Another strong start for Evan in game number 2. The thing with Temwa is, since I know him personally, he's quite a strong responder.
Yes.
And he won't take that first game lying down.
Yeah, he's not going to give up, is he?
No. He's not one of those guys who tanks. But Evan's just such a cool character.
Yeah, he's using the experience that he has of playing challenger tournaments around the world, been in the New Zealand team, been in 2 finals here for the national championships. He's able to use that experience and say, if you guys want this title, you're going to have to go through me.
Yeah.
Now, it's not going to be given to you, that's for sure. You want it, come through me first.
Yeah, he's been basically the top New Zealand-based player.
Yeah, domestic player, yes.
Yeah, because on top of him, you'd have Campbell Grayson, recently retired at world number
25, I think, was his last ranking, or similar.
Oh, that was his highest. I think he finished 29-ish. And then you had Paul Cole, obviously, currently world number 5. But those two have always kind of been ahead of him. So now this is kind of his chance to show his squash and compete for a New Zealand Nationals title.
Well, when you're 31 years old as well, it's the opportunity. It's not like he's getting so old, but when you're getting to 31, you're like, hey, I'm not going to have as many years as some of these younger guys. Let's see what I can do.
Yeah. Quite interesting, Evan believing that ball came back enough to warrant a stroke there. To be fair, it did bounce quite far back.
So 1-5, Chalisi just not able to bring himself into this match too much just yet.
Nah, he's at the moment he still looks like he's reacting a little bit.
Yes.
He hasn't really tried to get in front and then do something. And in that point there, he tried to force it. So Evan's still in control essentially. Just looking at that replay, it was a very tight backhand volley from Evan, and then Temwa trying to volley it.
I mean, at this stage, it looks as though Evan, to make it through to the final, unless Temwa brings out something either spontaneous or something different, or works incredibly hard. And if it is Evan against Luamba, and we're not discrediting or discounting Chris van der Sam, that would certainly be a very good final, wouldn't it?
Yeah, especially, I wasn't there, they were playing at the Pamir Open. Right. Oh, what a shot. What a shot, Evan. They're playing at the Pamir Open final. And I believe Louis won that in 4, a close 4. So if the seedings...
We'll have to have a check on that one, I'm not sure.
Yeah, if the seedings do work out, then, and Louis does make the final, we're guaranteed for a pretty amazing final.
It'll be what we want to see. Louis will be thinking that he can win this. And again, Evan will be saying, well, this is mine.
Yeah, like, I deserve this, you know?
Yes.
I've had Paul Cole and Campbell Grayson always on top of me.
Martin Knight at one stage
as well. He's never really had a... Yeah. He's always been there, but he's never had any opportunity unlike this one. It just goes to show, like, his squash is amazing, but there's many people who've just progressed slightly above him.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shot.
And that's the thing with Louis. Tim, sorry, Louis. That's the thing with Tim, is that every now and then he'll just pull something out like that.
Yeah.
But we need to see more consistency. He gives away too many errors.
Yeah, and he tends to force it quite a bit. He needs to set the rally up first. Like, in those situations, Evan's given him that opportunity. Yeah. But when he goes for his other shots that are errors, he's really trying to force it off the volley.
Did not quite on that one. Well, he's running away with this game. He's playing a very efficient game, is Evan Williams today.
Yeah, I think it's more Evan is kind of containing Timwa's energy. Like, Timwa's the one who's losing the game. I wouldn't say Evan's winning it at the moment. Just because he's feeding off, and there's that first volley that's finally come through for him. See, those are the kinds of shots that when he plays and executes, they'll guarantee to win a point. Or they're guaranteed to put Evan under pressure, and then, you know, with the follow-up, Timwa gets control of the rally. And
that's something that I see from Timwa. Most matches where there's 2, sometimes 3 unforced errors a game, and against someone like Evan, you can't afford to do that.
Yeah, definitely not. That's at Excel we call that a bit of a shocker. Yeah. Really did not expect. Oh, did he get that? No. That Evan getting the second game, leading 2 games to love.
And here's the replay of that game ball.
Yeah.
A little unorthodox.
Yeah,
getting down very low and playing it across
You can't
his
give
body.
Evan the ball in the middle. Absolutely, that's a big no-no.
Well, especially with left-handers as well. They're able to disguise it so you can't really see the play when it comes close to their body. And we'll come back with the third game in just a moment. Well, Hassan, as we come into this, the third game between Evan Williams and Temwa Chalisi, the second, make that the first men's semi-final. We do have a second one coming up. That's Luamba Chalisi against Chris van der Sam. But this particular match, how can Temwa get back into it?
Yeah, so with Temwa, I think he needs to move Evan around a bit and just see what Evan gives him, because at the moment, like shots like that, Evan's so good at putting away and controlling. I personally think that he should attack Evan's front forehand corner a bit more when he gets the opportunity. But right now, he hasn't set the rally up so far to do that. Evan's been really controlling, stepping forward. You can see his length isn't really getting to the back. It's really short, and then Evan's just picking that off. Ooh, that looked like a double.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Well, we haven't had anybody appeal for it so far.
Yeah, so it must have been good. It's a bit hard to see from up here.
Yeah, so it is interesting, the different angles when you're on court side down low, or whether you're up tight, as we can need to see from the TV screen, or just looking down on the court as well.
Definitely.
What you're seeing is completely different angles.
Yeah. So first point going to Evan. Will we see Temwa, the Panda, form a response?
Well, he hasn't really been given that one went. He hasn't really been given too much of an opportunity to.
No.
The ball's not there to attack.
Yeah. It's almost like he's going to have to create his own opportunities now, like he did with that volley and then that kill. See a lot of cross-court play here. Players trying to find their line. Oh, that's a good shot. Yeah. Oh, that's a great retrieval though. Yeah, that's
much better.
That's the kind of rally we're talking about, where the Panda controls the tee and then controls Evan's movement, and then he gets that opportunity to win that point there.
Well, you had Evan push back into the corner on more than 1, 2, 3 occasions during that point.
Yeah. And the pace has increased here slightly, showing that I think that might be Evans feeding off Temua's pace this time around rather than Temua feeding off Evans. Just shows that Temua's trying to be a bit more aggressive, and trying to move Evan around and get control of that rally. Oh, that's it. Oh, what a get.
Great rally.
Just doing it. Oh, that's amazing.
That's good play. We'll just have a look at the replay, the last couple of shots. Holding the racket in front and being able to flick it rather than taking the full swing. He didn't need to.
See, that's the advantage. That's the advantage of getting onto the ball. He has the option to do that, and because he can do that, Temua, he doesn't know what Evan's going to do. Is he going to go straight, drop, cross court short, cross court long, straight drive, straight short? That's one thing about Evan. You see a lot of top players really struggle with their movement to the front in comparison to like all the really high level pros and PSA, but because Evan's been doing it for a while, his movement to the front's actually pretty solid. And with that movement, he can set himself up for those kind of opportunities.
Well, the 2-point buffer now for Evan Williams as we progress deeper into the third game. Still working their way into this. It's really when you get to about 6 all, or around about the sixes, that you can see a player just take the authority.
Definitely.
Slowing it down a bit.
It's a better start for Temua this game. Oh,
a couple of those balls just didn't come up at all. And both players looking at each other. Bit of a smile.
Don't know what happened there. That was a funny nick.
Yeah,
bounced straight back up.
Yeah, just unusual bounce. It wasn't a squash bounce.
Oh, no, that hit the floor first, that's why.
Okay.
So, yeah, you see with the other nicks that you saw earlier in the game, you tend to see those nicks hit the sidewall first, and if they bounce up like that, then you know it's gone bottom wall first. It's still in the general area that you need to hit a nick, but if it's the bottom wall first, then it's not going to roll, it's going to bounce up like it did there. Because it will go bottom wall, sidewall, and then bounce up. It's a really minuscule thing.
Nice shot there from Evan, holding the ball and then able to flick it with a lot of power. Probably actually a bit flatter than first thought across court to win that point.
Yeah, there's all these little subtle things that both players are actually doing. Evan more so at the moment, because Evan has the opportunity to, but... Oh, what's the call going to be? Oh, interesting.
All right, so what was the call there, Hassan?
Oh, actually, to be fair, I think assuming Temua, he would have got to that ball. Because it was a pretty decent shot by Evan, but Temua was actually onto it pretty early. And it's like, it's at that level where you, as a ref, you assume that if it's bounced that far back, or it's not as good of a shot as initially thought, you assume that players of Temua's and Evan's caliber can get those. Oh, what a retrieval. You see Temua hustling here, still in the rally. Let's see if Temua can gain some control. Ooh.
Great change of direction from Evan Williams.
Oh. Did he get that?
Let's have a look at the replay.
Let's look at the replay.
Oh, it's...
On the replay, it looked like Evan got it. But of course, the ref down there do not have the lucky
have the replay like we do.
They don't have the lucky.
And we still can't make a decision.
Yeah. It must be one of those where like it's either just picked up on the edge of his frame, or it's like hit the floor and the frame. That's what Temua thinks.
I don't think it was a clean shot.
Yeah, no, it looked like it could have bounced on the floor first, but it's really hard to tell. Good jobs on the refs for letting the players know that they were uncertain and playing on that shot.
That just stayed under.
And somehow. Wow. I can imagine Evan's right hand really wanted to go up there trying to appeal it, but he saw it stayed in. Oh, that's a tight drop, but
that one really hugged the wall.
Yeah.
And
all right, so
a good point to get back there for
middle of the
Tim
game.
Watson.
Next few points will decide whether Evan wins the match or Temwa can push Evan to a fourth game. These are the crucial points. He's giving Evan the tee right now. A little bit too many opportunities there. And then, oh, he's still hustling, but get it. Oh, this is amazing to watch. Get it. Oh, he's still in it. Oh, what a rally.
I mean, that was a great rally, great recovery and great retrieving, as we just see the last couple of shots here.
He played the old Masters or reverse post, eh?
Yeah. Really played well there. Evan Williams, the experienced player, coming through on that one at the end.
Oh, there's that forehand corner. See, there. So that's the corner that he needs to attack a little bit more when he gets that opportunity, because Evan gets to it really well, but then he can pick off the next shot that Evan does there. Because as a natural lefty, Evan's not too strong in that front forehand corner compared to Temwa. But then again, it's really up to Temwa to get that. Yeah. Evan's just not going to give him the opportunity to do that unless Temwa earns it. Oh, drops from the back. That's
always recovered.
Is he going to go for that corner? There it is. What does he do? See? And he picks it off, and now he's back in control. It was the same with Joel this morning. He had those opportunities to take that corner, and he did actually get a decent amount of points off it.
Yeah, that's well played, well controlled. The experience counting there for Evan Williams. Able to take the 9-5 lead, 4 points the buffer, and just 2 away from victory through to the final, and to take on either Luamba Chalisi or Chris van der Sar. Oh, another good shot. Really hitting away from his body.
Oh, yeah, just
a difficult shot to describe how you could actually set it up as a coach.
He positions himself, showing that he's going to go for a forehand. Oh, actually, no, he's a lefty, sorry. He's going to go for a backhand drive. So he positions himself to the left side of the ball, but then he digs in and switches it to his forehand side. Or maybe I got that wrong.
Oh, well, there you go. What a way to finish with the drive across the court. The left-hander there, Evan Williams, through to the final tomorrow, and the men's final will be from 3 p.m. Women's final 2:20. So congratulations there. Here's the finishing shot coming up, and it just basically plasters it away. Yeah. And a solid 5.45. At some stages, it was closer than the 5.45. Hassan, what do you think? Quick wrap on that?
Yeah, so again, with that game, you saw Temwa pretty competitive early on, showing aggression, looking for those opportunities. I would say less errors from Temwa in that game. But again, Evan just got in front, controlled. Temwa really didn't attack that front forehand corner as much as he could have. And as we saw at the latter part of that game, Evans pulling away, winning 3-love.
All right, and that is the first semi-final. Coming up in around about 10 minutes' time, we'll have Chris van der Sar against Luamba Chalisi as the New Zealand Squash Nationals continue.
The New Zealand Secondary School Championships is one of New Zealand's biggest squash events. With roughly 50 teams from a range of different schools around New Zealand, it really showcases the high quality squash we have. This year's event was held in 3 different squash clubs around Tauranga: Devoy Squash and Fitness Centre, Te Puke Squash, and Mount Maunganui Sports Club. All 3 facilities provided a really exciting atmosphere for all of our students coming to compete. We spoke with Anna and Lucy from Westside Girls High School before their semi-final showdown.
I'm Anna Jousey.
And I'm Lucy Ashton.
We're from Westlake Girls in Auckland.
Everyone on our team has already played squash before, and so it was just about, getting us all in a team and playing together. Yeah. Good.
Yeah, really
Definitely
good.
nerve-wracking.
Yeah, super fun.
Scary.
We're in the semi-finals right now.
Yeah. So hopefully we can push through to the finals.
My family played, so my dad played and then my brother started playing, so then I just got involved kind of.
Exact same thing. My dad and brother play, so I kind of just hopped on the train. Well, to be honest, I kind of admire Paul Cole.
I was just about to say the same thing.
He's such a good squash player.
He's really good at anticipating shots and like diving. I'm getting like obsessed with diving right now.
With COVID-19 really taking a hit on many secondary school sport competitions, we were lucky enough to get our competition underway just after the COVID outbreak. We had a quick word with Mason from Mount Albert Grammar School ahead of his next match.
Mason Smells. I'm from Mags, Mount Albert Grammar School. Well, we're expecting a few tough games and we're going to hopefully try our best and hopefully win. Well, we're just going to try and play with a little bit of deception and get good length first, because you know, if I get pretty bad length, the game can just go down. So length first, and then everything else can hopefully kick in, deception, shots, and hopefully win.
The host club of Devoy Squash and Fitness Centre were lucky to see 3 teams from the neighbouring school, Tauranga Boys College. We talked with local and club member Joe Smythe before his semi-final.
Hey, my name's Joe Smythe. I'm from Tauranga Boys College. We've had games in Te Puke and Mount, which we've done very well. Teams played well. Good tracking for the semi-final today. Yeah, so my dad played inter-club one night, brought me along, and ever since I've just been holding a racket, which is really cool. One of my goals, to go overseas, UK or America, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I guess for the title, everyone is hungry to win the title. The competition is really hard. We're seated 3rd. The top 4 is just, yeah, it's really tough. It's going to be tough. If we work hard and we're disciplined, I think we've got it.
And to the girls' finals matchup between Whangarei Girls High and Havelock North. The number 1 seed Whangarei showed why they came in as favourites, taking out Havelock North 4-1. Although the scoreline may not suggest, the matchups were hotly contested and underdogs Havelock North put up a good fight. We ran into Amy Brown, captain of Whangarei Girls High School, after winning their exciting matchup against Havelock North High School.
Hi, my name's Amy Brown. I'm the team captain of Whangarei Girls High School squash team. I think they all did really well. Like, they've all been training pretty hard and working. I don't know, I guess since your first seed, it's kind of like always a possibility. Decided at like 6 this morning, as we got up, it's getting an early game, we were going to go and watch the sunrise. So we're all just standing on the beach in our pyjamas watching the sunrise. Junior Nationals is coming up, so I'm going down with the Northern team to Christchurch, so we'll be training for that.
Now to the boys' final. It was a repeat of the 2019 final, as Mount Albert Grammar School will look to repeat, and Tauranga Boys will be hoping that their home court advantage takes them over the edge. The number 1 seed was too much to handle for Tauranga, as Mount Albert Grammar School wins 3-2. And the girls' final round results. And we have the final girls' standings. To the boys' final round results now. And the final standings for the boys. A huge congratulations to both Mount Albert Grammar School and Whangarei Girls High School for taking out this year's competition. A special thanks to all those who made this event happen: volunteers, host clubs, coaches and parents. We look forward to seeing you all next year.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second semi-final. We've already seen Evan Williams, the top seed, go through to the grand final to be played tomorrow from 3 p.m. for the men. This particular match, Luamba Chalisi there in the black T-shirt up against Chris van der Sam, the 26-year-old, who, well, he's ranked around about 500 in the world now, was 150 in the world, whereas Luamba currently 144 and 21 years old.
Yeah, so yeah, Lawamba's the more active player on the PSA. Obviously earlier he was, made the New Zealand men's team, got to play over for the New Zealand team over in the US. Chris, he's actually done pretty well in the PSA considering his life commitments. I wouldn't say he's been as active as Louis.
No, certainly not over the last couple of years.
Definitely not. But you could say that with his peak ranking of, was it?
Well, it's 500 at the moment. It was 150.
Yeah, so that just goes to show, to get to 150 in the world, he must have been pretty, must have been setting himself a big training plan and pretty good just lifestyle based around going pro.
And what we're seeing here, San, is really something, a long rally to start with. And you can see with Chris how he doesn't do anything too magic or too amazing, but what he does do is pretty solid, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got a very good basic game. Let's hear the score, because the scores are not up on the screen.
Well, yeah, we're getting there with the scores shortly.
So that's 2-love to Chris van der Sar in the first game. We'll keep you updated with the scores because they are currently not up on the screen. Yeah, so Chris had a huge 5-setter with Lance earlier today. Very, very good play by Chris to get
just couldn't quite stretch it. All right, so we have Lawamba on the board, 1-2 at the present time. And serving.
Chris is a very broad guy, isn't he? Like, you'd think he looks, in person, he'd look taller than Louis, but in reality, Louis is a bit taller. Just that, those broad shoulders of Chris really make him a bit of an imposing figure and makes him look bigger than...
Certainly hit with power, but he doesn't do that all the time. Look at that from Louis. Just sitting there, I'll have a go at it.
Yeah. That's some good hunting by Chris there, looking for that volley. So it's 3-1 in the first game to Chris van der Sar, or Van D as he's affectionately known.
Oh, not quite on that one. Interesting when we saw the serve of Chris there. He really floated it. It was almost hardly hit.
Yeah.
Taking the pace off.
Yeah, the higher serve still gets behind the player. It's the general goal of it. Yeah, you with these top players, you'll see a lot of variation with their serve. Some of them will be some will smack hard for like a few points, and then you'll see them change to a floater, like we just saw with Chris. Or some will just keep the same pace, but then change directions. Like you do tend to see. I mean, you won't see this often, but maybe like game balls or stuff, you might see the awkward serve at the player's body. You might see the serve that's like going further in instead of the regular serve. Like these top players, very, very, very good with the variation of their serve. This is quite a long rally. Oh, that was
just got caught out there. The ball seemed to come back off the wall.
Yeah, it popped out a bit more.
And its body a little bit more, so not quite.
That scores are back up on the screen.
Yes, there we go. Good stuff. Well done to whoever pressed that button.
All the behind-the-scenes people, eh?
Yeah, indeed. there's a few that take on many jobs, many jobs. And both players here, as we get to 3-all, just feeling their way into the match. We haven't seen anything quite spectacular just yet, or anything dramatic.
Interestingly, the pace from Louis is quite high. Maybe he's trying to use that fatigue that Chris must have felt with his 5-set against Lance, and just keep moving him around, keep pushing him. Nothing. He hasn't gone as short as much as he normally does, which is kind of an indicator there that he's trying to move Chris around a bit, trying to get the fatigue to set in.
Well, Chris did have an interesting second round contest where he defeated Chris Lloyd. It wasn't necessarily a long match as in games or timing, but it was quite an intense contest.
Yeah, definitely.
What we'd expect. It was intense. There was a few things going on there.
Yeah, I think I was watching that. I remember seeing Chris Lloyd chuck his racket, if I remember right.
He was very fortunate to actually survive after this. After that, it almost went over the glass wall at the back.
Yeah.
And if it had I'm not sure what the officials would have done.
I think they gave him a conduct stroke. Yeah. And he was arguing that he should have got a warning, but the official is allowed to give a conduct stroke straight away.
And we're just checking here the discussion. And and a bit of a shake of the head. Both players feeling the pressure here. So far, 4-4.
Interesting. You normally don't see Louis talk this much, but it is a big match, high stakes, to play for the final.
Well, Chris has had this already when he took on Lance today, and you know that Lance is going to talk a lot, full stop. But he's had this sort of thing, and a couple of times against Lance, you could see him just going, "Come on, let's just get on with it."
Yeah. Lance is definitely very. I don't want to say loud. I want to say
animated.
Yes, animated. That's actually exactly the word I was looking for. Very animated figure, and sometimes you feed off that.
Yes.
Yeah. And then sometimes you just try to ignore it completely. But somehow or the other, it somehow manages to get you involved. It's a very Lance Beddoes thing. Oh, that's good length by Chris. Looking for that control.
He's controlling
that's
the
a great
rally.
shot.
Gee, it's staying low in that corner. Oh, that was a great shot.
Yeah.
Taking it off his body was Chris, and then able to play it down. Let's have a look here on the replay. And you could just see there, just steps up.
Yeah.
Nothing too elaborate on it. It was more of an efficient angle.
Yeah, I think Louis didn't expect it, first of all. And so he reacted, but it was a bit of a very flat shot by Chris. Very close to the front wall.
Well, it's been a lot longer match already just to get to this 5-4 point compared to the first semi-final, which of course we had Evan Williams coming through in straight games over Timwa Chalisi.
Interesting thing to notice, these two have not played each other in a very, very long while. I think that head-to-head probably stacks up in Chris Vanderstam's favour.
Yeah.
Because it was probably
the age.
Yeah, and it's probably before the point where Louis started really coming through with his PSA and his squash in general. So Chris does have the experience.
Oh, some great touches there by both players.
And that would be a stroke.
But then it was a stroke, but then how was he meant to get out of the way of playing? I guess he had to play in a different direction.
Well, he created the interference, right, because he had a loose shot.
Yes.
Yeah, so therefore it's his responsibility after hitting that shot to clear the ball. And if it's loose enough that he can't clear and Louis is just straight onto it, then that's unlucky use for him.
Oh, look at the post there. So no one's still been able to take, well, here we go. Let's have a look at this last point. No one been able to take really initiative of this and get 2 or 3 points ahead.
No, I think, yeah, it's still a bit of a testing stage. I think Louis is really trying to play the fatigue card with Chris. Chris's conditioning seems quite good.
Does.
Yeah, he's onto the ball really early. As soon as I say that, he hits
yeah.
Oh, he got a let. Oh, that looked like a daylight stroke to me.
Let's have a look at this one. We can see it on the replay.
Pretty sure the ball came all the way back around. Yes. Oh, actually, from that angle, could have been a let. It depends on the swing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Depends on if.
Again, no emotion from Chris. He was perhaps showed a little bit against Lance, which was fair enough because it did go into the 5th.
Yeah.
But even against Chris Lloyd yesterday, didn't really show much. Just he's very stable in what he does here.
These next few points are pretty interesting. Getting the first game is very important here, especially for the semi-final to make the final of New Zealand Senior Nationals.
That's nice, just guiding the ball off his hips.
Oh. That's good. Good shooting.
Yeah.
Bit of a loose shot there by Chris.
And then Luamba worked his way forward, managed to get the option. It was on his forehand. He was able to go either side.
So yeah, Louis tried to do a little hold punch there, but it wasn't the punch wasn't as straight as it could have been. The pace of this match is still really high, but I actually think it could go higher. It still feels like they're just looking for the opportunities here.
Well, we've been going for around about 10, 12 minutes already. And we're still... Oh, he spoiled it there. He was in the rally.
Yeah.
Keeping competitive in the rally, and then just lifted a little bit too far.
Yeah, that might be the... See, those are little things that, like, fatigue after playing 3 matches in a tournament. Yeah, this is 4th match. Playing 3 matches in a tournament, having a really hard match last round. Like, those are little things. You'll see a lot more calls. You'll see a lot more of that. Oh, there's a shooting. You'll see a lot more of that as well, actually. If he gets the opportunity, he might go for it. It's interesting because nobody's seen too much of Chris van der Stam for quite a while.
No.
I believe he's from Midlands. So he's just been out there probably practicing, plying his trade.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, recovered. Very well done.
Oh, that's a great...
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so with that, Louis just staying in and picking off, getting that opportunity, as you see there. Good retrieval, and he just picks it off. Bit of a loose shot by Chris. And as you can see, the latter end of the game, Louis starting to get the points. See Louis very aggressive stance on the tee there.
And remained in somehow.
By aggressive, like looking at how far forward he was there before. Let's see what Chris can do to change that. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, that's a great shot. Good length.
Well, he was indecisive as to whether he should take it on the full or whether he should let it come back off the back wall.
A bit of a reach issue there. He's extra step or just lunge in and shoot.
Yeah. It really did fade away in that back wall.
Yeah.
And so now game ball.
And that is out of court.
Out. All right. So a couple of unforced errors by Chris that gives Luamba Chilisi the 2nd seed an opportunity, and in fact the first game.
Yeah, very important first game.
Both players were about to go outside. I don't think there's too many. Well, they both are.
I mean, they're both trained at Squash Excel. They're both sponsored by the same person, so I wouldn't mind a bit of friendly talking between the two.
All right, let's come back with the second game in just a moment. Righto, back in for what has been an exciting second semi-final so far. Luamba Chilisi, the 2nd seed, taking the first game, 11-6 over Chris van der Stam. And Luamba Chilisi, for you, Hassan, is this the way he's wanted to play, or has he been forced to change up his game?
Louis, it's a bit hard to say because on one end, the scoreline says that Louis is playing fine, he should keep going. On the other day, I think with the way Louis plays, he holds himself to a really high standard. So there'll be little things that he's not very happy with, which he'll keep pushing himself.
Quick turn by Louis.
That's good lob. Good lob. Yeah, so I think Chris will be a little bit more harder on himself. I've never watched the guy too much, but after seeing today, I think he'll be a little bit hard on himself. But in the end, they're both going to come out firing in this second one. Especially Chris, because the second game is a lot more important for him. But still, Louis knows that he can't let Chris in. And they're both going to be equally as strong in this.
Well, big first point, this one here.
Set the tone early on, eh?
Long rally. And
Those cross courts from Chris are getting picked off quite often now. He just needs to control his line and length a little. He might be feeling it a bit after today's match. See, again, there's another one.
Just in.
Yeah. See, that's probably one of the sticking points with Chris. If he's going to go for the cross court, keep it wide, brother. Otherwise, Louis is just going to keep moving him forward and back. The longer the game...
Oh, what a shot. Step forward, took the pace off, used the angle as well.
Wow.
And let's have a look at this shot again.
Just like a casual. Look at how slow... Wow.
Yeah. But half the time people have got to remember that actually hitting a slower shot can be better than hitting a more powerful shot that's going to come back.
Yeah, from personal experience, trying to slam dunk unless you know, without knowing how to, is very embarrassing in a squash match. Sometimes a slower next to the way to go, especially if you have heaps of time to set it up. It's a bit more structure here. You're seeing both players jostling for that position on the backhand side. I think naturally so far we're seeing Louis a bit more dominant on that forehand side, just applying pressure, but then on that backhand. What a good, great length there, dying right in that back corner.
Played it away from his body and played it right through.
Yeah, he moved his feet, adjusted quite well. Oh, there's another shot. Yeah. See, again, there's that cross court. Just got to get it wider, otherwise Louis with his long reach can just pick it off, do what he wants with it. Oh, it's a good shot. Oh, good retrieval though. Oh, that was I don't know how he got that. Bloody back neck.
So low.
Oh, and he wins that rally.
I don't know how he won that rally because the ball in the forehand corner
literally bounced straight up.
Yeah,
it went straight up. Haven't seen that ever. Went straight up off the back wall.
Yeah, sometimes if you just get into those joins, you just don't know what's going to happen. And that one appeared to hit the join and straight up. Had to recheck himself. And what are they doing here? Checking the score.
That look down. I don't know. It's good that the refs, if they're uncertain, they always should play a let. I don't know, is that a let or has he got that point? Scoreboard says 2-1, so now they just said 3-1, so it must have been point to Louis.
And again, a big crowd here watching and enjoying themselves. Certainly creating a little bit of heat.
Yeah, it's quite good setup they have here at North Shore Squash Club out here in Takapuna, Auckland.
Right on Lake Pupuki.
Yeah. See, I'm a rowing coach myself, so
okay, so
a lot of rowing races here at Lake Pupuki. I coach for Manawatu Grammar.
Well, for me, Lake Pupuki is Under the Mountain, the story and movie from Morris G. Scared the heck out of me when I was a kid.
I'm a bit young for that reference, my friend.
You need to read more books.
Yeah. 19-year-old versus I don't know how old you are, but...
Actually twice that age.
Oh, wow.
And probably more. Anyway, let's move on. This is the semi-final. Thanks, Hassan. You just made me feel incredibly old there. And we move on with 5-1 in the second to Lawama Chalisi.
All right, so you see Louis running away on the scoreboard.
Yeah,
Chris is definitely feeling it right now.
Yeah, it's the
his
possible
body
fatigue.
language.
Yeah,
the head down, the slow walking, trying to get as much time after the rally as much.
Oh, switching from forehand to backhand.
Yeah, see that's the variating serve that I was talking about earlier. Louis trying to pick him off,
nice
and
play.
that serve makes him turn. It's an unpredictable shot.
And we should just say that Sean Wigan won the other match on the other court. He defeated Mania Murphy-Fowl in straight games.
Good job, Chief. Proud of you.
Well, he's listed all over the club here.
Yeah.
He's won it 5 times, the club champs at North Shore.
Oh, he had a battle with Lance the other day as well.
Oh, very much so.
Bloody hell, I think it was
14-12.
Yeah, 14-12. He had 2 match balls as well, which is really unfortunate. Just kind of backing Sean to take that. Sean's a real nice guy.
He's a runner.
Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, that's some great power hitting there.
So he's got one back, but it is a struggle now with
the scoreboard really doesn't help him, and it's really feeling it, I think.
Well, it's what you can see is the footwork, even during the points, it's just starting to fade a little bit there for Chris. It's not quite what he'd like.
Also, Louis is exactly like Evan. He's not going to give you much. Probably even less. Louis is always, he can bring the pace up
There's a
just
stingy
like
little
that.
so-and-so like that.
Yeah.
And you can just see the footwork as Chris tried to reach for it. It wasn't quite there. He needed an extra step to help him through. An extra little shuffle.
Oh, shot Louis. See, that's another crossbar he's picked up.
Yeah, he's stepping up the pace and...
Oh, another cheeky serve. There's the variation.
Yeah,
oh,
that's good to see.
Went for it.
Not quite on that one, Louis. Chris van der Sar staying in this game, albeit not quite ready, albeit that 6 game points against him.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, you can just see it. That is a good shot.
Yeah,
and
Louis,
you can see that Chris having a bit of a struggle there.
Yeah, Louis didn't give Chris anything that game.
All right, well, we'll come back with the third game in just one moment. Into the third game of this, the second semi-final, the second men's semi-final. Of course, the winner, which is looking likely to be Luamba Chalisi, will take on Evan Williams, the top seed in the men's final tomorrow, and that is from 3 o'clock. The women's final, of course, features the top 2 seeds, Emma Miller against Abby Palmer. That is from 2:20. Of course, we do have other matches, all the playoff matches, from 10 a.m. So plenty of matches tomorrow to either watch or come down to the North Shore Club. Been a great atmosphere. It has been warm, very humid. Players have been feeling it, and so have we in the crowd as well. And my co-commentator here, Hassan, bit of an error there from Chris van der Sar, because maybe just the frustration of losing that second game as we watch it again on the replay.
The headband has come off. Guess it's time for me to make a reference that you won't understand, so I didn't understand your reference last time. But the headband coming off is kind of like Goku taking his clothes off in this anime called Dragon Ball Z, and like all those clothes are weights, so he gains a lot of power by taking his like headband and like his little socks and stuff like that off, because they're all like actually weights. So Chris van der Sar taking his headband off, is that a sign of something to come?
Well, I think probably just the frustration of like, well, I'll take it off. Nothing else is working for me.
That's probably true. Just wanted to give you a reference that you wouldn't get this time, because I didn't get your one, so 1 for 1.
Indeed. No, for me it was my cap coming off. That was usually out of throwing somewhere, particularly playing tennis juniors around the country.
Yeah. Ooh. There's a very good line and length from Louis. He's still controlling that rally. Yeah, Chris.
I think different people have different ways of when they get down, how do I come back out of this?
Yeah.
And you know, it's the frustration of I try something new because nothing else is working.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, we've seen whether it's rackets, whether it's hitting yourself, you know, tapping yourself in the head or anything like that.
Yeah. In terms of squash, like, you see players come into these matches with game plans. Like, guys, I bet you guys like Louis and Chris would have come into this with a game plan. And then, like, sometimes what you see during the game is they're behind, they're losing points, and they just decide to start changing that game plan, which wasn't working for either reason, that they weren't executing properly, etc., etc. But whereas what you do see in some cases is they stick to that game plan, it actually pulls through for them, depending on what they were doing wrong and stuff like that.
Well, the issue is with game plans is that when you're down or having to fight more, that game plan, when you're under pressure, doesn't seem to work, and you sort of think, well, coach, you didn't help me.
Yeah.
You get out here and try, and the coach is saying, no, just stick with the game plan. It actually should work.
All plans fail upon, what's that saying? All plans fail upon, like, first contact or something. It's like a little...
Something like that.
Yeah, it's like a little war saying.
That's 6-2 now with Loama Chalisi. Let's have a look at this point here. And you can just see the footwork of both players, a little bit changeable.
Yeah. So Louis got a pretty sizable lead. Now I think Chris see a bit of a reaction from Chris that the rallies will be a little bit longer, but ultimately the longer this goes, it's less beneficial for Chris, which he's starting to realize now. But looking from, I don't see Chris play much, but seeing from this tournament, I think he's a very stubborn dude. He's not just going to roll over. He's going to try to put his effort through. Oh, good retrieving. Oh, and what can he do when Louis returns with a nick roller like that?
Well, the thing is with Loama Chalisi, it looks as though he'll go through to the final to play Evan Williams. We get the 1 versus 2 in both the men's and the women's. All right, we're still progressing. Not quite. But it just has been probably the fatigue and footwork going when we come back to this third game. Chris van der Zaan just losing the footwork a little bit.
He's hustling, though. He's hustling.
Yes, at this point, that's for sure.
Oh, what a cheeky shot.
What was that?
Get those master shots out of here, mate.
Here we go. Let's check on this. And I don't know. It's a flick from the ankle almost.
That's a reverse both. It's what you play in Masters. You don't play that. I mean, you do play it if you have an option, but
it's not something you can coach
you don't see it that often. I always get told every time I play that it's a Masters show, and I get told off for it.
Well, yesterday, Chris did manage to hit one off. It seemed every single wall. I don't know how he did that.
You did? Yeah. I know what shot you're talking about.
And, just touching the top there. But looking inevitable now as Loama Chalisi 9-3 up. See what he can do from here. Can Chris van der Zaan just come back at all?
Oh, good retrieval.
And there we go. That is match ball. 7 match balls on that one. Let's see if we can wrap it up. And
he's going to go for... Oh, he didn't go for that.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Loama Chalisi through to the final tomorrow from 3 p.m. And Hassan, a quick word from you. What you expected?
Yeah, basically what I expected. Lance really dug into Chris. 5-setter really tight. Louis didn't really have a hard match with Wills before. And Louis' conditioning has been a lot better. He's been fully committed towards his PSA professional career, whereas Chris is a bit of domestic. Yeah, he's like all the rest of us. So pretty good to see Chris playing again. Good to see a player of his caliber show up to these tournaments, especially New Zealand senior nats. And I hope to see more of him in the future.
Indeed. Well, there we go. That is Loama Chalisi through to the final where he'll take on Evan Williams. And that final starting from 3 p.m. tomorrow. The women's final is also the top 2 seeds. We have Emma Miller and also Abby Palmer. Thank you very much there to Hassan. And we'll be back from 10 a.m. tomorrow with the finals from 2:20.